My beautiful boss. Oh, you are so good. Sure. Is that all? Get off me. Call your boyfriend and live stream us rolling in bed. Ordinary people would blush when hearing these lewd sounds, but Lin Xiaotian is no longer surprised by them, and even has time to hum his favorite song. Reach out and touch the girl's buttocks, it feels like a big white cotton. While humming a little tune, Lin Xiaotian was thinking about whether to install a few pinhole cameras in the room and then throw them on paid websites to make some pocket money. Speaking of which, Lin Xiaotian really admires his sexy and smart boss lady. Their RU family hotel, she bought, has a simple environment and occupies less than 100 square meters. At first glance, it has no attraction at all. However, even in such a hotel, all kinds of people flock to it every evening or weekend. The reason is simple. This hotel is located outside the gate of Donghai University. It has an excellent location and a very low price. Therefore, it has become the first choice for couples who are short of money but in love. It is not yet night, and there are not many guests. Lin Xiaotian plans to take advantage of this time to clean the inside and outside. Just as he picked up the mop, a messy footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Go in and search, don't miss any corner. The next moment, a group of people in black appeared at the door. These people were wearing black clothes and black pants, and a red lightning was embroidered on the collar, like the logo of a gang. The one who spoke was a bald man who was the leader. Yes. Everyone obviously followed the bald man's lead. They all responded and wanted to disperse and search the hotel thoroughly. Wait. Lin Xiaotian waved his hand and interrupted everyone's actions. You all take off your shoes. Lin Xiaotian said. Damn it, I was just about to mop the floor, and you guys stepped in with muddy feet. Isn't it just adding to my workload? What? The bald man walked up to Lin Xiaotian as if he was provoked, and said fiercely, Boy, you'd better get out of the way, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. As he said that, he raised his huge fist. Take off your shoes while I'm talking. Lin Xiaotian's face was slightly angry. The group of black-clothed people walked around, and there were already dirty shoe prints on the floor. He didn't care what these people came for, but he couldn't dirty his place. Take it off. Before the bald man could say anything, one of his men rushed up first, raised his hand and swung at Lin Xiaotian, wanting to give him a loud slap. The bald man didn't stop him. Since this kid was making a fuss, he should teach him a lesson. Par. A crisp sound rang out, and the slap was given, but what surprised everyone was that the one who was beaten was their companion. The bald man was shocked. He was only 1 meter away from Lin Xiaotian, but he didn't see clearly when the other party started fighting. As for the subordinate, he was even more confused. He wanted to show off his power, but why did he beat his brother? No wonder he dared to shout. It turns out he is quite capable. The bald man calmed down and stared at Lin Xiaotian, but he was not afraid. He had more people and more power. How could he lose to this kid? Brush your sister, take off your shoes. Lin Xiaotian's focus was not on the bald man at all. He glanced at the floor and saw that the floor was stained by the steps. A heartache appeared on his face. This damn water needs to be changed at least 3 or 5 times. I won't take it off, so what? Being blatantly despised by Lin Xiaotian, the bald man was very angry and deliberately stomped his feet to make the floor dirtier. Seeing this, his men behind him followed suit, moving and beating like they were tap dancing, completely forgetting the purpose of coming here. Lin Xiaotian's face was livid, and he walked slowly towards these people. He had never been so angry when facing the rain of bullets. Today, these people must be severely punished to let them know how serious a crime it is to defile the hygiene of his family. The bald man snorted coldly when he saw this, and took a step forward, and his huge fist hit Lin Xiaotian's face from top to bottom. Lin Xiaotian casually tilted his head, making the bald man's attack miss. He didn't have any fancy moves, so he simply kicked the bald man in the crotch. The bald man was startled, and hurriedly pushed the ground with his front foot, taking advantage of the force to step back, and then he narrowly avoided Lin Xiaotian's crotch kick, but his balls still felt cold. Damn it, if I was half a second slower, the happiness of my lower body would be ruined. TSK, after a year of recovery, my hands and feet are slow. Lin Xiaotian was obviously very dissatisfied with the ineffective attack. The bald man didn't understand what Lin Xiaotian meant, but he could tell from these two actions that Lin Xiaotian was not easy to mess with. He had to use all his strength to have a chance of defeating him. Of course, it was just a possibility. Thinking of this, the bald man had the idea of retreating. After all, his mission today was to catch people. It was better not to make enemies. So he smiled and said, "Brother, you are good at fighting. If I have time, I really want to spar with you. But I have to find someone today. I saw her escape into your store just now. I wonder if you can help us go in and look for her." As the bald man said, he took out a stack of Chinese currency from his arms. The thickness was at least tens of thousands of yuan. He handed it to Lin Xiaotian and said, "This is a small sincerity from our lightning gang." Seeing the money, Lin Xiaotian's eyes suddenly lit up. That was 10,000 yuan, which was enough for his 3-month salary. He immediately reached out to take it and said, "Brother, what are you talking about? When you are out, we should help each other." The bald man was overjoyed. It turned out that it was useful to bring up the name of the gang. Although it was a bit painful to spend 10,000 yuan, as long as he caught the woman, he could get more than 10 times the reward, so he didn't want to drag it out with Lin Xiaotian, lest the target escape. "Well, you go and find her, but take off your shoes first." Lin Xiaotian smiled and said, "As the saying goes, if you take someone's hand, you will be soft, so take a step back and let them search. Anyway, there is nothing valuable in the hotel, but shoes still need to be taken off." "Brother, you are not kind." The bald man's face darkened. He made concessions just for convenience and face. Lin Xiaotian didn't know how to take advantage of the situation and asked him to take off his shoes. If his colleagues knew that he, the bald man, went into a small hotel to find someone and was asked to take off his shoes, how could he have any face? It was simply an insult. "You can't take off these shoes." The bald man shook his head and said stubbornly. Lin Xiaotian was embarrassed, and after a moment he said, "Okay, you don't have to take off your shoes, you can put 2 plastic bags on each of you." Plastic bags. Have you ever seen a gang arresting someone with plastic bags on their feet? Does the lightning gang still have face? Does the bald man still want to be a gangster? The bald man was angry and ignored Lin Xiaotian. He walked straight to the stairs and tried to force his way upstairs. Chapter 2. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Lin Xiaotian's face changed. He didn't know what the bald man was thinking, but one more footprint on the floor meant more work for him, so he immediately chased after him. "Don't be shameless." The bald man turned around and punched him angrily. Lin Xiaotian didn't dodge either, and punched him in the air. With a bang, the bald man was flipped out by an overwhelming force, like a kite with a broken string, and fell to the ground, throbbing with pain. Gululu. Everyone swallowed their saliva at the same time, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Who is the bald man? He is one of the top 3 fighting experts in the gang. Such a person, he lost in a fistfight with a hotel receptionist. And he was throbbing with pain? If this matter gets out, the bald man will have no chance to stay in Donghai City. Who is this little receptionist? How come he is so powerful? Everyone looked at each other, not understanding Lin Xiaotian's background, but his strength was obvious to all, and they did not think they were stronger than the bald man, so they all retreated. "Are you from the lightning gang?" At this time, Lin Xiaotian asked indifferently. He had not been in Donghai City for long, and did not know much about the forces in the underworld. This time he just wanted to test the waters. "That's right. We are from the lightning gang." Everyone straightened their backs when they heard this, and they all thought that Lin Xiaotian would give the lightning gang a face, and even bow his head to apologize, so none of them ran away. "Well, can you introduce your lightning gang to me?" Lin Xiaotian said again. Now, the people of the lightning gang were confused. It turned out that he did not know the lightning gang. The pride that had lingered in their hearts before disappeared in an instant. However, someone still stood up to explain. "Humph, our lightning gang is the local snake in Donghai, with connections in both the black and white worlds. Today you injured us. Stop talking nonsense, get to the point." Lin Xiaotian waved his hand to interrupt him. "How many people do you have? How big is your territory? What places do you have?" After killing the bald man, Lin Xiaotian had a feud with the lightning gang, so it was necessary to understand it in advance, although he was not afraid at all. The man choked and wanted to attack but didn't dare. After all, the bald man was still lying there and couldn't get up, so he had to grit his teeth and said, "There are more than 300 people in our gang, and the east and west of the city are our territory. The gang has many industries, including bars, dance halls, restaurants. What is his position in the gang? Lin Xiaotian pointed at the bald man on the ground. Brother Qiang joined our lightning gang a year ago. In terms of combat power, he is firmly in the third position of our gang. Damn, bald is bald, and Brother Qiang. Lin Xiaotian complained, and after a moment, he said, "Who are you looking for here?" "A woman, we chased her for several streets, and finally saw her climb to the second floor of this hotel." "What is her identity and why are you chasing her?" Lin Xiaotian asked again. "I don't know, we just followed Brother Qiang's instructions." Lin Xiaotian glanced at him and confirmed that he was not lying, then waved his hand and said, "Mop the floor clean, and then get out." "What?" The people of the lightning gang seemed not to understand and asked with their necks stretched. "I said mop the floor." Lin Xiaotian almost roared, and threw a few fists at the people who stretched their necks to show that they didn't understand. "From the time you entered the door until now, I have been emphasizing not to dirty the floor. Have you listened to me carefully? With this IQ, you still dare to mix in the underworld." The people of the lightning gang were embarrassed, but they didn't dare to fight with Lin Xiaotian. They had to fetch water and mops, and mop the floor conscientiously, and then carried Bald Qiang away. The people of the lightning gang came to make a scene, and Lin Xiaotian was happy and worried. He was happy that he earned 10,000 yuan for nothing, but he was worried that his injury recovery was not optimistic. If it was a year ago, how could that guy avoid my kick? Lin Xiaotian frowned and thought, although he was injured now, it was still easy to deal with Bald Qiang, but the meaning was different. A year ago, Lin Xiaotian was on a secret mission, but somehow the news leaked out. The enemy set up ambushes. Lin Xiaotian fought hard to get out of the encirclement, but he was hit by a poison arrow in the chest and 3 ribs were broken. Due to the displacement of the ribs, it was extremely difficult to breathe. If it weren't for Lin Xiaotian's strong will and holding on with his last breath, he would have gone to see the king of hell. But the situation later was also not optimistic. After escaping, Lin Xiaotian tried all kinds of medical means, but the 3 broken ribs were corroded by toxins and could not be completely healed, which greatly reduced his combat effectiveness. In addition, Lin Xiaotian was horrified to find that he could no longer get in touch with the organization, and his information was erased, becoming a non-existent person. Lin Xiaotian knew that there must be some major changes at the top, but due to his own situation, he had to lie dormant. By chance, he came to this small Donghai city, recovering from his injuries while waiting for an opportunity to move. Shaking his head, Lin Xiaotian stopped thinking about it. It has always been his motto to make the best of it. The lightning gang said that a woman climbed up to the second floor of their hotel. I wonder if she left. Lin Xiaotian went upstairs humming a little tune. He didn't want the guests to find a living person in the room when they came at night. This would greatly affect his income. She hasn't left yet. After going up to the second floor, Lin Xiaotian smelled a fishy smell after a few steps. It was the smell of blood. Following the smell of blood, Lin Xiaotian opened the door of room 203. The furnishings in the room were simple, with a bed, 2 chairs, an old TV, and a bathroom. On the small cabinet at the head of the bed, there were some drinks and safety measures. The room was clear at a glance. There was no one, but the window was half open. There was a bloody handprint on the window edge. From the surface, the woman had already climbed out of the window. But Lin Xiaotian didn't think so. He stood at the door and clearly felt a warm breath behind the door. As the saying goes, the more skilled you are, the more courageous you are. Lin Xiaotian had no worries and went straight into the room, then pulled the door back. Almost at the same time, a bright light appeared and rushed straight to Lin Xiaotian's throat. Chapter 3, pressed to the point of being unable to move. Lin Xiaotian's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect the other party to be so cruel and even kill him directly. What if it wasn't him who came, but a guest? Wouldn't his small hotel have to close down? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaotian didn't hesitate. He stretched out his hands like lightning and grabbed the opponent's wrist. He put his other hand on the opponent's arm, and then he made a half circle, with his back against the opponent's chest. Finally, he arched his body, exerted force with both hands, and suddenly threw the opponent over his shoulder. This operation was completed in one go. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, and before the man behind the door could figure out what was happening, he felt his body lighten, and then the world began to spin. However, Lin Xiaotian did not take any ruthless action in the end. Ever since he held the other person's pulse, he knew that she was a woman, a woman as soft as boneless, so he just threw her onto the bed, and then pounced on her like a hungry wolf, pressing on her to prevent her from counterattacking. This was not an attempt to gain an advantage, but rather a method of defeating the enemy that Lin Xiaotian had honed over and over again. He was well aware of the rules of combat and could not leave any room for his opponent, otherwise he would be in an irretrievable situation. But if there were other people here, they would definitely despise Lin Xiaotian, because this fellow pressed on a beautiful woman in a very obscene and shameless posture. She couldn't move. A scream was heard. Lin Xiaotian was so close that his eardrums were almost pierced. He quickly covered his ears with his hands. But as soon as he let go, a white arm swung towards him. Fortunately, Lin Xiaotian reacted quickly and jumped up like a spring, otherwise he would have been slapped loudly. Lin Xiaotian stood firm and squinted his eyes to look at the woman in front of him. Although she was injured, she knew how to fake the illusion of leaving. She was not panicked when he pressed her under her. She instantly thought of attacking with sound, and then pulled her hand back to attack. Her quick thinking and strong execution ability were far beyond the reach of ordinary people. In addition, Lin Xiaotian was even more amazed by the woman's appearance. She was not dressed gorgeously, just wearing casual clothes. The slim jeans outlined her perfect long legs, the white t-shirt was neither wide nor narrow, but it could show her firmness and roundness to the fullest, and looking at her delicate facial features, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, she was simply a fairy. To describe it with modern words, she is a cold goddess, shocking yet inviolable, with an attraction that keeps people away but still makes people fantasize about her. It's a pity that the goddess was injured. There were many holes in her t-shirt and jeans, revealing a hint of whiteness that made people's hearts beat fast. The most serious wound was on her shoulder. The blood stained a large area of her t-shirt red. Her face was also a little pale, and she just pursed her lips stubbornly. Wow, not bad, not bad. Lin Xiaotian smacked his lips and exclaimed in admiration. He had traveled all over the country for many years and had seen countless beauties, but this was the first one with such a cool and aloof temperament. Who are you? The beauty asked coldly. After a few moves, she had discovered that Lin Xiaotian was very skilled. Although she was injured and her strength was weakened, even if she was in peak condition, she was not sure she could beat Lin Xiaotian. If this man was sent by the Lightning Gang, she would be dead today. My name is Lin Xiaotian, and I'm the front desk clerk of this hotel. Who are you? Lin Xiaotian asked with a smile. With such skills and being hunted by the Lightning Gang, he must be no simple person. You're not from the Lightning Gang. The beautiful woman was a little surprised, and suddenly felt relieved. No. Lin Xiaotian shook his head and muttered, no matter how depraved I am, I can't join such a small society. What did you say? Nothing. Lin Xiaotian laughed casually and said, you haven't told me your name yet. And your injury looks serious. You'd better treat it quickly. Lin Xiaotian pointed at the beautiful woman's shoulder. He could see that it was a knife wound. My name is Lin Xiaotian. Can you help me get some alcohol and gauze? After confirming that Lin Xiaotian was not a member of the Lightning Gang, the beautiful woman's expression eased a little. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said her name, but her eyes were still cold, which matched her name quite well. Of course Lin Xiaotian was happy to do so. Regardless of why Lin Xiaotian was being hunted by the Lightning Gang, just based on her figure and appearance, why not help her? Yes, it is that superficial. Lin Xiaotian went downstairs happily and dragged out the emergency box. Lin Xiaotian's injury was not serious nor minor, the key was to stop the bleeding. The emergency box was fully stocked with items. Lin Xiaotian was not polite and skillfully took out iodine, gauze, etc. After everything was ready, she suddenly stared at Lin Xiaotian, and her meaning was very clear, what do you want to do if you don't leave? Can you do it yourself? Lin Xiaotian was a little skeptical. Lin Xiaotian's shoulder injury was quite large, extending to the clavicle. These parts were difficult to operate on his own, so he asked this question. Okay. Lin Xiaotian said calmly. In fact, she knew it was difficult. After all, she couldn't see the collarbone and the mirror in the bathroom was pitifully small. But she couldn't let Lin Xiaotian see it. After all, it was a sexy and sensitive part. Oh, okay then. Seeing this, Lin Xiaotian turned around and left. He never liked forcing others, especially women, etc. Just as Lin Xiaotian closed the door, Lin Xiaotian spoke again. She frowned, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, "You, help me." Although she was very reluctant, Lin Xiaotian still saw the situation clearly. If the people from the lightning gang came back, her situation would be very bad. Although the receptionist was a little confused, she didn't look like a bad person. "You should have said it earlier." Lin Xiaotian chuckled, as if his trick had succeeded, and turned back and asked, "You don't want to lie down?" Lin Xiaotian shook her head firmly. Lying down would be convenient for treatment, but it would be embarrassing. She would not lie on the bed and let Lin Xiaotian touch her. Okay. Lin Xiaotian held his forehead and thought to himself, what's wrong with women nowadays? They are too wary. I'm obviously a good person. After Lin Xiaotian sat down beside the bed, Lin Xiaotian asked, "Are you ready?" Lin Xiaotian bit her lip, nodded after a moment, and closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, which was very attractive. Lin Xiaotian swallowed, calmed down, took out a small knife, and cut the clothes on Lin Xiaotian's shoulders with a swish. Chapter 4 Exciting. Lin Xiaotian felt something and her body trembled a little, but she knew it was necessary for healing, so she endured it. After all, it was much better than taking off her clothes. After tearing off the torn strips of cloth, Lin Xiaotian's shoulders were exposed in front of Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian suppressed his inner impulse and carefully observed the wound. The wound was nearly 2 inches long and was caused by a sharp weapon like a dagger. The wound was quite deep and blood was oozing out. It looked a bit creepy, but Lin Xiaotian didn't even blink. He carefully used the tip of the knife to pick out the scraps of cloth embedded in the wound. Fortunately, the wound was not poisonous and it was not difficult to deal with. "Next we'll do the disinfection, it'll be a little painful, just bear with it," Lin Xiaotian reminded. At some point, Lin Xiaotian had opened her eyes, stared at the iodine in Lin Xiaotian's hand, and nodded. Seeing this, Lin Xiaotian had no hesitation and sprinkled iodine on Lin Xiaotian's shoulders from top to bottom. After the iodine was poured out, Lin Xiaotian quickly took out a bundle of gauze, put one end in his mouth, then pressed the wound with his left hand to slow down the blood flow. With his other hand, he kept wrapping the gauze around the wound and finally tied a knot skillfully. Lin Xiaotian was a little dazed. She asked herself if she could be as quick and decisive as Lin Xiaotian. She couldn't help wondering who this little receptionist was. Not only was she skilled in martial arts, she was also good at healing. Okay. Lin Xiaotian stopped, put everything back into the box, and looked at Lin Xiaotian. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at her, but he was stunned when he looked at her. Because of the iodine she had just poured, Lin Xiaotian's sweat had already soaked through her t-shirt, which was now tightly stuck to her body. The scene was simply exciting. Even though Lin Xiaotian had extraordinary self-control, he couldn't help feeling dry in the mouth when facing Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian has a nice figure to begin with, and now her wet clothes stick to her, which only highlights her fullness. This kind of visual shock is so great that anyone who sees it will be unable to control themselves. HMPH. Lin Xiaotian felt very uncomfortable being stared at by Lin Xiaotian's fiery gaze. She snorted, grabbed the bed sheet and draped it over her body to cover her spring scenery. Oh! Lin Xiaotian came back to his senses. After all, he had been around many women before, so he was quite good at dealing with beautiful women. He immediately changed the subject and asked, "Why is the lightning gang chasing you?" Speaking of business, Lin Xiaotian frowned, and finally just shook her head and said nothing. She didn't want to involve Lin Xiaotian. Although this guy was quite skilled, he was probably powerless facing the entire lightning gang. Lin Xiaotian did not force it. He looked at the time and it was already 5 p.m. The proprietress would be back soon, so he asked, "What are you going to do next?" "Leave Donghai City." Lin Xiaotian answered concisely. Anyway, the things were already in hand, so they had to leave quickly, otherwise it would be troublesome if they were entangled by the lightning gang. "Okay, please do as you please." Lin Xiaotian raised his hand and said. It was the first time they met, so there was no need to be overly attentive, even though the other party was a stunning beauty. Lin Xiaotian did not linger any longer and walked straight to the window. Just as she was about to jump down, she suddenly remembered something, came back to her senses, looked at Lin Xiaotian and said, "Do me a favor." "You say?" Lin Xiaotian was not stupid enough to agree immediately. What if he was asked to marry her? Lin Xiaotian hesitated for a while, and finally took something out of her pocket and handed it to Lin Xiaotian. "Keep this for me for a while, I'll come back later to get it." Lin Xiaotian took a closer look and found that it was a thing that looked like a wolf's tooth. It was moon white in color, but twice as big as an ordinary wolf's tooth. What the hell is this? Lin Xiaotian asked curiously. This was definitely not a wolf's tooth, it just looked like one. Don't ask so many questions. Keep it for me. I'll give you a lot of benefits when the time comes. He Lan Xue actually didn't know what this thing was. She just stole it on orders. Now the Lightning Gang has come out in full force to snatch it back. It is not easy to leave Donghai City. If they are caught, all their efforts will be in vain. It is better to leave it with Lin Xiaotian first and come back to get it later. After all, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Oh, okay. Lin Xiaotian stretched out his hand to take it. He felt that the wolf fang was very warm and cool, and it was very comfortable in his hand. What made him even more happy was that with this thing, it was equivalent to keeping in touch with He Lan Xue. As for the benefits she mentioned, take care. He Lan Xue glanced at Lin Xiaotian, uttered 2 words, and then jumped out of the window without looking back. Actually, I can take you through the back door. Lin Xiaotian didn't finish his words, but there was no trace of He Lan Xue outside the window, so he had to give up. Lin Xiaotian placed the wolf tooth in front of his eyes, and looked at it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out what it was, so he simply put it in his pocket, because there was something more important now, cleaning. When He Lan Xue broke into the room, there were bloodstains everywhere, including the windowsill, the wall behind the door, and the bed. Lin Xiaotian needed to clean them up, otherwise it would be difficult to do business tonight. If the boss lady knew about this, she would definitely skin him alive. If those guys knew that I was cleaning in a small hotel every day, I would be laughed at to death. Lin Xiaotian muttered as he mopped the floor, and then changed the mattress. When everything was done, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Xiaotian had just sat down at the front desk when he heard the sound of high heels. No need to guess, the boss's wife was back. Sure enough, a moment later, a tall figure came into Lin Xiaotian's sight. She was in her 20s, wearing a beige dress. Her exposed neck, chest and ankles were extremely sexy. The beautiful eyes under her brows were like a spring breeze, and her fragrant lips made people want to take a bite. If He Lan Xue's temperament is cold, this woman's style can be said to be noble. She is simply a sexy queen in the eyes of otakus. She is the proprietress of the hotel, Suyueru. Oh, boss lady, you are so caring for your employees. You are role model for a boss. Lin Xiaotian was no longer surprised by Suyueru's beauty, but when he saw the takeaway in Suyueru's hand, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had been hungry for a long time. Stop talking so smoothly. Suyueru glared at Lin Xiaotian, and the two of them walked to the small house next door and sat down. This was always where they ate. What shall we eat today? Lin Xiaotian rubbed his hands. His body was much stronger than that of an ordinary person, and the energy he required was also higher than that of an ordinary person, so Lin Xiaotian was very interested in food. I won some money playing mahjong with the mothers-in-law today, so I'll give you a snack. Suyueru smiled sweetly, her eyes curved into crescents, which made Lin Xiaotian stunned. When I opened the lunchbox, I found that it was much richer than usual, with chicken, duck, fish and meat, and they looked very good. You couldn't have won the mother-in-law's coffin money, did you? That would shorten your life. Lin Xiaotian exclaimed as he picked up the chopsticks and put the food into his mouth. Am I that kind of person? Suyueru glared at Lin Xiaotian again and also picked up the chopsticks to pick up the food. The difference was that Lin Xiaotian devoured the food in no time, while she chewed the food slowly and swallowed it carefully, behaving like a lady from a noble family. Lin Xiaotian had already noticed this, but he did not investigate it further. Everyone has his secrets, doesn't he? Chapter 5 Get me a room. Suyueru looked at Lin Xiaotian who was eating voraciously, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth inadvertently. She had been in Donghai City for a year. Although her life was not rich, it was quiet and satisfying. All this was thanks to this man. A year ago, Suyueru fled Yangjing and found Lin Xiaotian unconscious on a country road. She eventually rescued Lin Xiaotian and later found that this was an extremely wise decision. With the help of Lin Xiaotian, Suyueru dismantled all the surveillance around her, got rid of the people who were following her, and successfully arrived in Donghai City. Lin Xiaotian also helped her to obtain various replacement documents, allowing her to live quietly as an ordinary citizen. At that time, Lin Xiaotian was seriously injured, and the two of them could be said to be in the same boat. Su Yueru took out her only 100,000 yuan, bought their house, and started running a hotel. Lin Xiaotian's injuries have not healed, and he has stayed here until now. During this year, the two saw each other day and night, but Su Yueru still felt that she could not see through Lin Xiaotian. This man looked ordinary, but in fact he was hiding countless secrets. Although he was usually talkative and would occasionally tease her and take advantage of her with words, in fact, Lin Xiaotian was very principled and had never done anything that crossed the line in the past year. Although she was curious about Lin Xiaotian's identity, Su Yueru never asked. This was a tacit understanding between the two. It was as if Lin Xiaotian did not investigate her. The two kept their own secrets and lived in harmony. Why are you looking at me? Are there any rice grains on my face? Seeing that Su Yueru stopped eating and stared at him with a smile on her face, Lin Xiaotian wiped his face subconsciously. No. Su Yueru quickly turned her head away and asked calmly, is there anything special today? Lin Xiaotian didn't care and said directly, nothing special happened. It was just that some hooligans came to cause trouble in the afternoon. Thug. Su Yueru said with a frown. Well, he said he was from the lightning gang and I sent him back. Lin Xiaotian recounted what happened, but omitted the part about He Lanxue. After hearing this, Su Yueru couldn't help but hold her forehead. This guy is really something. He just stepped on the dirty floor. Is it necessary to beat him up? Now that they have a grudge with the lightning gang, their business will be difficult. However, she was not overly worried because Lin Xiaotian was there after all. Deduct 1 month's salary and let you reflect on yourself. After a moment, Su Yueru made a decision. No way. Deduct money again. Lin Xiaotian's face instantly fell. He didn't know what was wrong with this lady boss. Every time he made her unhappy, the method of punishment was the same, deducting money. You have to think about the impact this incident has brought to their hotel. Deducting 1 month's salary is considered a light punishment. Su Yueru said as a matter of course. In fact, she didn't care about the few $1,000s, but she had been trying to exploit Lin Xiaotian's salary, as if this would make Lin Xiaotian more dependent on her. Okay. Lin Xiaotian could only accept his fate, but he was secretly happy in his heart. Fortunately, he accepted the 10,000 yuan from the bald man. Are you blackmailing someone? Su Yueru saw the clue at a glance. In the past, if she wanted to deduct Lin Xiaotian's money, she would have to fight for hundreds of rounds. Why was it so easy this time? No. Lin Xiaotian denied righteously. Really? Really not. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The mealtime passed quietly amid laughter, scolding and playing. After the meal, Lin Xiaotian cleaned up the table and had just sat back at the front desk when a customer arrived. Su Yueru stared at them intently, fearing that Lin Xiaotian would take the opportunity to hide his private money. If someone didn't know, they would think they were a couple. Su Yueru was busy until 9 o'clock in the evening. She then yawned and planned to go back to rest, leaving the poor Lin Xiaotian to continue guarding the hotel. Lin Xiaotian's face turned bitter. This woman only cared about his appearance and figure. She really treated him like a cow. Fortunately, their hotel was not open 24 hours a day, so he could leave at midnight. At this time, there were fewer guests. Some had finished their business and checked out, while the rest had mostly finished their intense business and fallen asleep. For a while, the small hotel was very quiet. Lin Xiaotian was bored, so he took out the wolf tooth from his pocket and looked at it carefully in front of his eyes. What on earth was this thing? Was it worth Hellangsu to break into the lightning gang and steal it? Lin Xiaotian also had some knowledge of antiques, but after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out the origin of the wolf fang. Burning it with fire didn't work, and soaking it in water didn't work either. Lin Xiaotian was very confused. He held his chin and looked at it for a while, and finally, for some unknown reason, he put the wolf fang into his mouth. The wolf's fang was so hard that it couldn't be broken even with a hammer. But when Lin Xiaotian bit it gently, the wolf's fang turned into powder like a shortbread and was swallowed down his throat into his stomach. Cough cough. Lin Xiaotian jumped up immediately, coughing non-stop, even using his fingers to scratch his throat, but unfortunately he was unable to spit it out. It's over, it's over. Isn't this thing poisonous? Lin Xiaotian was sweating. Why was he so mean? The toxins in his ribs hadn't been removed yet, and now he had eaten something inexplicable. After a moment, Lin Xiaotian calmed down, closed his eyes, and carefully felt the changes in his body. Soon, Lin Xiaotian panicked because he felt his dantian becoming faintly warm and then spreading to his whole body, as if it was moisturized by water. Fortunately, this feeling did not last long. What made Lin Xiaotian ecstatic was that his injured ribs were completely healed. In ecstasy, Lin Xiaotian stood up and threw another set of punches, and found that his body had completely recovered to its peak condition. Fuck, what a treasure! After Lin Xiaotian was overjoyed, he immediately thought of a headache. What should I do if Helan Shui comes to see me in the future? Oh, forget it, I'll talk about it when she comes. Just as Lin Xiaotian was comforting himself, he suddenly heard a messy sound of footsteps, and a man's panting and a woman's murmur came from outside the door. Lin Xiaotian looked up and saw a fat middle-aged man supporting a young girl in. The woman was obviously drunk and exuded a strong smell of alcohol. She was mumbling something to herself. The fat man's eyes were green, and before he even reached the front desk, he shouted, "Quick, get me a room." "Okay, please show your ID card," Lin Xiaotian said politely. He could roughly guess what was going on, but did not intervene directly. "What? You need an ID card even in this little shabby shop?" Fat Nyan was unhappy. If he could use his ID card, he would have gone directly to the hotel. Why did he come to this shabby place? It was just to avoid being discovered. "Sorry, although our store is small, it is a formal business." Lin Xiaotian pointed to the Public Security Bureau's notice posted on the wall and said. The fat man's face darkened, but then he put on a smile again. He took out his wallet from his pocket and took out a stack of money and gave it to Lin Xiaotian. I forgot to bring my ID card. Can you give me some convenience?" "I'm sorry, I can't book a room for you without your ID." Lin Xiaotian spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless. This money was different from the one from the bald man, so he couldn't accept it, otherwise Su Yueru would definitely punish him. "Kid, don't offend people you shouldn't offend. Do you believe that I can close your little shop with just one phone call?" The fat man said angrily that he had finally caught the chance and got the lovely girl next to him drunk. It was a good opportunity for a night of love, but he was repeatedly obstructed by a little receptionist, and he couldn't help but get furious. "Oh." Lin Xiaotian raised his eyebrows, thinking, "You pervert, you're right. I accidentally ate a wolf tooth, and I'm still worried, so I'm using you to vent my anger." So, Lin Xiaotian picked up the landline on the table, handed the receiver to the fat man, and said, "You call." Chapter 6. Don't mess around when you're not feeling well. "You." The fat man was immediately furious. Without caring about anything else, he let go of the girl he was supporting and went over to teach Lin Xiaotian a lesson. How could Lin Xiaotian be afraid of him? Before the fat man came over, he flicked his finger and a pencil shot out and hit the fat man's knee. The obese man felt his right leg go weak and he fell to his knees with a thump. "Uncle, I notice that you have unsteady steps and a yellow face, which seems like you have kidney deficiency. Have you been suffering from insomnia, frequent urination at night, and feeling overwhelmed recently?" Lin Xiaotian walked up to the fat man with a smile and joked. Of course, the overwhelmed he mentioned refers to matters between men and women. The fat man's face suddenly changed. He did suffer from the symptoms that Lin Xiaotian described, and his wife had even blamed him for it. The question was, how did the receptionist know about it? Don't mess around if you're not feeling well. You look only in your 50s and you still have a long way to go. Lin Xiaotian taught her painstakingly, with an expression that said, "I'm doing this for your own good." "You are only in your 50s, and I'm only 40, the fat man roared. In fact, he also knew his problem, but knowing and restraining are two different things. After all, people have desires. It would be strange if he didn't cheat on his wife when he was facing his old hag at home all day long. You are only 40 years old, so you should be more careful," Lin Xiaotian said with a shocked expression. "Bar." The fat man stood up cursing, but did not attack Lin Xiaotian again. When he saw the pencil on the ground, no matter how dumb he was, he could think that Lin Xiaotian was a man with some background. He immediately had the idea of retreating. After all, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. "Hey, what do you want to do?" Lin Xiaotian asked just as the fat man was about to help the girl up from the ground. "Can't you just take her away?" the fat man yelled. "What's wrong with this little receptionist? Did she have a grudge against him in her previous life? She just wouldn't let him go. You can go, but she has to stay. Lin Xiaotian pointed at the girl on the ground and said calmly. He couldn't guarantee that the front desk clerk at the hotel next door would be as dedicated as he was. It would be a waste if this fat pig succeeded. The girl's appearance didn't look bad at all. What did you say? The fat man was completely furious this time. Why can't I take away the people I brought? You are really looking for trouble, right? Believe it or not, I will sue you. As he said that, the fat man took out his phone. I don't mind if you shout a little louder. Lin Xiaotian cracked his nails and said indifferently, anyway, I have quite a few guests from Donghai University here. Lin Xiaotian's words were not groundless. The fat man in a suit and tie with a big belly, who abducted a female student here, was most likely a staff member of Donghai University. As for whether she was a teacher or a dean of studies, it didn't matter, as long as someone recognized him. Sure enough, the fat man panicked when he heard this. He chose this hotel for convenience, but forgot that many students would also come here, and he might be caught by someone. Believe it or not, as long as I shout, fire, they will come out to see you without even putting on their clothes. Lin Xiaotian took out an intercom like a magic trick. Although his hotel is small, it has complete facilities. There are cameras and speakers in every corridor. As long as he shouts, everyone in the whole building will hear it. Stop, the fat man hurriedly tried to stop him. If people knew that he got a female student drunk and took her to a hotel, being dismissed and investigated would be considered the lightest punishment. He might even have to go to jail. After thinking it over, the fat man decided to give up the fat meat at his mouth. He snorted, gave Lin Xiaotian a threatening look, and walked away without looking back. Lin Xiaotian shook his head. Letting such a person take charge of education would cause endless troubles. What should I do next? Lin Xiaotian had a headache. The fat man just left, leaving behind the drunk and unconscious female student. How should he arrange for her? Never mind, let's take her to rest first. Lin Xiaotian had to finish the sweet potato he had taken no matter how hot it was. He bent down and was about to help the female student up, but when he saw her appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned. Damn, so beautiful. Even though he had seen top beauties like Helan Shui and Suyueru, Lin Xiaotian still had to admire her. This student girl was obviously from the south, and she was petite and thin, but not inferior in plumpness to others. Millimeter, the face is so pretty, the nose is so pretty, the ears are so pretty. Lin Xiaotian couldn't think of any words to describe it, he just thought it was beautiful. Damn, luckily I didn't get pushed by that pig. For a moment, Lin Xiaotian was grateful that he had made a wise move this time. If he had let that fat pig be ruined, it would have been absolutely outrageous to both humans and gods, and it would have been unforgivable. He admired her for a while until the beautiful student uttered a moan. Then Lin Xiaotian came to his senses. He put the beautiful woman's soft hand on his shoulder, held her slender waist with his right hand, and walked upstairs. She was a little unsteady when going up the stairs. The beautiful student tilted her head and leaned on Lin Xiaotian's chest, with her entire weight falling on him. If it weren't for Lin Xiaotian's extraordinary self-control, she would have to be brought to justice on the spot. After finally reaching the third floor and entering a room without any guests, Lin Xiaotian put the beautiful student on the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, going to Somalia to find pirates is not so tiring. Lin Xiaotian wiped the sweat from his forehead, observed for a while, and found that the beautiful student had good drinking habits and did not make trouble. He felt relieved and was about to close the door and go downstairs. After all, he was still open for business. But at this moment, the beautiful student suddenly groaned, began to toss and turn on the bed, not only kicked off the quilt, but also began to take off her clothes. Fuck you, how can it be so bloody? Lin Xiaotian was sweating profusely. He could tell at a glance that the beautiful student's face was flushed and she was mumbling constantly. It was obvious that she had been drugged and the drug was now taking effect. Lin Xiaotian sighed inwardly, that fat guy looked stupid, but he had chosen the right time to drug her. Just imagine if it was that fat pig instead of him who was in the room now, it would be outrageous. Lin Xiaotian shook his head and stopped thinking about those things. The most urgent thing was to save the beautiful student. He bent down and sniffed the other's mouth. Yes. Lin Xiaotian frowned. Due to the special nature of his profession, he has a good knowledge of medicine and can smell it through the breath of the beautiful student. It has a strong sedative and hypnotic effect and can make people confused. This thing is not soluble in water but soluble in alcohol, which is why beautiful students fall for it. In addition to its effects of inducing sleep and relaxing muscles, this drug can also interfere with the formation of new memories. Even if a beautiful student is unfortunately raped by a fat pig, she won't know what will happen when she wakes up tomorrow. It's scary to think about it. Seeing the beautiful student's increasingly uncomfortable expression and the clothes she was taking off, Lin Xiaotian could no longer sit still. Chapter 7 Naked and White. It was not his style to take advantage of someone in distress, so he just gave her 2 bottles of mineral water and then went downstairs quickly. Fortunately, there was a pharmacy next to their hotel, and Lin Xiaotian quickly went in and bought some cassia seeds, a bottle of furosemide injection and a syringe. Furosemide is a diuretic with a quick and powerful effect, which can relieve the urgent need. Cassia seed is a good medicine for sobering up, which can be crushed and brewed into tea. When Lin Xiaotian returned to the room, the beautiful student was almost naked. Her perfect body appeared in front of him. Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but be stunned, but he quickly reacted and covered her with a quilt, otherwise he really couldn't control himself for long. Taking out the syringe and adding liquid skillfully, Lin Xiaotian grabbed the beautiful student's arm and was about to inject, but unexpectedly, his waist was tightened, and a warm and soft arm embraced him. The beautiful student murmured, "Come on, drink more. Drink, drink, drink. Let's see if you're still in the mood to drink tomorrow morning." Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He felt that the beautiful student's body was getting hotter and hotter, and there were signs that she was rubbing against him. He quickly inserted the syringe into the other's arm. After the injection, Lin Xiaotian pulled out the needle, forcibly pried open the beautiful student's arms, crushed some cassia seeds, soaked them in warm water and gave them to her to drink, and finally turned on the light in the bathroom. According to his estimation, there will be a reaction soon. After all, the 2 bottles of water he drank before were not in vain. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, the beautiful student got up in a daze and staggered towards the bathroom. The sound of flowing water was heard. A moment later, she walked out of the bathroom. Before she lay down on the bed, she frowned and ran to the bathroom again. This was repeated 7 or 8 times before the situation improved slightly. The blush on the beautiful student's face faded away for the most part, and she became calm and finally fell into a deep sleep. No one would be willing to break that peaceful scene. It was just a pity for Lin Xiaotian, who had been hiding behind the door. The living beauty was walking around naked in front of him, but he could only look but not eat. It was simply torture. Fortunately, this process did not last too long. Lin Xiaotian resisted the most primitive impulse, covered the beautiful student with a quilt, and then fled away. When he got downstairs, Lin Xiaotian didn't care whether there were any guests or not. He quickly went into the shower room and used cold water for more than 10 minutes before he calmed down. After a year's rest, even my self-control is not as good as before. Lin Xiaotian thought with a wry smile after coming out of the shower room. When he was in danger in the past, he could remain calm even if naked beauties walked around and took the initiative to seduce him. Thanks to this, Lin Xiaotian is still a virgin. Sitting down at the front desk, Lin Xiaotian looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost 11 o'clock. There were basically no customers at this time, but Lin Xiaotian still waited professionally until 12 o'clock before closing the door. He went upstairs again to check on the beautiful student, and after finding that she was fine, he went to bed. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Lin Xiaotian woke up on time. After washing up, he sat down at the front desk. Not long after, some guests came to check out. They were students from Tunghai University and had to go back to class. Lin Xiaotian worked intermittently until 6 o'clock. He stretched and suddenly smelled a fragrance. Today's breakfast is fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and preserved egg porridge. Today, Suyueru was wearing a lavender long dress. Her every move and gesture revealed the style of a lady from a noble family. However, in her hand, she was still holding the takeaway box. This has become a tacit understanding between the two. Lin Xiaotian is responsible for watching the store and keeping it clean, while Suyueru is responsible for accounting and buying meals. Lin Xiaotian couldn't wait to open the bag, and sure enough, there were fried dough sticks, steamed dumplings and century egg porridge. He was immediately salivating and started eating without caring about his image. Suyueru was no longer surprised by Lin Xiaotian's ability to identify breakfast by its scent, So she also sat down and handed a cup of soy milk to Lin Xiaotian, saying, "Can't you eat slowly? No one is trying to snatch it from you." Lin Xiaotian chuckled, took the soy milk, drank a few gulps, and continued to wolf it down. "Huh, I feel relieved when I'm full." After finishing all the food, Lin Xiaotian touched his belly and said with satisfaction. Then he looked at Su Yueru and asked, "Are you full after drinking a small bowl of porridge? Do you think everyone is like you, a big eater?" Su Yueru spat, picked up a piece of napkin, and carefully wiped the food residue from the corner of Lin Xiaotian's mouth. Lin Xiaotian took it calmly. Having been with Su Yueru for such a long time, he knew that underneath Su Yueru's hot body, she had a gentle heart, just like the big sister next door. What he didn't know was that Su Yueru would only treat him like this. "Hey, let me tell you, fire that cleaning lady. She didn't clean a lot of places and I had to step in to do it." After the meal, the two sat down at the front desk. Lin Xiaotian picked his teeth and said that he was trying his best to save money for their hotel. "No, you can't handle it all by yourself." Su Yueru refused. "Aunt has a hard time raising 2 children on her own. If we fire her now, she will be driven to a dead end." Lin Xiaotian made a hum sound and stopped talking. Aunt Du's condition was indeed not very good. Since the boss's wife had spoken, it was not easy for him to refute. He just had to work harder in the future and finish the finishing work. R. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from upstairs. Lin Xiaotian then remembered that he had taken in a beautiful student last night. He quickly ran to the 3rd floor, and Su Yueru followed him. Lin Xiaotian rushed into the room and saw the beautiful student grabbing the bed sheet, curled up in a corner, her body trembling, tears streaming down her face, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. "Hey, girl, it's not what you think." Lin Xiaotian knew it was a misunderstanding as soon as he saw it. This schoolgirl must have thought that she was defiled. It's you? You big bad guy." The beautiful student went crazy when she saw Lin Xiaotian, and grabbed the pillow next to her and threw it at him. In her memory, she vaguely remembered what this man did to her by the bed last night. "What's going on?" At this time, Su Yueru came in and saw this scene. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Xiaotian held his forehead. "How to explain this? It is true that I saw you naked, but you took off your clothes yourself. And I helped you get rid of the drug. I am your benefactor." Of course, Lin Xiaotian could only scream in his heart. If Su Yueru knew that he had seen someone naked, he didn't know how she would react. "Sister, listen to me." Lin Xiaotian was about to explain but was interrupted. "What else can I say, you villain who is worse than an animal, you." The beautiful student cursed and swore, and suddenly started to cry. At this point, it was useless to say anything. Su Yueru roughly understood the situation and looked at Lin Xiaotian with a sharp gaze. Lin Xiaotian immediately waved his hands to show his innocence and briefly told her the truth, of course omitting the fact that he saw the other person naked. Su Yueru stared at Lin Xiaotian for a long time, confirmed that he was not lying, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, turned to the student girl and said, "Sister, calm down first. Although he is not a good person, I believe he will not do that kind of thing to you." Lin Xiaotian raised his eyebrows. "Am I not a good person?" Chapter 8, Evil Plot. "What you said, is it true?" The beautiful student calmed down a little and asked uncertainly. She woke up early this morning and found herself naked and sleeping in a strange place. She was scared. "Of course it's true. You must know that fat man, right?" Lin Xiaotian reminded. The beautiful student thought about it and realized that the obese man that Lin Xiaotian was talking about seemed to be Go Rong, the counselor of their department. Last night, she was indeed invited to sing K with Go Rong and several classmates. "Did you drink quite a lot with him last night?" Seeing the beautiful student's expression change, Lin Xiaotian took the opportunity to say. The beautiful student thought about it again and realized that she was indeed persuaded to drink a lot of wine during the meal. She didn't know who she left the box with, and she couldn't remember what happened after that. But at this point, even a fool would know that Go Rong had bad intentions towards her. "No." The beautiful student kept shaking her head, as if she couldn't accept the fact that a department counselor actually used the scholarship to lure her to AK room, and forced her to drink, trying to do beastly things. Lin Xiaotian and Su Yueru looked at each other and sighed. This beautiful student was too naive. You know, there are a lot of scumbags even in school. But this kind of thing could only be overcome by her own, so Lin Xiaotian and Suyueru did not say anything. After a moment of silence, the beautiful student seemed to have digested the matter. She wiped the tears from her face and nodded to Lin Xiaotian, saying, "Thank you, big brother." Lin Xiaotian spread his hands to indicate that it was okay. "It's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Sister, I don't know your name yet." Suyueru saw that the atmosphere had eased and introduced herself. "My name is Suyueru, and I'm the proprietress of this hotel. His name is Lin Xiaotian, and he's the front desk clerk of our hotel. My name is Zhu Karen, and I'm a sophomore at Tunghai University," said the beautiful student. She moved and wanted to stand up and chat, but found that she was not wearing any clothes, so she immediately held back. "That fat guy is from your school, right? You should be careful next time, maybe he hasn't given up yet." Lin Xiaotian reminded. "Yeah, I know." Zhu Karen bit her lip. Even if she didn't want the scholarship, she would not let Go Rong succeed. "Okay, it's getting late, you should go downstairs and look after the store." Suyueru was a woman after all, and she was very thoughtful. She saw that Zhu Karen was feeling uncomfortable, so she pushed Lin Xiaotian out of the door. "Oh, there are no customers at this time, what are you doing down there?" Lin Xiaotian grabbed the door frame and refused to leave. He was giving up the opportunity to chat with the beautiful woman and went down to see an empty store. Even a fool wouldn't do that. But Suyueru refused to give in, as if she was afraid that Lin Xiaotian would have too much contact with Zhu Karen. "You can't go down. Do you believe that I will treat it as absenteeism?" Lin Xiaotian's face turned bitter. This shameless lady boss was bringing up money again. As a last resort, Lin Xiaotian had to go downstairs resentfully. After sending Lin Xiaotian away, Suyueru turned around and went into the room, picking up the clothes on the floor. She said, "Your clothes smell of alcohol, so don't wear them. I bought a set of clothes before, but they are too small and don't fit me. I think they are in the hotel. Wait a minute, I'll find them for you." "Thank you, boss lady." Zhu Karen nodded in thanks. "If you don't mind, just call me Sister Yueru." "I'll call you Keek, how about that?" Suyueru suggested. She really liked this innocent little girl. "Yeah." Zhu Karen smiled sweetly and agreed readily. Suyueru nodded, went downstairs, and soon came back with a set of clothes, saying, "This is it, try it on to see if it fits you." "Thank you, Sister Yueru." Zhu Karen took it with both hands. Suyueru was afraid that she would be shy, so she made an excuse to go to the bathroom. When she came back, she suddenly found her eyes brightened. Zhu Karen had already changed her clothes by now. It was a casual outfit, a light yellow t-shirt and a pair of short jeans, which were just the right size to highlight her slim figure. Zhu Karen also tied her hair into a ponytail, and she looked energetic. Even Suyueru couldn't help but sigh after seeing her. What a youthful, energetic, pure and beautiful girl. "It's very suitable." Suyueru praised generously. Then, the two of them took this as a topic and hit it off immediately. They soon held hands and started whispering. If Lin Xiaotian were here, he would definitely be very surprised that these two top beauties, one mature and gentle, the other youthful and lively, two completely different styles, could be perfectly blended. The two chatted for nearly an hour, and somehow the topic turned to Lin Xiaotian. Suyueru said, "Don't look at him like a little gangster. He's actually a very nice person." Zhu Karen covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "Brother-in-law is quite interesting." "Brother-in-law?" Suyueru was stunned. "Yeah, isn't it?" Zhu Karen said with a quirky smile, "You guys talk and act very intimately. If you say he's just a hotel receptionist, I don't believe it." Suyueru blushed instantly and waved her hands repeatedly, saying, "He is really just a receptionist. We have only known each other for a year. It's nothing." "You are talking nonsense, girl." "Nothing." Zhu Karen stuck out her tongue. "Brother Su is in his 20s, which is a good time to develop his career, but he has been working as a receptionist here for a year. I don't think he is an unmotivated person." Speaking of this, Suyueru was suddenly shocked. Indeed, with Lin Xiaotian's ability, being a hotel receptionist was a waste of his talent. At the beginning, Lin Xiaotian agreed to open a hotel with her in order to recuperate. Now a year has passed, his injury should be almost healed, right? This means that he will leave soon, right? Suyueru suddenly panicked when she thought of this. In the past year, whether it was water or electricity outages, or bad guys coming to her house to make trouble and collect protection money, Lin Xiaotian easily dealt with them. This gave her a strong sense of security and stability. If Lin Xiaotian left, "Sister Yueru, what's wrong with you?" Zhu Karen saw that Su Yueru's face looked strange, and thought she was angry, so she quickly shook her arm and said, "I'm sorry, I was just joking, please don't be angry, okay?" Su Yueru came back to her senses, smiled sweetly, and said, "Silly, I'm not angry with you, it's just that we are really not husband and wife." Oh. Zhu Karen nodded in understanding and decided not to continue dwelling on the matter for fear of making Su Yueru unhappy. The two chatted for a while, and it was almost 10 o'clock. Zhu Karen had classes later, so she packed up and prepared to go back to school. After going downstairs, Zhu Karen came to the front desk and thanked Lin Xiaotian again. After that, she said to him with sympathy, "It's such a pity for you and Sister Yueru." Chapter 9 Peeping at me taking a bath. Lin Xiaotian was completely confused, but Zhu Karen had already trotted away, so he couldn't ask for clarification. He had to turn the conversation to Su Yueru and asked, "You two have been chatting for so long, are you saying bad things about me behind my back?" "Well, I told her to be careful next time and not get too close to you." Su Yueru rarely made a joke. "What?" Lin Xiaotian jumped up suddenly like a cat whose tail was stepped on, but calmed down in an instant, stroking his chin confidently and said, "No, I don't believe it. How can you blacken my glorious and upright image with just a few words? Really? You even peeped at me taking a shower last time." "I didn't. I told you it was an accident." "Wait, you told Zhu Karen about this?" Lin Xiaotian was very depressed. A month ago, Su Yueru cooked at home and invited him to dinner. During the meal, Su Yueru got some oil stains on her body. Being a clean person, she went to take a shower at that time. But somehow, when she was taking a shower, the door was not closed tightly, leaving a gap as big as a fist. Lin Xiaotian kindly went to close the door, but was caught red-handed. Su Yueru did not get angry on the spot, nor did she pursue the matter afterwards. However, whenever the two of them had an argument, she would bring up the matter, and Lin Xiaotian had no way to defend himself and could only admit defeat. The two of them bickered for a while, and Su Yueru's mood improved. She looked at the time and said, "Okay, I'm leaving. Go play mahjong again." Lin Xiaotian held his forehead and said, "Such a beautiful woman, can't she have some elegant hobbies? What future does she have playing mahjong with an old lady every day?" "Well, I have a feeling I will win today." Su Yueru raised her eyebrows. Compared with other activities, chatting with the elderly, playing mahjong, and bringing meals to Lin Xiaotian at a certain time, these made her feel more simply satisfied. "You say this every time, but in the end you still lose all my hard-earned money." Lin Xiaotian sighed inwardly. "Just watch over the store." Su Yueru pretended not to see Lin Xiaotian's heartbroken expression, picked up her bag and went out. But as soon as she walked out of the door, she discovered the situation and hurriedly retreated back. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiaotian had just picked up the newspaper and hadn't read it yet when he saw Su Yueru coming back, and asked curiously, "Someone is coming?" Su Yueru frowned. She was not sure whether those people were coming here. "Huh." Lin Xiaotian listened carefully and heard the footsteps were messy and heavy. Someone was indeed coming, and there were quite a few of them. "It's this hotel." A moment later, a group of dark figures appeared at the entrance of the hotel. There were at least 100 of them. Leading them was a burly man, at least 2 meters tall. He was shirtless, and his muscles were like iron lumps. It was extremely visually shocking, and no one would doubt his strength. "It was you who stopped Xiaoqiang from arresting people yesterday." The big man stepped into the hotel first and shouted in a voice like a bell. "It's me." Lin Xiaotian stood up, and his first action was to protect Su Yueru behind him. "Are you from the lightning gang?" Seeing the red lightning embroidered on the other party's clothes, Lin Xiaotian was immediately relieved. They probably couldn't catch Lan Shui, so now they came to find revenge. "You're not stupid." The big man nodded and admitted his identity, then said, "Yesterday you ruined our plans and injured Qiang. He hasn't recovered yet. How do you think we can solve this problem? How can he recover so quickly? If I hadn't recovered at that time, that punch would have been enough to send him to heaven to see his 7th uncle." Lin Xiaotian muttered as a matter of course that if he hadn't held back with that punch, Bol Qiang would have been dead long ago. What did you say? The big man didn't hear clearly and asked. What do you want? At this time, Su Yueru stood up and said that although this matter was caused by Lin Xiaotian, she could not let Lin Xiaotian get hurt. When the big man saw Su Yueru, a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. He thought for a moment and said, according to the rules, I should have chopped off his hands, but for your sake, he has to pay 1,000,000 yuan in compensation, and he has to kowtow to Qiang and apologize. In addition, at this point, the big man licked his lips and said, you have to come back with me to the lightning gun to completely clear up this misunderstanding. Su Yueru's face changed. She could not accept any of these three conditions. Firstly, she didn't have that much money. Secondly, with Lin Xiaotian's temper, how could he kowtow and apologize? Thirdly, if she went to the lightning gang, her chastity would most likely be lost. I've been very merciful. If you don't agree, I will tear down this broken shop. The big man continued to threaten, as if he was determined to win. Your name is Liu Hater, right? At this moment, a cold voice came. It was Lin Xiaotian who spoke. When he inquired about the information of the lightning gang yesterday, he learned that the second in command of the lightning gang was called Liu Hater. He was not only good at fighting, but also good at making harsh remarks. It seemed that this was the person in front of him. It's me. The big man said proudly, and was about to scare Lin Xiaotian, but when he met Lin Xiaotian's eyes, he was suddenly frightened. What's going on? That guy's eyes are like looking at a dead person. You know what? You made 3 mistakes today. Lin Xiaotian protected Su Yueru behind him again and said, first, you came here second, you put forward conditions third, you scared my boss lady. After saying that, Lin Xiaotian kicked the ground and rushed towards Liu Hater like a cannonball. Before Liu Hater could figure out what was going on, he felt as if his chest was hit by a sledgehammer. He flew backwards and flew straight out of the door, and finally fell to the ground with a bang. Come out, don't dirty my floor. Lin Xiaotian walked out of the hotel as if nothing had happened. The other members of the lightning gang were dumbfounded. Damn, this guy is so pretentious. He wants to fight hundreds of them alone. You little brat, you're dead today. Liu Hater took a long time to get up from the ground. He was shocked that Lin Xiaotian's strength was even stronger than his. But Liu Hater was not afraid either, because he had hundreds of men under his command. No matter how good Lin Xiaotian was at fighting, he couldn't possibly defeat 100 alone, right? Come on, don't disturb me doing business. Lin Xiaotian stood in the open space outside the door and waved provocatively. These 100 people of the lightning gang may look aggressive, but they are actually just small hooligans. Most of them have no fighting ability and are not up to the standard. Lin Xiaotian is still confident that he can deal with this mob. Go. Kill him. Don't hold back. Liu Hater yelled hysterically. He had been in the industry for so long, but had never been looked down upon like this before. One could imagine the anger in his heart. He took the lead and rushed towards Lin Xiaotian. Chapter 10 1 versus 100. His men were also not ambiguous. Some of them fought with bare hands, while others took out belts, fruit knives, bicycle chains and other weapons, and they all rushed forward to kill. Su Yueru behind the door was frightened out of her wits. She had never seen such a group fight in her life. She was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to do. She could only pray in her heart that Lin Xiaotian would not get hurt. Lin Xiaotian lowered his waist and stood still. In his opinion, except for Liu Hater who had some skills, the others were just children fighting. He didn't even need to watch. He could kill a few thugs with just a few punches. Liu Hater became more and more frightened as the fight went on. Lin Xiaotian was like a loach, drilling around everywhere. Wherever he went, his men would fall to the ground, but they couldn't even hurt Lin Xiaotian. In less than 5 minutes, most of the lightning gang members had fallen. Lin Xiaotian was also hit by some punches and kicks, but it didn't hurt at all. He continued to wander around the enemy and launch a one-sided attack. Su Yueru opened her mouth wide at this moment. A year ago, she knew that Lin Xiaotian was good at fighting, but she didn't expect him to be so good. You know, this is 1 against 100, which is much more shocking than a one-on-one duel. Thinking of Lin Xiaotian's words, "You scared my boss lady," Su Yueru suddenly felt very happy. Lin Xiaotian did this for her. Lin Xiaotian certainly didn't know what Su Yueru was thinking. The battle was almost over at this time. Except for Liu Hater who stayed behind on purpose, there were less than 10 people left in the lightning gang who were still standing. At this moment, Liu Hater was really panicked. He had never thought that a small receptionist would be so perverted that he could actually gain the upper hand in a battle of 100 people. In a short time, he would probably fall. Thinking of this, Liu Hater secretly thought that something was wrong. He accidentally saw Su Yueru behind the door, and suddenly a plan came to his mind. He shouted, "You guys, go catch that woman." As long as Su Yueru is caught, there is no need to worry that Lin Xiaotian will not obey. Liu Hater took the initiative to step forward and entangle Lin Xiaotian. Of course, several of his men understood what Liu Hater meant, and immediately stopped fighting and ran towards Su Yueru. "R!" Su Yueru screamed when she saw this and quickly stepped back. Lin Xiaotian's pupils dilated instantly, and he was about to chase after him, but was blocked by Liu Hater. "Har har, boy, it's too late. Just surrender obediently, otherwise that woman." Liu Hater hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes and a strong wind suddenly blew in his ears. When he looked closely again, Lin Xiaotian had disappeared from his sight. So fast. Beads of sweat the size of beans slid down Liu Hater's forehead. He was shocked. He knew that he might not be able to beat Lin Xiaotian, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even block it. Lin Xiaotian jumped past Liu Hater like a cheater and caught up with the lightning gang thugs in just a few steps. He was no longer polite. Every punch he landed was accompanied by the sound of broken bones. In the blink of an eye, several thugs fell in front of the door without even a groan. Their injuries were obviously much more serious than those of the others. "Are you okay?" Lin Xiaotian rushed into their hotel and saw Su Yueru fell to the ground in fright, so he hurried over to help her. "It's okay." Su Yueru shook her head. She was indeed a little scared just now, but when Lin Xiaotian appeared, she was no longer afraid. "Wait for me here." Lin Xiaotian patted Su Yueru's hand, signaling her not to worry, and then walked out the door. "You made random demands and threatened to demolish my house. Finally, you even hired people to deal with my landlady, Liu Hater. Today, you won't be able to keep all your teeth," Lin Xiaotian said slowly as he walked forward. Every step Lin Xiaotian took seemed to step into Liu Hater's heart, making him sweat profusely. Lin Xiaotian's powerful aura, decisiveness, and sharp gaze were things he had never seen before. Even the boss of the lightning gang might not have such a domineering deterrent power. Liu Hater didn't have time to think and turned around to run away. Saving his life was his only thought. The thugs from the lightning gang almost dropped their jaws when they saw this. The second in command of the lightning gang, who was second to none and had a great reputation in the East China Sea city, actually fled without a fight. This was a fact they could not accept, but soon they found the next scene even more difficult to accept. Lin Xiaotian came later but arrived first, catching up with Liu Hater in just a few steps. Liu Hater seemed to sense something and threw a punch in panic. Lin Xiaotian dodged it with his head turned sideways, turned half a circle, and hit Liu Hater's back with his elbow. Liu Hater felt like he was being crushed by a mountain. He fell to the ground with a bang and swallowed a mouthful of dirt. Before he could spit it out, he felt his neck tighten and someone lifted him up. When the lightning gang members saw this, they all gasped. Lin Xiaotian was only about 1.80 meters tall, and although he had a well-proportioned body, he was not a muscular man. However, he was able to lift Liu Hater, who weighed more than 200 pounds, with one hand. "Mercy, mercy." At the critical moment, Liu Hater no longer cared about his image and immediately begged for mercy. "I can spare your life, but I can't keep these teeth." Lin Xiaotian sneered. If it weren't for his strong strength, he would be the one begging for mercy now. When dealing with such a person, you must not be soft-hearted. Lin Xiaotian raised his hand and rushed towards Liu Hater. With a crisp, par sound, a slap landed on Liu Hater's face. Liu Hater was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, another slap landed on the other side of his face, causing blood, foam and teeth to fly. The sound of applause continued, and no one from the lightning gang dared to help. They did not have the ability to do so, so they could only watch. Soon, Liu Hater's head was swollen like a pig, blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and all his teeth had fallen out. He was afraid that he would have severe air leakage when speaking in the future. "Asshole, you are dead. My elder brother will never let you go, and this hotel, just wait for it to be reduced to ashes." Liu Hater's eyes were bloodshot, he looked like a madman, and spoke unclearly. "Really? Then I don't mind killing your eldest brother first. Lin Xiaotian disagreed. He pinched Liu Hater's throat with both hands and said, "Do you have anything else to say? This may be your last sentence. Just wait, my elder brother will make you live a life worse than death. And that woman will." Liu Hater's voice stopped abruptly before he finished speaking. Lin Xiaotian used his hidden strength to twist his neck, making a slight puff sound. "TSK, after a year of peaceful life, my hands have become weak," Lin Xiaotian said self-deprecatingly as he casually threw Liu Hater to the ground. He did not kill Liu Hater, but just tore his vocal cords, making him unable to speak anymore. "After all, it's broad daylight now, and we can't let anyone get killed, otherwise it will cause a lot of trouble for the hotel and Suyueru. Go away, go back and tell your boss that from now on, members of the Lightning Gang are not allowed to step into the 100-meter radius of the hotel, otherwise." Lin Xiaotian didn't finish his words, but everyone in the Lightning Gang could feel the deep threat. No one dared to refute, but just swallowed their saliva. Some of those who could still move quickly got up, supported Liu Hater and other seriously injured people, and limped away. Chapter 11. Baby is sad. It seems I need to practice more in the future. Looking at the backs of the Lightning Gang members going away, Lin Xiaotian frowned. The Lightning Gang would definitely not give up. Although they won a great victory in today's battle, it was not an easy victory for him. He was sweating profusely. After all, things are different now than before. Without guns to protect himself, killing hundreds of people is still a bit too tiring. Lin Xiaotian was just about to sit down and rest when he suddenly noticed something unusual. He felt a warm current coming from his abdomen, and the warm feeling spread throughout his body, as if he had taken a hot bath. He felt very comfortable and his fatigue was instantly relieved a lot. This is. Lin Xiaotian clenched his fists and was surprised to find that they were full of strength. This is not an illusion. Lin Xiaotian's senses are very sharp. He knows his own physical strength and has almost recovered to the level before the fight. Is it because of that wolf fang? Willing it be possible to become a 1,000-man killer in the future? But apart from this feeling, there was no other abnormality in the body, which made Lin Xiaotian unsure for a moment. "Are you okay?" A gentle voice interrupted Lin Xiaotian's thoughts. Lin Xiaotian raised his head and met those concerned eyes. Of course, something happened. Lin Xiaotian's eyes moved. Suyueru walked up to him, looked him over carefully with her beautiful eyes for a while, and said suspiciously, "But you don't look like you're in trouble. If you deceive the boss lady, you'll have your salary deducted." "I've only been working for a year, but my salary has been deducted until 5 years later." Lin Xiaotian protested, feeling helpless about Suyueru's behavior. "The baby feels so sad. Is there any boss lady like this? So you have to remember that you still have at least 5 years of service to make up," Suyueru said with an elegant smile. "However, since you just saved the boss lady, I'll make an exception and give you a day off today. Go out for a walk with the boss lady. The boss lady has given an order, and I shall obey it." Lin Xiaotian immediately took action. After taking care of some trivial matters, he closed the gate. Suyueru looked at Lin Xiaotian's skilled appearance, with both anger and amusement on her face. "Do you often sneak out when I'm not around?" Suyueru asked casually after the two of them got into a car. Lin Xiaotian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately straightened his expression. "Boss lady, please understand, I have been working diligently since I started working, and I have to work for 20 hours every day before I can sleep peacefully. And I always remember what the boss lady taught me. I review what the boss lady said to me several times in my mind before going to bed every day, and I always gain something." Lin Xiaotian spoke eloquently for 5 minutes without repeating a single word. Suyueru sat beside him and watched him quietly, with a faint smile on her face. "Anything else?" After seeing Lin Xiaotian stop, Suyueru asked with a smile covering her mouth. Lin Xiaotian coughed and flattered him a few more times. "You? I really don't know where you learned this." Suyueru shook her head and then started the car. Lin Xiaotian was very good at talking, and Suyueru had seen this before. She didn't care whether Lin Xiaotian skipped work or not, but was enjoying the fun of bickering between the two of them. "It's still that woman," Lin Xiaotian murmured, and a flawless face immediately appeared in his mind. As soon as he thought of that woman, Lin Xiaotian suddenly felt a chill on his back. He has been dead for so long, the woman must be very happy, right? Lin Xiaotian's eyes then revealed a trace of confusion. There was no intrigue, no deception, and no pressure of any kind. Both of them seemed to be immersed in their own world. Although the car was small, it was filled with a faint warmth. They both enjoyed this feeling. At this moment, Suyueru's face suddenly changed, and she quickly controlled the steering wheel and made several sharp turns. Bang! Then there was a sudden loud noise from the car body. Lin Xiaotian felt the whole car shake violently. Before his body could react, his head came into close contact with the car window. Car accident. This was Lin Xiaotian's first thought. Without paying attention to the severe pain in his head, he immediately hugged Suyueru into his arms. There was a soft feeling when he touched it, and a sweet fragrance instantly entered Lin Xiaotian's nose, but now was not the time to enjoy it, as the bridge car that Lin Xiaotian was on had been knocked several meters away. The car didn't come to a stop until it hit the roadside railing, with the entire car overturned. "How are you, boss lady?" As soon as the car stabilized, Lin Xiaotian immediately glanced at Suyueru in his arms. "I'm fine," Suyueru said, with a lingering fear in her voice. After Lin Xiaotian confirmed that Suyueru was not injured, he supported his body with his hands. As the car rolled over, the two bodies were tightly pressed together, forming an extremely disharmonious posture. "Which bastard is driving this car? No matter what the reason is, he is dead," Lin Xiaotian thought angrily in his heart. As Lin Xiaotian moved, Suyueru realized that her entire upper body was pressed tightly against him, and her plump breasts were tightly clamped by the seat belt, causing a slight pain. "Unbuckle your seat belt first. The door on this side can't be opened, so you can only get out from the driver's seat," Lin Xiaotian said calmly. Suyueru also knew their situation, and with a blushing face, she unbuckled the seat belt. After being freed from the resistance of the seat belt, due to the influence of gravity, Suyueru fell on Lin Xiaotian, making the atmosphere in the car become tense. "Boss, believe me. I just want to get out of this predicament," Lin Xiaotian suddenly said, and without waiting for Suyueru to react, he exerted force with both hands and lifted her hips. Very soft, smooth like fat, and greasy like butter. This was Lin Xiaotian's first feeling. "I'd be surprised if I believed you." Suyueru bit her lower lip lightly, and understood Lin Xiaotian's intention, so she opened the driver's door with trembling hands, but did not take any follow-up action. "What are you still standing there for? Push the car door up and climb out." Seeing that Suyueru had been struggling for a long time, Lin Xiaotian said anxiously. He was pressed down by Suyueru, and due to the limited space, he couldn't use his skills at all. I have no strength left." Suyueru seemed about to cry. Ever since Lin Xiaotian's hand touched her buttocks, she felt her whole body go weak and she couldn't push open the upper door at all. Lin Xiaotian. The two of them just stared at each other, and in just a few seconds, it felt like half a century had passed. "Let me do it." Lin Xiaotian sighed and released his hands that were supporting Suyueru's hips. The two of them came into close contact again, Suyueru's head resting tightly on Lin Xiaotian's chest, allowing him to easily smell the fragrance of her hair. Lin Xiaotian moved his body slowly, inevitably touching some sensitive areas, causing Suyueru to blush more times than today in her life. After the efforts of both of them, Lin Xiaotian finally freed himself. Although both of them were lying sideways, for Lin Xiaotian, as long as he was not restrained, he was 100% sure of escaping no matter what the environment. Lin Xiaotian kicked the driver's door open with his right foot, grabbed the armrest on the side, and jumped out of the car in an instant like a nimble monkey. Chapter 12 Lamborghini. As soon as he stood firm, Lin Xiaotian noticed a Lamborghini parked at the place where the collision had just occurred. Judging from the dented body of the car, he was sure that it was this Lamborghini that knocked over their car. There was a hint of murderous intent in Lin Xiaotian's eyes. If Suyueru had not handled the situation in time, and if he had not reacted quickly enough, both of them would have been injured. Just after Suyueru was pulled out of the car, the door of the Lamborghini opened and a man and a woman got out. The man had dyed purple hair and a sinister smile on his lips. His pair of dark eyes were fixed on Lin Xiaotian and the other man, but when he saw Suyueru's appearance, a hint of strangeness appeared in his eyes. The other woman was extremely charming and graceful, and her every move was full of feminine charm and allure. "Apologize." The purple-haired man walked up to Lin Xiaotian and the others and sneered. He has a special hobby, which is to let women bite him while he is racing. Today, he wanted to experience this kind of excitement on the road on a whim, but he didn't expect that when he ran a red light, he hit a car and almost became a eunuch. Suyueru frowned and looked at him, then shook her head and said, "You ran a red light, so you are the ones who should apologize, right?" The purple-haired man looked at Suyueru, his eyes revealing undisguised desire and anger. "I don't need to apologize to anyone in the East China Sea." Hearing the young man's words, Suyueru knew that she had met the so-called playboy. Such people are always there no matter where you are. Lin Xiaotian took a step forward and was about to do something when he was pulled by Suyueru. "We are out with the boss lady today, so don't ruin our mood. Everything should be based on her, okay?" the boss lady said without question. Lin Xiaotian looked at her helplessly and nodded. The purple-haired young man glanced at Lin Xiaotian. He had never taken Lin Xiaotian seriously from the beginning. Now, seeing Lin Xiaotian take a step back, he sneered at him. "No matter who you are, it is an indisputable fact that you ran a red light and hit us," Suyueru continued. "So what? It's your fault that you blocked our way. We're still ashamed that your cherry QQ hit us," said the charming girl with a smile. "I have hit a lot of people in Donghai. You may not have heard of my name given your status and position, but when you drive on the road, you will inevitably recognize this license plate," said the purple-haired man, pointing at his Lamborghini. Lin Xiaotian looked in the direction of the purple-haired man's hand, and a string of extremely auspicious numbers, Ching A88888, appeared in front of him. Generally speaking, there are only two types of people who can use this license plate. One is that he is extremely rich, and the other is that he has a good father. The purple-haired young man in front of him was obviously the second type of person. At this time, some people gathered around to watch the fun. Alas, these days, there are always some arrogant rich second generations everywhere. "Don't let anyone hear what you said, that young man's surname is Li." The crowd suddenly fell silent, and the expression of the person who had spoken earlier changed, and then he hurriedly left the crowd. Everyone around was looking at Lin Xiaotian and the other man with sympathy, and no one was optimistic about them. The East China Sea is not very big, but the surname Li is the sky of the East China Sea. "Then what do you want?" Suyueru frowned. After hearing Suyueru's words, the purple-haired young man smiled. "It can be a big thing or a small thing. The key is how you choose. For example?" Suyueru asked. "Make him kneel down and apologize to me, and you come back with me, and pretend that this never happened. Otherwise, I don't mind playing big, but I'm afraid you can't afford it." The purple-haired young man's words were full of threats. "Let's go." Suyueru ignored the purple-haired young man's words and said to Lin Xiaotian. After looking at Suyueru's indifferent look and the purple-haired young man's lustful gaze, the charming woman felt unhappy. She was already jealous of Suyueru's appearance, and now it added fuel to the fire. "Bitch, you don't seem to understand the seriousness of the matter. Since you are in the East China Sea, you should know what the Li family means in the East China Sea." "You are not qualified to refuse," said the charming woman. "I don't know," Suyueru said coldly. Perhaps it was her nature. Suyueru had never liked this kind of charming woman, so she became impolite in her words. "Then we will let you know," said the charming woman hatefully. Suyueru was silent and turned her gaze to Lin Xiaotian. When something she couldn't handle came up, she would hand it over to Lin Xiaotian. This had become a habit. Lin Xiaotian smiled shyly, took a step forward and looked at the purple-haired man. "Is it a big deal or a small matter?" The purple-haired man sneered. "So what? You are not qualified to talk to me, nor are you qualified to make a choice. You didn't understand what I said. I was giving you a choice." Lin Xiaotian said lightly. "Are you looking for death?" The purple-haired man's smile froze, and a hint of cruelty appeared in his eyes. It was the first time he was threatened in the East China Sea. "Boss lady, I want to beat someone up." Lin Xiaotian looked at Suyueru. "Allow?" As soon as Suyueru finished speaking, before Lin Xiaotian could make a move, the purple-haired man's fist appeared in front of Lin Xiaotian. The purple-haired man's eyes turned cold. Although he was a dandy boy, he was not a fool, nor was he an ordinary wimp. From the conversation between Suyueru and Lin Xiaotian, he knew clearly that these two were definitely not ordinary people. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been terrified after knowing that he was a member of the Li family. In this case, it is better to strike first. As a second-degree black belt in Taekwondo, he has always been extremely confident in his skills. The people around him also shook their heads, thinking that Lin Xiaotian was going to be beaten into a pig's head. But at this moment, the young man found that something seemed to be wrong, because his fist suddenly couldn't move. It seems that you choose to play big. Lin Xiaotian shook his head helplessly, and twisted the hand that was holding the purple-haired man's fist casually. R. Followed by a shrill scream. The charming woman standing aside was also panicked at this time. It was the first time in Donghai that she met someone who dared to attack Liu Xiao. Fuck you, you're looking for death. The purple-haired man shook his hand, which had turned blue due to Lin Xiaotian's twisting, and then rushed towards him. He had never suffered such humiliation before, and was so angry that he was out of his mind. I'm very busy and don't have that much time to waste here with you. A cold light flashed in Lin Xiaotian's eyes, and at the same time, he kicked the purple-haired man aside. Then Lin Xiaotian walked up to the purple-haired man, looked at him lying on the ground, and said, I won't pursue any responsibility. I just want to ask you, are you going to compensate for the car or not? If you dare to touch me, I will make you live a life worse than death within 24 hours, the purple-haired man gritted his teeth. You don't want to compensate, right? You're still dressed respectably, if that's the case. Lin Xiaotian chuckled. What are you doing? Don't, R. Suyueru. The seductive girl. People around. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Xiaotian acted like lightning and stripped the purple-haired man naked in an instant, leaving him without even his underwear. Chapter 13. You have to pay even if you don't want to. Suyueru had already turned around. She was too embarrassed to look any further and a red cloud rose on her face. What a talent! The crowd around burst into exclamations. They had seen people being beaten to a bloody pulp, and some had even seen people being killed, but they had never seen someone stripped naked after the beating. The purple-haired man was so angry that his hands began to tremble. He wished there was a crack in the ground for him to crawl into immediately. He felt a chill all over his body and quickly covered his important parts with his hands. Although he didn't care too much about the looks around him, with his status, how could he be humiliated like this? Will you compensate for this car or not? Lin Xiaotian said calmly. Compensate your mother, the purple-haired man said, gritting his teeth. Lin Xiaotian's expression turned cold, and he moved directly to the front of the purple-haired man. He raised his right hand and slapped him. The purple-haired man wanted to resist, but how could he be faster than Lin Xiaotian? With a pop, 5 fingerprints appeared on his face in an instant. At this time, Suyueru suddenly walked behind Lin Xiaotian, pulled him and said, forget it, let's go. She knew that the purple-haired man had a complicated identity. It would be of no benefit to them to continue making trouble, and their peaceful days might even be disrupted. Don't fall into my hands. The purple-haired man still insisted. After hearing this, Lin Xiaotian grabbed the purple-haired man's hair with his right hand, swung it hard, and smashed it to the ground with a bang. You have to pay today. Before the other person could scream, he raised his right foot, stomped hard, and with a click, broke the man's leg bone. This scene was extremely ferocious, especially the rapid change in Lin Xiaotian's expression, which made everyone around him stunned. He actually dared to hit someone from the Li family. This is probably the first time that Master Li has encountered something like this in the East China Sea. However, what people around can confirm is that the guy in front of them is in big trouble. Suyueru looked at his actions and sighed, knowing that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. From Lin Xiaotian's kick, the stability of the past year might be over. But then her eyes were filled with determination, and no matter what happened, she would stand firmly by his side. I'll compensate. I'll compensate. Seeing the cold look in Lin Xiaotian's eyes, the purple-haired man could no longer hold on and spoke hurriedly. These words, like the sound of nature, echoed in Lin Xiaotian's ears, causing him to pause his next action instantly. The coldness on his face disappeared instantly, and in the blink of an eye he smiled, which seemed to be a little embarrassed. Hey, look at you, why didn't you tell me earlier, does it hurt? Lin Xiaotian quickly squatted down and helped the purple-haired man up under the horrified gaze of the man. The change in Lin Xiaotian's expression frightened the purple-haired man. His expression changed too quickly, but it was soon extinguished by endless anger. The car is gone, so take into account our medical expenses, mental damages, travel expenses, and time lost. I'll deduct any deductions and give you 100,000. Lin Xiaotian patted the purple-haired man on the shoulder, acting like a good friend. What do you mean it's gone? The cherry QQ only cost tens of thousands of yuan, and asking for 100,000 yuan is simply asking for too much. Okay. The purple-haired man was angry but dared not say anything. After a series of tortures, he had become smarter and agreed decisively. Lin Xiaotian nodded, looking relieved. Since you are willing to compensate, let's just forget about it. We will be friends from now on. Then, without waiting for the purple-haired man to speak, Lin Xiaotian said seriously, since we are friends, I have to be responsible for your injuries. No. It's okay, it's no problem, it's no problem. The purple-haired man said hurriedly. Looking at Lin Xiaotian's eyes, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. How can that be? Look at how badly you're injured. Never mind. These are not the main points. The main point is, I have medicine. Lin Xiaotian said, then he searched his body. He took out a handful of cassia seeds from yesterday from his pocket, put them in his palm and said, this is the best healing medicine, specially for treating injuries from falls. Not to mention that you just have a broken bone, even if your penis is broken, it can be reattached. I usually don't want to use it. 10,000 per pill, you won't give me face, right? The purple-haired man was stunned, looking at the handful of cassia seeds in Lin Xiaotian's hand. There were at least 20 or 30 of them. He almost cried, and no matter how reluctant he was, he trembled all over when he saw Lin Xiaotian's threatening eyes. He was 100% sure that if he dared to refuse, his penis would definitely be broken. He gritted his teeth, called the charming woman next to him, took out a card from her bag, handed it to Lin Xiaotian and said, here is 500,000 yuan, the password is 6/8. Lin Xiaotian took the card and said with an approving look, look how embarrassing this is. But since we are destined to be together, I will accept it. Bye. Goodbye. We will definitely see each other again. The purple-haired man looked at the backs of Lin Xiaotian and Suyueru, with flames of anger dancing in the depths of his eyes. What are you looking at? Are you paralyzed? Are you fucking mentally retarded? Call an ambulance. Give me clothes to put on. The purple-haired man could only vent his anger on the charming woman. The charming woman knew how powerful this purple-haired man was, so she dared not neglect him in the slightest. She quickly picked up the clothes on the ground, and while helping him put on clothes, she accidentally touched the purple-haired man's wound, causing the purple-haired man to grimace in pain, and he slapped the charming woman twice in the face. Most of the onlookers knew the origin of the purple-haired man. When they saw Lin Xiaotian leaving, the timid ones quickly ran away, while the brave ones continued to watch from afar, and some even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The purple-haired man was really furious at this moment. He was thick-skinned, but he was always the one bullying others. If this video was posted online today, he would not be afraid of being embarrassed, but he was afraid that his father would cut off his source of income from then on, and he would not be a good-for-nothing young master. The ambulance came screaming, and the purple-haired man was lying on a stretcher. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Beating that kid up was too easy for him. He wanted to make him regret this for the rest of his life. Lin Xiaotian and Suyueru walked a distance away and could no longer see the unlucky young master. Lin Xiaotian then took out the card with a smile. Madam, today's my treat. You're treating. Suyueru snatched the card, her pretty face cold as ice. You're also a veteran employee of my store, don't you know the rules? This is illegally extorted, confiscate it. Watching the glittering golden card being held between Suyueru's slender jade fingers and put into her small purse, Lin Xiaotian pretended to be indifferent on the surface, but his heart felt like bleeding, because that was 500,000. Chapter 14, Playing with You. After sending Suyueru and the things she brought home, Lin Xiaotian rushed back to the hotel without stopping. Even though he knew that Suyueru was exploiting him, Lin Xiaotian had already regarded this hotel as his own home. Now it was already dark, and it was the time when the hotel was occupied. If he opened the door a little later, he would lose hundreds of dollars. Lin Xiaotian also admired Suyueru's vision. At the gate of the university, there was no need to worry about customers. As soon as he opened the roller shutter door, 2 or 3 young couples came over and urged Lin Xiaotian to open a room for them. Lin Xiaotian first took a look at the appearance of these young people, then checked their ID cards, and found nothing illegal, so he quickly opened a room for them. Business is always booming at night. After Lin Xiaotian was busy for a long time, the number of customers gradually decreased. Just as he was about to put down the registration book to take a breath, a slender hand holding an ID card reached out to him. Book a room. Lin Xiaotian took the ID card and glanced at it, then immediately said, "Huh," then raised his head. Zhu Karen's beautiful and pretty smile almost reached under his nose. Lin Xiaotian immediately glanced behind Zhu Karen, and seeing that she was alone, his heart, which had almost jumped out of his throat, finally fell back to its original place. "Little sister, you want to use the Wi-Fi, right? So smart." Zhu Karen giggled and leaned on the bar with her hands, staring at Lin Xiaotian with sparkling eyes. She was wearing a V-neck light pink dress today with a thin black belt around her waist. The dress was impeccable with her delicate and flawless face and perfect 10-head figure, but she shouldn't have been lying on the bar. The bar counter is neither high nor wide. Although Lin Xiaotian is tall, he lowers his eyes a little because he has to register the guests. Seeing Zhu Karen lying there, he didn't pay much attention at first, but when he glanced at her inadvertently, his lower abdomen suddenly felt like a fire was rising. "Oh my god, it's so dazzling, so full of substance." The dazzling white color reminded Lin Xiaotian of Zhu Karen's flawless naked body that day. He felt the blood in his body rushing to his head and his nose felt warm. Lin Xiaotian cried out inwardly that something was wrong and quickly turned around to cover his nose. Blood immediately gushed out. "Brother Qian? What's wrong with you?" Perhaps because she was not very worldly wise, Zhu Karen had not yet realized that she had become a great temptation to Lin Xiaotian. "No, it's okay," Lin Xiaotian said in a muffled voice, while trying to pinch his waist, and twisted it hard with hardness. He gasped in pain, and the sudden desire subsided instantly. "Har har, I've been feeling a little irritated lately and my nose is bleeding." Lin Xiaotian pulled out a few pieces of toilet paper to wipe the blood from his nose, while asking Zhu Karen to sit on the sofa next to him. Lin Xiaotian took out a can of Coke from the refrigerator and was about to hand it to Zhu Karen, when two people staggered in from outside and stood between him and Zhu Karen. The smell of alcohol made it almost impossible for them to open their eyes. Open a room." The man took out a few $100 bills from his pocket. Hurry up. Identity card." Lin Xiaotian didn't care whether the other party was really drunk or pretending. Acting in accordance with the law was the source of the hotel's ability to continue operating. As he spoke, he prepared to walk around the two men. The two drunken men were staggering and always standing in front of Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian had an idea and immediately clenched his fists and hit them. The two men were obviously well prepared. While Lin Xiaotian raised his fist to hit the man, the woman next to him also kicked Lin Xiaotian with a thunderbolt kick, making a sharp sound. "You're quite skilled." Lin Xiaotian snorted, "It's useless to me." He dodged the woman's attack with a slight flash, and at the same time, he leaped up and kicked the woman with his toes. The woman wanted to change her tactics immediately, but she was a beat slower than Lin Xiaotian. Just as she was about to be kicked in the face by Lin Xiaotian's toes, a figure suddenly rushed out and blocked the woman. She heard a muffled groan, and the man took several steps back, with blood splattering on his face. "He's a bit manly." Although he didn't know where the other party came from, the man's blocking left Lin Xiaotian with a good impression, so he didn't pursue the victory, but took a big step back, staring at the two people with cold eyes. "Who sent you?" "Brother phone, we found it." Before the two men could say anything, two young men suddenly rushed over from the corridor, holding a bag of white flour-like stuff in their hands. Lin Xiaotian's heart skipped a beat. Someone was taking drugs in the hotel. "Put your hands up." The man didn't even bother to wipe the blood off his face. He quickly pulled out his gun and pointed it at Lin Xiaotian. The other three guns were also quickly pointed at him. "Qian, brother Qian." Zhu Karen sat there completely dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Although she had only known Lin Xiaotian for a day, she didn't believe that Lin Xiaotian was involved in drugs. Lin Xiaotian thought for a moment and slowly raised his hand. As the saying goes, the people should not fight against the officials. This matter needs to be considered carefully. There were sirens at the door. Lin Xiaotian obediently let the man handcuff him and followed them outside. Zhu Karen stood there at a loss, watching helplessly. She didn't react until the police car drove away. She quickly took out her cell phone and called Suyueru. Hiding drugs. Suyueru was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that someone was framing them, but the most urgent task was to get Lin Xiaotian out of the police station first. Zhu Karen said that Lin Xiaotian kicked the policeman's face into a pig's head. How could he have a good life in there? But she had been here for more than a year, and apart from running this small hotel, she had basically had no contact with anyone. She had no power or influence and wanted to get Lin Xiaotian out. Even in a fairy tale world, that was impossible. It seemed. Su Yueru held the phone in her hand, her fingers trembling as she tried to dial the familiar number. But after pressing a few digits, she threw the phone down in despair. Was there really no other way? Should she really give in? She had no relatives in this city. Although she was the one who saved Lin Xiaotian on the road and opened a hotel for Lin Xiaotian to eat and stay, in fact, Lin Xiaotian was her only reliance and support here. Su Yueru took a deep breath and picked up the phone again. She bit her lower lip with her silver teeth and slowly and firmly began to dial the number. For Lin Xiaotian, there was nothing she would not risk. At this time, opposite the RU family hotel, in a parked Rolls-Royce, the purple-haired man looked out the window sinisterly. When he saw Lin Xiaotian being escorted into the police car, he immediately let out a hissing and poisonous laugh. "Boy, fight with me, and see how I kill you." Chapter 15, No Fight, No Acquaintance. The package of drugs found by the police in the hotel was found to be high purity, and the amount was as much as 500 grams, which was fully enough to be punished by the death penalty. Lin Xiaotian was from the special forces, so he knew all this very well. The other party wanted him dead. Who could have done this? Lin Xiaotian quickly thought about all the guys he had beaten up in the past few days. Although he couldn't be sure, he was 90% sure that it was the rich second-generation purple-haired man who did it. 500 grams of high purity would cost at least several million. The Lightning Gang was just a bunch of thugs after all, so how could they be willing to spend such a big sum to frame him? "Asshole, wait till I get out and see how I'll deal with you." Lin Xiaotian cursed in his heart, but his face was calm as he smiled at the policeman guarding him. "Officer, I really don't know where that package came from. You must have caught the wrong person." "Wrong person?" The male police officer, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, covered his face with an ice pack and said, "If you don't feel guilty, why did you attack the police?" "How would I know you were police officers? You reeked of alcohol and approached my friend as soon as you entered the room. I thought you were going to do something bad to my friend." Lin Xiaotian pouted, "If I knew you were police officers, I would never have dared to kick you even if I were beaten to death." Although he covered his face with an ice pack, the male policeman's face still turned red. Lin Xiaotian quickly lowered his head. After experiencing so many things, he was no longer the upright and impulsive young man. Sometimes when you are under someone's roof, you have to learn to lower your head and know how to act according to circumstances. Ahem. The female police officer next to him deliberately coughed twice to change the subject. "Brother Feng, don't be misled by him. It would be strange if he didn't know about such a big bag of drugs. I swear to God, police aunt, I really didn't know." Lin Xiaotian was so anxious that he was about to swear. "Am I that old?" The female police officer jumped up and her face turned red. Only then did Lin Xiaotian take a closer look at her. Just now in the hotel, she was drunk and had disheveled hair, so her actual age could not be seen. Now that she has changed her clothes and tidied up her appearance, she looks quite good. She has a pretty oval face and delicate facial features. If a girl with this appearance had long hair, she would only be considered an ordinary beauty, but she chooses to cut her hair short and neatly, which makes her look handsome and heroic, and has a unique charm. Seeing Lin Xiaotian staring at her without blinking, the policewoman's face turned even redder. She frowned angrily. "Lin Xiaotian, tell me the truth, where did those drugs come from, and who are your accomplices?" Lin Xiaotian looked at them with a wry smile, sat on the stool and sighed deliberately. "Forget it, anyway, I said I was wronged, but you didn't believe me. You have guns, so just lock me up." "Lin Xiaotian." The policewoman couldn't help but jump up again. "Don't be so arrogant, what's wrong with knowing a little kung fu? Do you really think we can't beat you?" Lin Xiaotian just laughed dryly. The female police officer was also very hot-tempered. She grabbed Lin Xiaotian by the collar and was about to beat him. The male police officer quickly pulled them apart. Liu Yu, don't forget that you are police officer." After finally persuading the female police officer to come out, the male police officer walked back and stared at Lin Xiaotian for a while. Lin Xiaotian was not afraid of his gaze and faced him frankly. The male police officer looked slightly surprised, and lowered his head as if thinking for a while. Then he raised his head and walked to Lin Xiaotian, stretched out his hand and snapped his handcuffs. "Although I don't know if my judgment is right, but my intuition tells me that you should have nothing to do with this drug case." "Detective." Lin Xiaotian grabbed the male policeman's hands and shook them up and down. If the other party was not a man, he would really hug him and kiss him hard to express his gratitude. Of course, you can't be completely cleared of the charges. This sentence knocked Lin Xiaotian down again. He looked at the male police officer, wondering if the kick he had just given was too heavy, causing him to become a little confused. The drugs were found in your hotel, you must have some clues. The male police officer smiled faintly, so you have to cooperate with us to find the real culprit. Brother, so many people come to book rooms in the hotel every day. Lin Xiaotian rolled his eyes. He actually already had an idea in his mind, but he had to at least pretend. After all, he had no evidence. It's up to you. The male police officer finally got the upper hand, and his tone became a little proud. Cooperate with us to catch the criminal, or let us treat you as a criminal and give you. The male police officer chuckled and said, you have 2 seconds to think about it. Cooperation. Lin Xiaotian blurted out immediately. The two of them couldn't help but smile at each other. They really have a tacit understanding. Now that they had become collaborators, Lin Xiaotian realized that the male policeman was actually Li Feng, deputy director of the Donghai Public Security Bureau, in charge of criminal investigation. Donghai is a city with developed transportation and a large flow of people. When many criminals flee across the country, 70% of them have to pass through Donghai City, so criminal investigation is particularly important. Since Li Feng took office, he has solved many major cases in the country. Yesterday evening, they received a Red A-level wanted order stating that a drug trafficking group had settled in Donghai. Soon after, they received a report phone call telling them that drug trafficking was taking place at the Rus Hotel in front of Donghai University. Li Feng made arrangements immediately. In view of the special nature of the hotel, he and Liu Yu pretended to be a man and a woman staying in the hotel to first stabilize Lin Xiaotian, and then his men sneaked into the hotel to search. Sure enough, they found the package in the flush tank of the hotel's public bathroom. When his men took out there, Li Feng had already clearly sensed that something was wrong, but Lin Xiaotian had already attacked them and he had turned into a pig head. He had no choice but to pull out his gun and take Lin Xiaotian to the police station. Director Li, I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize you. When Lin Xiaotian heard Li Feng mention the pig head again, he quickly held his hands and apologized sincerely. Har har, we can be said to have known each other for a long time. As long as you cooperate with us to solve this case, you kick me and we'll be done with it. Li Feng's words had hidden meaning, and Lin Xiaotian could only swallow his anger. He thought about how he had never suffered such a loss when he was in the army. When we returned to their hotel, it was almost dawn. Aunt Du was sitting at the bar, dozing off like a chicken pecking at rice. Aunt Du, Lin Xiaotian called softly, and Aunt Du sat up all of a sudden, looking at Lin Xiaotian blankly, and then her mouth opened wider and wider. Xiaotian, why are you back? I haven't done anything bad. Once the police find out clearly, they will of course let me go. Lin Xiaotian smiled and let Aunt Du go home to rest. He would do the cleaning for her today. Chapter 16. See what else you have. Soon, all the guests who had checked into the room last night came to check out. Although Lin Xiaotian had not slept all night, he was in good spirits. After most of the guests had left, he took out the mop and started cleaning. The floor in the hall was mopped so badly that it could be used as a mirror. Lin Xiaotian stood at the door, waiting for the floor to dry while watching people coming and going on the street. He always felt that something was missing. His stomach growled a few times, and Lin Xiaotian suddenly remembered that usually the boss's wife would have come over with breakfast at this time. Why hadn't she come today? It seemed like she was really planning to let him work without eating. Could it be that I lost the mahjong game? Lin Xiaotian muttered a few words, went to the street to buy 2 sets of egg pancakes, and walked back while eating. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Su Yueru walking out with dark circles under her eyes. She was stunned when she saw him. Weren't you arrested? Su Yueru grabbed Lin Xiaotian's arm and looked him up and down carefully. Only after she was sure that he was not hurt did she feel slightly relieved. The innocent will be innocent. It was the first time that Lin Xiaotian felt Su Yueru's true feelings, and a warm feeling suddenly rose in his heart. It seemed that he still had a certain weight in Su Yueru's heart. Are you okay? I guess it's okay now. Lin Xiaotian thought of Li Feng's meaningful smile when he was about to leave, but he didn't want Su Yueru to worry about him. Solving problems is a man's job. Su Yueru's worried face revealed a slight smile. Lin Xiaotian was about to say a few flattering words like thank you for the boss lady's concern, but he felt something was wrong. Really? 1 month's salary will be deducted for 1 night's absence from work. Lin Xiaotian was about to spit out blood. Is there any justice in this world? 1 month's salary was deducted from him. At noon, Su Yueru brought 5 or 6 delicious dishes to the store, which made Lin Xiaotian feel like a child who was slapped. When he was feeling aggrieved, she stuffed a piece of candy into his mouth. If he had a little backbone, he would have refused to eat it out of spite. However, Su Yueru knew his temper and appetite well. I really don't appreciate your kindness this time. Lin Xiaotian muttered indignantly as he stuffed the braised chicken into his mouth. However, Su Yueru did not respond as usual. She just held the small bowl of rice and mechanically picked up grains of rice one by one and put them into her mouth, looking at Lin Xiaotian with complex and tangled eyes. What's up? Su Yueru smiled calmly and shook her head, then picked up a piece of fish belly and put it in Lin Xiaotian's bowl. No, eat your meal. After eating and drinking, Su Yueru did not leave, but sat beside Lin Xiaotian and stared at him from time to time. Lin Xiaotian knew that Su Yueru was tight-lipped and could not ask anything, but he had something else in his mind that he had to do urgently. He deliberately yawned twice. I dare not sleep in the police station. I have to go to work today. Madam Boss, you are not going to let me work non-stop, are you? Su Yueru rolled her eyes at him and picked up the bag. Take a rest for a while, don't miss the opening this afternoon. Don't worry. Lin Xiaotian watched Su Yueru get into the taxi, then he turned around, pulled down the rolling door, and called Li Feng. Lin Xiaotian asked Li Feng to help him find out the background of the purple-haired man who caused trouble yesterday and which hospital he went to. He was sure that this guy was framing him, but it would be useless to say anything without evidence. The message was quickly sent to Lin Xiaotian's mobile phone. The purple-haired man is Li Fanglei, the only son of Donghai real estate tycoon Li Jianlin. After being beaten by Lin Xiaotian yesterday, he was admitted to the city's First People's Hospital. His ward number is 1808, a VIP luxury suite. Just as Lin Xiaotian finished reading the message, Li Feng called him. Lin Xiaotian, do you suspect Li Fanglei? Do you have any evidence? If you don't have reliable information, don't stir up this hornet's nest. The police chief was actually afraid of this rich second generation. Lin Xiaotian was immediately a little contemptuous. He snorted and said unhappily, I know my limits. Li Feng seemed to realize something and said awkwardly, that's good. Then he hung up the phone. Lin Xiaotian hailed a taxi and drove to the municipal hospital. He wanted to meet this rich second generation again today to see if he had any other tricks. The treatment in the deluxe ward was different from that in the ordinary ward. Not only was there a special elevator, but there were also 2 burly security guards standing inside the elevator. When they saw Lin Xiaotian, they immediately looked him up and down. Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? Li Fanglei. Lin Xiaotian stepped into the elevator. I don't need an appointment to see him. The 2 security guards looked at each other, and one of them reached out to press the call button on the elevator. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the other side, Lin Xiaotian knew that if Li Fanglei really answered the call, he would probably have to work hard to get up. Look, it's already noon and he has to open the store for business in the afternoon, so why would he have the time to waste? Lin Xiaotian hung up the call abruptly and pressed the 18th floor directly. The 2 security guards were not happy with this. They reached out with 2 big arms, grabbed his shoulders and were about to throw him out of the elevator. Lin Xiaotian groaned, shifted his body to avoid the attack from the security guard on the right, and grabbed the big fat hand of the security guard on the left. He suddenly exerted force from his waist and abdomen, and threw him over his shoulder. The elevator suddenly shook violently, and the security guard lay on the ground with his eyes rolled up, twitching in pain. Gulp. There was a loud sound of swallowing saliva. The security guard on the right looked at Lin Xiaotian in horror, then looked at his companion on the ground. The big man weighing more than 200 pounds was easily thrown over the shoulder by Lin Xiaotian. How much strength must he have? Do you want to taste this? Lin Xiaotian looked at the security guard with a squint. The security guard quickly waved his hand and shook his head, then plopped himself on the ground. I'd better lie down by myself. The elevator stopped with a ding. Lin Xiaotian sneered and walked slowly towards Ward 1808. Before she reached the door of Ward 1808 was pushed open with a bang, and a young nurse ran out with red eyes, holding an injection tray. A burst of obscene laughter came from behind her. Why are you pretending to be innocent? It's your fortune that our young Master Li likes you. A pungent smell of perfume followed, and a heavily made-up woman followed closely, twisting her hips and reaching out to pull the young nurse. Don't be so shameless. I'm sorry, please let me go. The young nurse was embarrassed and angry, and her whole body was trembling. But the woman refused to give in and dragged her into their house. Lin Xiaotian coughed softly, took a step forward and stood between the two women, covering his nose and rolling his eyes. I said, I don't want to go in. How can you be so shameless as to force me to go in? The heavily made-up woman's face darkened. There is no green grass by the river, so where does the talkative donkey come from? Boy, you didn't bring your glasses when you went out today. Is this the place you came to? Chapter 17, Paying for a Beating. As soon as the woman finished her words, a crisp slap landed on her face. Lin Xiaotian snorted coldly. Just because I don't hit women doesn't mean I won't hit people. Half of the heavily made-up woman's face suddenly swelled up like a steamed bun. She looked at Lin Xiaotian with some horror. Who was this guy in front of her? How dare he hit Master Li's woman? Lin Xiaotian pushed her aside and walked into the ward. The ward was a one-bedroom and one living room suite. The living room was large but no one was there. Bursts of laughter came from the inner room, and the air was filled with smoke. Lin Xiaotian picked up a glass from the coffee table and smashed it against the door of the inner room. The shattering sound was accompanied by screams. 3 women in tatters ran out of the inner room. Their big breasts trembled and they looked at Lin Xiaotian in surprise. Who was it? So arrogant. Li Fanglei, come out. Lin Xiaotian had no interest in such a woman. He sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs and shouted in an arrogant manner. The purple-haired man was sitting in a wheelchair with a murderous look on his face and was pushed out by a woman. When he saw Lin Xiaotian, his expression changed immediately, and he immediately cursed in a fierce tone. Boy, I let you go yesterday, but you come to seek death again today. I will satisfy you. As they were talking, the women who were almost naked had already formed their stance and surrounded Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian pretended not to see it, with a sneer on his face, and squinted at Li Fanglei. You were the one who did what happened in our hotel yesterday. What are you still standing there for? Send him back to his grandma's house. Li Fanglei screamed at the women. He didn't bring anyone with him yesterday and let this kid take advantage of him. Today he wants to get back everything he lost with interest. The 4 women stood in 4 directions. When they heard Li Fanglei's order, one of them immediately dodged behind Lin Xiaotian and used the eagle claw to attack Lin Xiaotian's throat. Lin Xiaotian was neither hurried nor slow. He blocked her throat with his right hand and suddenly grabbed the woman's arm with his left hand, then pulled her over from behind the sofa. The woman wanted to attack again, but Lin Xiaotian grabbed her wrist and her pulse point. Her whole body became weak and numb, and she fell into Lin Xiaotian's arms with a plop. Oh, how can you, a bodyguard, be so shameless? Lin Xiaotian said this, but he held the woman in his hands and prevented her from standing up. The woman's face turned purple and she wished she could slap Lin Xiaotian to death. Seeing their companion suffer, the others shouted oh and rushed towards Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian laughed loudly and jumped up, throwing the woman in his arms towards the 3. By the time they could block him, Lin Xiaotian was already standing behind Li Fanglei with a smile, one hand on his shoulder. This young master has a sympathy for women, and he won a fight with women. The courage that Li Fanglei had just built up was like a balloon pricked by a needle, and it deflated with a puff. Big brother, if you have something to say, let's talk it out. Lin Xiaotian smiled even more brightly. You sent someone to do that thing yesterday. Li Fanglei was still pretending to be stupid. Lin Xiaotian had a smile on his face, but veins on his hands were popping out and he pinched Li Fanglei's shoulders so hard that they crackled. I'll tell you. Li Fanglei was sweating profusely from the pain and almost peed. But what Li Fanglei said was that he asked someone to call the reporting hotline to report activities in the hotel, but it was not about drugs. Lin Xiaotian tried a few more times, and Li Fanglei even said the names of his grandparents, but did not mention at all. It seems that this matter really has nothing to do with him. Who could that be? Lin Xiaotian was wondering in his heart, if it really wasn't Li Fanglei who did it, then did drug dealers really enter the hotel yesterday and really use their hotel as a trading place? Lin Xiaotian was thinking about something with his eyes rolling around. Li Fanglei couldn't guess what was in his mind. Lin Xiaotian was still pinching his shoulder, and from time to time he was squeezing it harder, and his shoulder blade was almost broken. Why didn't he let go? He had already blackmailed him for 500,000 yesterday. Could it be that this man was too greedy? Brother, brother. Li Fanglei finally couldn't help shouting, I know that your hotel suffered losses last night. I'll pay you whatever you want. Pay compensation. Okay. Lin Xiaotian came back to his senses and patted Li Fanglei on the shoulder a few more times. I like your straightforward personality. Since we are old acquaintances, I won't kill you. Give me 100,000 or 80,000, and this matter will be over. 100,000. Li Fanglei squeezed out these two words from between his teeth. His father was rich, but to spend such a large amount of money to have someone beat him up was not only painful but also heartbreaking. Why, it's too little, are you embarrassed? Lin Xiaotian's eyes had turned into crescents. Then it's 200,000, no more. If you give me more, I will be angry with you. Li Fanglei didn't dare to say anything more, and quickly asked someone to bring the bank card on his bedside to Lin Xiaotian. Brother, you see I'm injured, it's not convenient for me to send you off. Brother, take care. Har har, you're welcome. Lin Xiaotian took the bank card. I'll beat you up and you'll give me money. Call me next time something good like this happens. Bye. Bye. Li Fanglei felt as if someone had cut him in the heart. The pain was so severe that he almost vomited blood. After making sure that Lin Xiaotian was really gone, he grabbed the cup on the coffee table and threw it at the women. Idiot, waste, find someone to teach that kid a lesson right away, I don't want to see him again. Lin Xiaotian put the bank card into his pocket. Although he didn't get any clues about the drugs, the trip was not in vain. He had to hide the card well. After all, it was his own private money. Brother, thank you. A timid voice sounded in his ears. Lin Xiaotian then noticed the young nurse standing in the corner of the elevator. Looking at her beautiful eyebrows and phoenix eyes, she was beautiful and pure. No wonder Li Fanglei wanted to hit on her. Har har, it's a small matter. Lin Xiaotian smiled slightly, you'd better stay away from that trash in the future. The young nurse's eyes suddenly turned red and she quickly lowered her head, mumbling a few words. Lin Xiaotian pricked up his ears and then he heard clearly what she said. It was her job responsibility and she had no choice. Lin Xiaotian looked at her pitiful appearance, and his tender feelings for her began to overflow again. He reached out and gently patted the girl's shoulder. How about this? You tell that rubbish that you are my sister, and if he dares to hit on you again, you call me. Really? The little nurse's face flushed with excitement. Brother, you are so awesome. Young Master Li will never dare to bully me again. He. Lin Xiaotian glanced at the nurse's name tag. Lin Xiaofang, they were really a family hundreds of years ago. After leaving the hospital, Lin Xiaotian looked at the time, cried out inwardly, oh no, and quickly reached out to stop a car. It was almost dark, and if he missed the opening, Suyueru would definitely deduct his salary again. After hurrying as fast as they could, they arrived at the hotel entrance. Suyueru was standing there looking around with a worried look on her face. When she saw Lin Xiaotian jumping out of the taxi, the worry on her face immediately turned into anger. Lin Xiaotian, you are absent from your post without permission. I will deduct 3 months' salary from you. Chapter 18, It's stupid not to make money. Lin Xiaotian felt guilty, so he rushed to the front desk to find something to do, making himself appear extremely busy. Only then did Suyueru's anger slowly subside. She knew yesterday that Lin Xiaotian was in police station. For Lin Xiaotian's sake, she made a phone call that might have harmed herself. That whole day and night, Suyueru's mood was like a roller coaster, ups and downs, always unable to calm down. Especially when she couldn't see Lin Xiaotian, she would worry if something had happened to him again. Boss, let's get a room. Business came. Suyueru looked at Lin Xiaotian's busy figure, stood for a while, then went out with her bag. When she came back, she had 2 big food boxes in her hands. It smells so good. Lin Xiaotian quickly finished the work at hand and opened a food box. It was full of braised prawns. Lin Xiaotian didn't even have time to pick up chopsticks. He just picked up one and put it into his mouth, eating it all with the skin and meat. The way you eat makes it seem like I'm abusing you. Suyueru brought the bowl and chopsticks and served him the rice. Looking at Lin Xiaotian eating with relish, she suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. If she could eat with this man like this and stay with him until old age, perhaps it would be a happy thing. Madam Boss. After finishing eating, Lin Xiaotian quickly packed up his things and said, "It's getting late. You should go home soon. A woman shouldn't go home too late." Su Yueru immediately frowned. "You sent me away so quickly, maybe you want to make some private money. Am I that kind of person?" Lin Xiaotian suddenly became anxious and took out the card. 200,000, do I need to take your little business money? As soon as he took out the card, Lin Xiaotian regretted it so much. His brain must have been confused by the braised shrimps. Why did he take out the money? It was over, it was over. He finally realized that he would never be a rich man in this life. "Lin Xiaotian, you can do it." Su Yueru picked up the card with a smile. "Tell me, how to deal with it." "Hand it in." Watching Su Yueru slowly putting the card into her bag, Lin Xiaotian regretted so much that he wanted to slap himself. He was so mean. Lin Xiaotian spent the whole evening worrying about this matter whenever he had free time. Su Yueru's birthday was in a few days, and he had wanted to use the money to buy her a car as a surprise, but now he had no money left. "I can't blackmail Li Fanglei again. That would be too shameless." Lin Xiaotian quickly shook his head and thought of several ways to make money, but at most he could only buy a car wheel. There was really no other way, so he had to think about Li Fanglei. Lin Xiaotian thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. Anyway, he was a bitch, and he paid someone to beat him up. He was just helping others. Lin Xiaotian chuckled and looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. There were basically no people coming at this time, so he could close the door and take a break. He walked out of the bar to close the rolling door, but saw two figures staggering not far away. Lin Xiaotian stopped and watched them approach. He would not turn away customers when business came to his door. But it was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. The person who came was none other than the fat guy who wanted to do something bad to Zhu Karen a few days ago, Go Rong, the chancellor of Donghai University. Go Rong was half holding and half supporting a girl, who was probably drunk again. Seeing Lin Xiaotian standing at the door staring at him with a smile, Go Rong quickly picked up the girl and turned to walk towards another hotel. Last time, this kid ruined his good deeds, and he hadn't had time to teach him a lesson. After today's work is done, he will definitely let this kid suffer a little and see if he still meddles in other people's business. Go Rong thought angrily. That place is full. Lin Xiaotian stood in front of Go Rong with a smile. "I don't want your ID card today." Go Rong looked at Lin Xiaotian in disbelief. Has anyone taught this kid a lesson for him? Does he know how to do things? But the price is a bit high. Lin Xiaotian stretched out his hand. 10,000 yuan a night. Rob it. Go Rong immediately shouted, "I'd rather have sex in the wild than go into your hotel." Okay. Lin Xiaotian took out his phone and pointed it at Go Rong. "Then I'll take some videos and post them online. At least I can make some pocket money." Go Rong was so choked that he was speechless. He turned around and walked away dragging the girl. Lin Xiaotian followed him slowly. He watched the girl in his arms getting hotter and heavier, until she collapsed to the ground, mumbling as she began to take off her clothes. Sweat began to drip down from Go Rong's head. "Counselor, if you don't hurry up, the police will come on patrol." Lin Xiaotian pointed his cell phone at the girl on the ground, then at Go Rong. He really wanted to take a picture. "What on earth do you want?" Go Rong was about to collapse, and he yelled at Lin Xiaotian, "Boy, do you believe that I will call someone to cripple you right away?" Lin Xiaotian's smile deepened. "I'll wait." "You, what on earth do you want to do?" Go Rong was completely helpless and sat down on the ground. "Master, I beg you, let me go." He took out a handful of pink bills from his pocket. "You want money, don't you? I'll give it all to you, let me go." "Dirty." Lin Xiaotian curled his lips in disdain and shook his phone again. "I took all your ugly photos on my phone. From now on, if you dare to cheat on girls again, I will put these photos of you on the school website. You know what the result will be." You, Go Rong was so angry that his face turned black, but he didn't dare to make a big deal out of it. He rolled his eyes a few times and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Okay, I promise you, I won't touch these girls, those photos. Don't worry, I will delete the photo when you have really changed it." Lin Xiaotian looked at the girl on the ground. She was in the same situation as Zhu Karen at that time. Her face was red and her clothes were almost naked. But compared with Zhu Karen, her figure and face were much worse. Lin Xiaotian was a man who had seen the world, so he could be said to be calm. But Go Rong still had lustful intentions. It was estimated that this old man's mind was full of. He stood there motionless, staring at the girl, his throat trembling violently. By the way, is your school's website down high? Lin Xiaotian deliberately raised his phone. If you don't get out of here, I'll post the photos. I'm leaving. Go Rong quickly waved his hands, trembling with fat, and ran away like the wind. Lin Xiaotian hesitated for a moment, took off his clothes, wrapped the girl, carried her on his shoulders and carried her back to their hotel. He followed the same method to remove the drug from the girl, and then Lin Xiaotian returned to the front desk. Having not slept for a whole day and night, he fell headfirst on his little bed, muttering a few words. Am I a fool for not wanting to make money even if I have the chance? He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 19. You want to cheat me? No way. A ray of sunlight sprinkled on Lin Xiaotian's face. He blinked hard several times, stretched lazily, sat on the edge of the bed for a while, then rubbed his eyes and opened the rolling door. Aunt Du was already standing at the door. When she saw him open the door, she immediately handed him the lunchbox with a smile. Xiaotian, the porridge I made this morning is still hot. Eat it quickly. Thank you, Aunt Du. Lin Xiaotian opened the lid of the lunchbox, and a warm fragrance with the smell of home wafted out. Aunt Du asked Lin Xiaotian to go to his room to eat porridge, and she checked out for him and then cleaned the room. Lin Xiaotian did not refuse. Ever since he accidentally swallowed the wolf fang left by He Lanxue that day, although his injuries had healed, his appetite had increased rapidly. He ate so much for dinner yesterday that he woke up hungry early this morning. Lin Xiaotian ate a large lunchbox of hot porridge, accompanied by some pickled side dishes by Aunt Du. He was sweating all over and his whole body was hot. With food in his stomach, his energy was completely restored. He quickly wiped his mouth and ran out to work. As soon as he went out, he saw a skinny guy running towards the hotel with his arms folded. Lin Xiaotian immediately stopped him. Stop. The skinny boy shuddered and stopped, slowly turned his head, and smiled at Lin Xiaotian. Brother Qian, I'm here to find my mother. It turned out to be Aunt Du's son Wang Hua. Aunt Du is in her 40s and has 2 children. The older one is in college and the younger one has not yet graduated from junior high school. Aunt Du's husband died in a car accident a few years ago, so the burden is quite heavy, which is why Su Yueru is reluctant to fire Aunt Du. Probably because of his poor family conditions, Wang Hua is much thinner than his peers, and has a weird temper. He always has a lifeless face when he meets everyone. Every time he comes to their hotel, he asks for money, so Lin Xiaotian dislikes him very much. Today Wang Hua actually smiled at him. Although the smile was not pretty, it was unprecedented. Lin Xiaotian did not react for a moment and just waved his hand to let him in. The sun rose from the west today. Can a dead face smile? Lin Xiaotian sneered at himself and went about his own business. By the time Su Yueru came over with breakfast, their work in the hotel had basically been finished. Seeing the fragrant steamed dumplings and chicken soup, Lin Xiaotian didn't hesitate and had another full meal. But after sitting for a while, Lin Xiaotian secretly said that he had eaten too much and had to go and satisfy his physiological needs. Lin Xiaotian quickly ran to the public bathroom of their hotel. Wang Hua just came out. Seeing Lin Xiaotian, he got nervous and blocked the door as if he didn't want him to go in. Lin Xiaotian pushed him away in a hurry and rushed in. After feeling relieved, he went to pump the water tank. The water tank made a lot of noise, but very little water came out. Lin Xiaotian muttered, "The broken water tank is broken again." Then he stepped on the pool next to him and looked into the water tank. He found a black plastic bag blocking the water outlet. Lin Xiaotian tore open the black bag, and a small bag of white stuff sank to the bottom of the water tank. Lin Xiaotian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he quickly took it out and squeezed it with his fingers. Damn, it was another bag of drugs. He asked Li Fanglei yesterday. Although the guy hated him to death, he seemed to have nothing to do with this matter. So there was only one possibility, which was what Li Feng said, that someone was conducting a drug deal in their hotel. Damn it, they actually dared to commit a crime right under my nose. Lin Xiaotian jumped down and was about to call Li Feng immediately, but he put the phone away after dialing 2 numbers. The drugs were here now, and if the police came, it would only alert the enemy. He wanted to see what kind of thief dared to commit a crime on his territory. Lin Xiaotian rewrapped the package and put it back into the water tank. Because a lot of water was spilled on the ground, in order to avoid suspicion, he simply poured water all over the floor of the bathroom, then walked out of the bathroom, shaking his hands. Back at the front desk, Aunt Du and Su Yueru were talking there. Wang Hua sat on the sofa quietly. There was a girl sitting next to him. Lin Xiaotian took a closer look. Wasn't this the girl he rescued last night? Did she know Wang Hua? When Wang Hua saw Lin Xiaotian come out, he kept staring at Lin Xiaotian with anger in his eyes, but when Lin Xiaotian followed his gaze, he immediately lowered his head. The girl's eyes were red and her brows were furrowed. It seemed that she remembered what happened last night. But Lin Xiaotian had a clear conscience. He just wondered why Wang Hua looked at him with such hatred. Lin Xiaotian looked at Su Yueru and shrugged. Zhu Karen, you know. Su Yueru was a little skeptical at first, but when she heard Zhu Karen's 3 words, she immediately understood and sighed, I understand. But Wang Hua didn't he understand, and the look in his eyes as he stared at Lin Xiaotian was almost spitting fire. Wang Hua, listen to me. Before Lin Xiaotian could finish his words, Wang Hua suddenly stood up and said in a muffled voice, Mom, I'm going to school. As he spoke, he pulled the girl and walked quickly to the door, as if he was afraid that someone would stop them. Lin Xiaotian laughed helplessly and looked at Aunt Du. Aunt Du, is Wang Hua here to ask for money again? Aunt Gui quickly waved her hands, her words revealing undisguised pride. You are really wrong this time. He said he found a tutoring job. Not only did he not ask for money, he also gave me a stack of money and said that he would never let me suffer in the future. At this point, Aunt Du choked up a little. Su Yueru quickly patted her shoulder to comfort her and said a few words of advice. Can a tutor make so much money? Lin Xiaotian muttered softly. Su Yueru glared at him fiercely. Lin Xiaotian smiled and found an excuse to run away. But he suddenly had a bad feeling. If the package in the bathroom was related to Wang Hua, then it would be difficult. With the 500 grams from yesterday and the small package from today, not a single peanut would escape. But wait. Lin Xiaotian scratched his head, something seemed to be wrong. When he took out the small bag just now, he estimated that it weighed no more than 50 grams. How could Li Feng and his men find so much? 500 grams of drugs were placed in the bathroom, but the drug dealer didn't make any move. He was just pretending to be willful. There must be a trap. Lin Xiaotian snorted twice, it's not that easy to trick me. The phone in Li Feng's office at the Donghai branch rang urgently. Li Feng picked up the phone and said, I'm Li Feng. Who are you? Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian was lying on his small bed, holding an apple in one hand and said anxiously, Director Li, another bag of drugs was found in the hotel. It's about 2 kilograms. Do you want to come and take a look? 1,000 grams. Li Feng suddenly stood up, have you found the suspect? No. Lin Xiaotian laughed secretly, are you guys coming over? I'll be there right away. After the call was disconnected, Lin Xiaotian quickly took a few bites of the apple and jumped up from the bed, get to work. Chapter 20 I don't have any shame. In the public restroom, Li Feng watched his men carefully take out the full black plastic bag from the water tank and put it on the ground. His brows immediately furrowed. It seemed that such a big drug trafficking case had to be reported. Director Li, do you think that drug dealer is an idiot? He released 1 kilogram yesterday and 2 kilograms today. Will he release 3 kilograms tomorrow? Is he selling flour? Lin Xiaotian looked at Li Feng thoughtfully. Li Feng laughed dryly and asked his men to take the drugs out for testing, while asking Lin Xiaotian how he found the package. Shit, the water tank is broken. Before Lin Xiaotian could finish his words, Liu Yu beside him immediately shrugged and turned away. Li Feng also realized that this was not a good place to talk, so he walked out immediately. A subordinate was waiting at the door. When he saw Li Feng, he immediately whispered something in his ear. Li Feng's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he stared at Lin Xiaotian fiercely, using flour to impersonate drugs, reporting a false case, believe it or not, I will detain you immediately. Lin Xiaotian, however, acted like a cynical hippie. The police used flour to deceive the citizens and broke the law knowingly. Shouldn't they also be arrested? You? Li Feng was choked by him and couldn't speak, but he had seen a lot of things in the world. He immediately laughed and said, young man, you reacted quickly. How did you think of the flour I used yesterday? I guessed it. Lin Xiaotian shouted at the policeman, "I say, don't throw that bag of flour away to us, it can still be used to steam buns." "Okay, let's not talk about flour." Li Feng pulled Lin Xiaotian out of the hotel. "How was your investigation yesterday? Is Li Fanglei related to this matter?" Lin Xiaotian stared at Li Feng with sharp eyes. If his memory was correct, he had never said that Li Fanglei was related to the drug case. Li Feng's face was embarrassed again. What happened to him today? He was a well-known police elite in Donghai City. Criminals were terrified when they heard his name. Why was it that when he was with Lin Xiaotian, it was as if he had forgotten to bring his brain out, and everything came out? However, this Lin Xiaotian seemed to have some kind of magic. When in front of him, he felt like a serious instructor in a police academy, and it seemed like he could not hide anything. "Okay, I won't hide it from you." Li Feng curled his lips. Instead of being so embarrassed, it would be better to say it bluntly. In fact, as early as the day when Lin Xiaotian followed Su Yueru to Donghai City, the police had received a task to pay more attention to Lin Xiaotian. Although they didn't know where Lin Xiaotian came from, they could only do their best to complete the task assigned by their superiors. So over the past year or so, most of Lin Xiaotian's actions have been under police surveillance, until a few days ago when Lin Xiaotian suddenly became extremely powerful and injured several leaders of the Lightning Gang. Yesterday, he even broke the leg of Li Fanglei, a tyrannical rich second generation from Donghai City. Li Feng was so happy that he slammed the table. They are police officers whose duty is to maintain social peace. However, Li Fanglei keeps causing trouble every other day. The police want to deal with him, but they have no way to do so. His family is rich and he has 5 or 6 lawyers. Every time he gets into trouble, the lawyers can always find a loophole to make Li Fanglei innocent. When Li Feng saw Lin Xiaotian beating Li Fanglei so hard that he cried for his parents, he said it was so exciting that he immediately thought of a way to deal with Li Fanglei. "Fuck you, if you want to deal with that scum, just slander me." Lin Xiaotian was annoyed and spat in hatred. "I quit." "Xiaotian, please listen to me." Li Feng pulled him closer and said, "We did receive a tip-off that a group of drug traffickers sneaked into Donghai City, but we still can't find their whereabouts. A few days ago, an insider reported that Li Fanglei had contact with this group of drug traffickers." Lin Xiaotian ignored him. He had been under surveillance for the whole year and he didn't even notice it. How sad. He was so injured that he even lost the most basic anti-tracking instinct. "They have been following me secretly for a year, and now they want me to help them. Dream on. Not to mention that you are deputy director, I won't give you face even if you are the provincial party secretary." "Xiaotian, the secretary of the provincial party committee secretary called this morning to ask about you." Li Feng's tone became more friendly. "From the first time I met you, I knew you were definitely not an ordinary person." What a disgusting flattery. Lin Xiaotian was too lazy to pay attention to him, but how did the secretary of the provincial party secretary know about him? Lin Xiaotian thought of his previous identity, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. It seemed that the organization had not forgotten him. "Xiaotian, what do you think? Join us." Li Feng saw that Lin Xiaotian's expression had eased a lot, and thought that his words had touched him, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. Lin Xiaotian snorted coldly and looked up at the sky. "It's already noon. Our boss lady will provide the meal, but please help yourself." "Lin Xiaotian, don't be so shameless." Liu Yu, who had been standing next to him, couldn't help it any longer. "Believe it or not, I will close your hotel right away. I am shameless. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are a police officer. Our hotel has not violated any law. You can close it if you want. What a good thing, it's not against the law." Liu Yu snorted coldly. "You'd better not open the door at night, otherwise, you'll just have to wait to eat government food." As she said that, Liu Yu forcibly dragged Li Feng into the police car, and drove away with a lot of noise. "Want to threaten me?" Lin Xiaotian made a face at the police car that was driving away, and swaggered back to the hotel. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a man and a woman walking out quickly with their heads down. Lin Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. Every guest who comes to book a room has an ID card, but this does not mean that their hotel is innocent. If they are really raided, it seems that they will have to eat steamed bread for a few days. What should he do? Admit his mistake? That's not his style, but a female man like Liu Yu can definitely do what she says. Is he really not going to open the door tonight? What a huge loss that would be. Forget it. A real man is one who can bend and stretch. Lin Xiaotian coughed for a few days, took out his cell phone and called Li Feng. Director Li, the package of drugs is still in our hotel. You have to take it away and deal with it. I'll send someone to get it later. Li Feng started to take the shelf. What a bullshit. Lin Xiaotian cursed inwardly, and then said, I just thought about it again. If the drug dealer is not caught, our hotel will also be implicated. Director Li, what do you think? The words have been made very clear. If Li Feng doesn't respond, Lin Xiaotian will really curse. Li Feng hummed for a long time, and finally said, that makes sense, then let's talk about cooperation, but... Lin Xiaotian's heart was in suspense again. If Li Feng was in front of him, he would really pinch his neck and get the rest of the words out of him. It's already noon. We have to go back to eat. We have to go out on patrol tonight. Let's talk about cooperation tomorrow. By the way, you should close your hotel for 2 days to avoid the limelight. Lin Xiaotian gritted his teeth and said, it's my treat, come over here. Li Feng and Liu Yu, who were hiding in a corner not far away, looked at Lin Xiaotian's anxious look and couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. It was said that Lin Xiaotian treated the guests, but actually it was Li Feng who paid. This immediately changed Lin Xiaotian's impression of Li Feng from negative to positive. After all, he was short of money at the moment, and he also wanted to give the boss's wife a birthday present, so it would be best if he could save some money. Li Feng told Lin Xiaotian that he suspected that the drugs in Ryu's hotel were brought by drug traffickers, and the worst-case scenario was that they had already flowed into the city. If those bad guys were not caught as soon as possible, the harm to society would be immeasurable. I asked Li Fanglei today, and from the way he spoke, it seemed like he knew nothing about this matter. Lin Xiaotian was very confident in his fists, and Li Fanglei was definitely not someone who could take a beating. Try again. Li Feng frowned slightly. The information from the insider should not be wrong, we must try to minimize the harm and not give up even a glimmer of hope. I understand. Lin Xiaotian nodded seriously. Chapter 21, with the handle in hand, you can get whatever you want. When they returned to their hotel, people had already started to check in. Antu was registering guests with a smile on her face. When she saw Lin Xiaotian coming back, she immediately handed him a pen and said, Xiaotian, you come and register. I'll go buy some good food and make you a delicious meal tonight. Lin Xiaotian smiled faintly, looking at Antu's back, thinking about something, until the tenant urged him. He hurried to register and get the key. The meal was indeed very rich. Antu's daughter Xiao Minute also came over after school. When she saw Lin Xiaotian, she timidly called him Brother Qian and ran away to play on the computer. Antu set the table and took out a bottle of beer and poured it for everyone. She blushed and raised the beer to Suyueru and said, Boss Su, I know you sympathize with me, so you let me clean here. You are all good people. I want to thank you today. Suyueru and Lin Xiaotian looked at each other. They could understand Antu's feelings. Usually, Antu seldom bought tofu that cost even $1. Today, her son was able to make money, so she could be relieved. Only? Lin Xiaotian was very conflicted. What if Xiaohua's money was not clean? Would Antu be able to accept the blow after knowing the truth? Antu Lin Xiaotian wanted to remind her, but he didn't know how to say it when the words came to his lips. It was rare that Antu was so happy today, why should he spoil her fun? Antu was drunk, crying and laughing while holding the wine bottle. Her daughter Xiaomin was so scared that she didn't know what to do. In the end, Lin Xiaotian carried Antu to the room and settled her down. Then he returned to the front desk and looked at Suyueru in silence. I know, just do it. It will be good for him. Suyueru sighed softly, I hope he can understand. Lin Xiaotian nodded, walked out the door and went straight to Donghai University, where Antu's son Xiaohua was studying. The early summer night was slightly cool and the school gate was closed. Lin Xiaotian stood outside the back wall and watched for a while, then took a few steps back, took a running start, pushed his feet against the wall and leaped hard, grabbed the top of the wall with his arms, flipped his body, and jumped in. The land at the back of the wall was probably very fertile, with grass growing as high as half a person. Lin Xiaotian walked towards the campus on the grass. Suddenly, a muffled cry came from behind him, and then it disappeared. What bad luck! I hope I won't encounter someone having sex outdoors. Lin Xiaotian quickened his pace, but the shouting sounded again. This time Lin Xiaotian heard it clearly. Someone was shouting, "Help!" After 2 shouts, their voice seemed to be covered by someone, and then the bushes began to shake violently. "You are meddling in other people's business again." Lin Xiaotian strode over and saw in the moonlight a fat, white body squirming there, trying to suppress another petite figure. How could Lin Xiaotian just stand by and watch? He raised his leg and kicked the fat pig hard on the butt. The fat pig was caught off guard and fell out with a strange cry. The petite figure immediately got up and ran away without waiting for Lin Xiaotian to ask her a question. "You didn't even say thank you." Lin Xiaotian smiled, shook his head and turned to leave, but turned back and kicked the fat man who was about to sneak away to the ground. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet on. It was none other than that old man Go Rong who still had lustful intentions. "You old bastard, how dare you bully a girl?" Lin Xiaotian immediately took out his mobile phone and was about to log into the university website. Go Rong knelt down in front of Lin Xiaotian and said, little brother, please give me another chance. I really don't dare to do it anymore." "Can a dog change its nature?" Lin Xiaotian kicked him away. "Don't dirty my clothes." "I can change it, I really can." How could Go Rong dare to let go of Lin Xiaotian, for he was afraid that as soon as he let go, Lin Xiaotian would post the pictures to the school website. Not only would it be embarrassing, but he would also have no money or power left. Lin Xiaotian didn't want to get entangled with him anymore. This kind of scum was born to be a mean person. If he didn't suffer, he would never learn his lesson. Now he regretted that he had indulged him. "Brother, please, I really changed. I have an 80-year-old mother and 2 children to support. My wife has been paralyzed in bed for many years. I am so impatient. Brother, please give me another chance." Lin Xiaotian wanted to kick this guy away in disgust, but then he thought it would be difficult to find Xiaohua on the university campus in the middle of the night, so he might as well make use of this guy first, and then expose his ugly behavior after he was done with him. Lin Xiaotian then waved his hand generously. "Okay, I'll give you another chance. I'm going to find Wang Hua from the computer science department, a freshman. Ask him to come out." Go Rong felt as if he had received an imperial decree when he heard Lin Xiaotian's words. He immediately picked up his clothes, put them on, and ran towards the school dormitory. Wang Hua followed Go Rong with a confused look on his face. When he saw Lin Xiaotian, he immediately turned around and wanted to run. However, he could not outrun Lin Xiaotian. After running a few steps, Lin Xiaotian grabbed his arm and pressed him to the ground. "Why are you running?" I didn't, I had to pee urgently." Lin Xiaotian picked up Wang Hua, looked around and walked towards the back of the dormitory building. This matter concerned Wang Hua's life, and he must not let others hear it. "Tell me, was it you who put that package in the bathroom?" Lin Xiaotian put Wang Hua down and stared at him. Wang Hua stood there at first, but when he heard Lin Xiaotian's words, his legs went weak and he squatted on the ground and began to tremble. "If you don't tell the truth today, I can't help you." Lin Xiaotian looked at Wang Hua's timid appearance and sighed slightly. "I don't want you to ruin yourself." "Brother Qian, I. Wang Hua held his face with both hands and started crying. After almost releasing all his emotions, Wang Hua wiped his tears and choked up as he recounted what had happened. When their father was alive, their family's life was better than most, but they were happy. But ever since his father had a car accident, the other party, who was powerful, didn't give them any compensation at all, and life at home began to become difficult. Most people nowadays are very snobbish. Wang Hua's family conditions were not good, so his classmates gradually distanced themselves from him and sometimes even made up bad things about him behind his back, so Wang Hua's personality became more and more weird. Wang Hua's mother works as a cleaner at Ryu's hotel. He thinks his mother's job is shameful, but life without money is even more shameful, so his biggest wish is to have endless money. Not long ago, he went to their hotel to ask his mother for money to buy books, and met a man at the door. "What kind of man?" Lin Xiaotian interrupted him. He could definitely remember who he met at the hotel entrance. But Wang Hua thought hard for a long time and shook his head. He was very ordinary. So ordinary that I don't even remember what he looks like now. Wang Hua went on to say that the man gave him a bag of something that looked like flour and asked him to put it in the water tank in the hotel's public bathroom, and then gave him a stack of money. Although Wang Hua was a naive person, he knew that the bag was definitely not a good thing. He hesitated for 2 days, But when he took the money and bought the computer he had longed for, he threw all his worries and fears behind him. Money is the kingly way. How many times did you release it? Lin Xiaotian was secretly surprised. What's wrong with kids nowadays? They will do anything for money. 2 or 3 times. How many times? Lin Xiaotian shouted softly. Wang Hua shuddered with fear and immediately burst into tears again. 5 times, only 5 times. Fuck. Lin Xiaotian really wanted to curse. Even if it was 50 grams each time and half a pound 5 times, it would be a heavy sentence enough. If Antu knew about it, she would collapse immediately. Brother Qian, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Brother Qian, please save me. Wang Hua saw that Lin Xiaotian's face was extremely ugly. He probably guessed that the consequences would be serious, so he knelt down in front of him. If my mother knew, she would definitely not survive. Lin Xiaotian pushed him away. He didn't think about your mother when he took the money, but now something happened and he brought your mother out again. But he didn't want to watch Wang Hua's life ruined. What should he do? Wang Hua looked at him eagerly. Lin Xiaotian let out a heavy breath and said, "Go back first. Let me think about it." Wang Hua seemed to want to say something. He moved his lips and looked at Lin Xiaotian's gloomy face, but dared not say anything. He went back to the dormitory in shame. Lin Xiaotian stood there for a while, watching a few fireflies slowly approaching from a distance. Knowing that the security guards had begun patrolling the campus, he quickly bent down, jumped out from the back wall and returned to their hotel. After a sleepless night, Lin Xiaotian was racking his brains, but he couldn't figure out how to reduce Wang Hua's guilt. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'd better consult a professional first. Lin Xiaotian shook his head vigorously, took a cold shower, and started a busy day. Lin Xiaotian had just sent away all the tenants who had checked out and was about to take a break. When he turned around, he saw Wang Hua hiding cautiously by the door, as if he was about to go in. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for my news? Lin Xiaotian was a little annoyed. If you were so scared when collecting the money, you shouldn't be so scared now. Brother Qian, I'll do it. Wang Hua walked in reluctantly, as if someone was pushing him from behind. Can you let me use your phone for a few days? Cell phone? What's this kid up to? Lin Xiaotian stood at the door and looked around, but there was no suspicious person. Wang Hua stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Lin Xiaotian was so anxious that he really wanted to pry open his mouth and get out the rest of the words. Thump. Just when Lin Xiaotian was getting angry, Wang Hua knelt in front of him again, sobbing, "Yesterday, Counselor Go heard what we said, and he asked me to take your phone back. Otherwise, he would call the police and have me arrested." Old bastard. Lin Xiaotian was so angry that he was about to burst. He suddenly raised his fist and smashed it hard on the bar. There was a crackling sound and the whole bar collapsed in half. Antu, who heard the noise, hurried out and was surprised to find her son slumped on the ground with tears all over his face, while Lin Xiaotian had a black face and looked ferocious as if he wanted to kill someone. Mom. Wang Hua threw himself into Antu's arms and burst into tears. Antu looked at her son in confusion, then at Lin Xiaotian. Recalling the indecent assault cases she often saw in the news, there was something wrong in Antu's eyes when she looked at Lin Xiaotian again. Chapter 22 Making Up for One's Mistakes. Take it and get out. Lin Xiaotian took out his cell phone and threw it in front of Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua picked up the phone, got up and ran away. Antu looked at her son's back worriedly, then looked at Lin Xiaotian. "Xiaotian, Antu has always treated you as her own child. You can't destroy Xiao Hua just to satisfy your own desires. I only have this one son." Lin Xiaotian felt like he was about to explode with anger. He had never suffered such humiliation since he was in his 20s. It was all because of that old bastard Go Rong. He had to vent his anger. He was too lazy to argue with Antu and turned to leave. Antu thought Lin Xiaotian was in the wrong and kept mumbling. Because their RU family hotel is very close to the university, the security guards all knew Lin Xiaotian. They did not stop him when he came in, but greeted him with a smile. Lin Xiaotian ran straight to the faculty office building. Did that old man Go Rong really think that he could only be cured by using the photos in his phone? Stupid. Brother Qian. Just when Lin Xiaotian was angrily going to settle the score with Go Rong, a beautiful figure not far away waved at him, and then floated over lightly. It was Zhu Karen. You're okay. Zhu Karen was overjoyed when she saw Lin Xiaotian, and her delicate face was immediately filled with smiles. Lin Xiaotian was originally filled with anger, but when he saw Zhu Karen, the anger was like encountering a gurgling stream, and it was extinguished little by little. I was really scared that day. Zhu Karen naturally took Lin Xiaotian's arm and leaned his head on his shoulder intentionally or unintentionally. I was worried for several days. I came back at dawn. Didn't you see me? Lin Xiaotian felt her hair touching his ears and smelled the faint fragrance of the girl's body. His heart was filled with emotion. I went home and just came back. Zhu Karen had just finished speaking when she heard a cough behind her, followed by a dull voice shouting, Zhu Karen, don't you know that you are not allowed to fall in love in college? You are so affectionate in broad daylight, do you have any shame? Lin Xiaotian felt their voice was familiar. He groaned and slowly turned around. Go Rong saw Lin Xiaotian's gloomy face and was so scared that his legs were shaking. You, what are you doing here? I tell you, I'm not afraid of you. Really? Lin Xiaotian stepped forward and grabbed Go Rong's neck. Do you think I can't punish you if you take away your phone? You, what do you want to do? Security guard, security guard. Go Rong grabbed at Lin Xiaotian with both hands, but he couldn't reach him at all. Lin Xiaotian's eyes suddenly changed, revealing a hint of murderous intent, and the veins on his arms bulged, but he actually slowly lifted up this fat man weighing more than 200 pounds. Go to hell! Lin Xiaotian growled and threw Go Rong out. He fell to the ground and rolled 7 or 8 times. He lay there for a long time without getting up. Go Rong was knocked unconscious by Lin Xiaotian and couldn't even stand up. It was the end of the morning self-study get out of class, and a large group of students were preparing to go get food with their lunch boxes. When they saw the fat guy go fall to the ground, some of the brave ones actually clapped their hands. The security guards at the door also ran over, one to help Go Rong, and the other to stop Lin Xiaotian. Young man, how can you come to the school to cause trouble? You are making it very difficult for us, please leave quickly. Although Lin Xiaotian was angry, he didn't want to implicate others. He nodded to Zhu Karen and walked out of the school. Go Rong suddenly became bolder when he saw the security guard coming over. He pointed at Lin Xiaotian's back and shouted, catch him. He dared to come to the campus to commit crimes. Call the police to arrest him. The two security guards smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Go Rong got angry and pulled the security guard who was helping him, grabbing his collar and saying, if you don't call the police, I'll make you get out right away. Counselor Go. The security guard laughed dryly and wanted to persuade Go Rong again, but Go Rong had lost face and wanted to get it back from them, and even started to tear the security guard's clothes. The security guards were probably also under someone's roof, and they couldn't stand up for a while. The two men were embarrassed by the fat man. Suddenly, another kick came from behind, knocking Go Rong to the ground like a dog chewing shit. When he raised his head again, 2 slices of sausage were hanging on his lips, and he was unable to speak. You are shameless. Lin Xiaotian cursed angrily, you'd better never leave the school gate again, otherwise I will beat you up every time I see you. Go Rong lay there obediently, and the students who were watching immediately burst into cheers. This old guy relies on his power to eat, drink and take bribes in school. When he sees a girl who is slightly pretty, he will try every means to take advantage of her. Who doesn't hate him but dares not speak out? Lin Xiaotian's behavior today is really gratifying. After beating up Fatty Go, Lin Xiaotian's anger was almost gone, but Wang Hua's matter still weighed heavily on his mind. Lin Xiaotian sighed and reached out for his cell phone, wanting to call Li Feng and consult with this professional, but his phone was empty. Only then did he realize that his cell phone had been blackmailed by Fatty Go. Give me back my phone. Fatty Go was speechless and just kept shaking his head and waving his hands. Lin Xiaotian raised his fist again. Fatty Go quickly took out his fruit machine and handed it to Lin Xiaotian, his eyes full of pleading. Just use it. Lin Xiaotian was not polite. He took the phone and studied it for a few seconds, then used it skillfully. He bought his phone at a flea market, so it was not a loss to change it to this fruit machine. Lin Xiaotian has become a hero in Donghai University. When he came out, he was surrounded by his classmates and sent to the entrance of the hotel before they dispersed. I never thought you were this kind of person. Before he even entered the door, a sour and angry voice rang out in front of him. Lin Xiaotian was stunned and looked up at Su Yueru's cold face, then looked at Antu, who was still sobbing on the sofa, and curled his lips helplessly. The innocent will confess. I don't want to say anything more, I'm going to sleep. Lin Xiaotian. Su Yueru was used to Lin Xiaotian's compliance with her way of doing things. Now seeing that he was so disdainful to defend himself, she suddenly felt embarrassed and couldn't help but yelled, "What on earth did you do to Xiaohua?" This sentence was like a knife stabbing Lin Xiaotian's heart. He suppressed his anger and stared at Su Yueru. A year is not a long time, but after everything he had done in this year, could it be that Su Yueru really didn't understand what kind of person he was? I'm not doubting you. There's a misunderstanding. Why don't you just speak it out? Su Yueru didn't dare to look at Lin Xiaotian's eyes, which were filled with suppressed anger and revealed disappointment and sadness. Ever since she met Lin Xiaotian, she had only seen him laughing. When had she ever seen such a complicated and sad look in his eyes? Perhaps she really had misunderstood him. There is no misunderstanding. Lin Xiaotian said coldly, walked into his room and slammed the door shut. Lin Xiaotian threw his phone aside and lay on the bed. What did these things have to do with him? He had risked his life to carry out the mission, but now he had fallen to the point where no one cared about him. Why did he still care about other people's affairs? Now he was covered in stink and couldn't wash himself clean. There was a gentle knock on the door. Lin Xiaotian pulled the pillow over his face. He was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk to anyone. He didn't want to care about these trivial matters. He used to think he was omnipotent, but a poison arrow almost cut him off from the world. Now he thinks he is doing good things, but people actually misunderstand him as a lewd gay. What a world! Xiaotian, I'm sorry. A soft and gentle voice came from outside the door, and Lin Xiaotian almost jumped up. Was this the voice of the proprietress? I misunderstood you. Are you hungry? I bought your favorite stewed food, freshly cooked. Lin Xiaotian swallowed his saliva reluctantly. No wonder the poem, bending for a few bushels of rice, has been passed down for thousands of years. It's no wonder, food is the most important thing for people. But if I go out like this, I lose face. Lin Xiaotian stood at the door and hesitated for a moment, wondering if Su Yueru had brought the braised dishes to the door. The rich aroma drifted straight into the room. A real man can bend and stretch. No matter what, Lin Xiaotian opened the door and faced Su Yueru with a stern face, but his eyes were fixed on the stewed dishes in her hand. He hadn't had time to eat since morning, and he was already starving. I won't forgive you so easily. Lin Xiaotian picked up a piece of meat and threw it into his mouth. I'm not a casual person. Su Yueru smiled sweetly and took out a tissue to wipe the sauce off the corners of his mouth. I didn't say you were careless. What do you want me to do to make you forgive me? Well, return the card with the 200,000 yuan to me, and my salary. It's been a year, you have to give me some. And. Before he could finish his words, Su Yueru's face darkened and she turned around and left with the plate. Lin Xiaotian's appetite had been aroused, and seeing the meat that was about to be in his mouth gone like that, how could he keep calm? He chased after her, crying, and when he saw Su Yueru looking at him with a smirk on her face, he could not help but sigh. Even a hero can't resist the temptation of beautiful women. No, it should be that he can't resist the temptation of delicious food. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Lin Xiaotian felt much better. He still had to take care of his own business. He called Li Feng and told him about the situation. However, for Wang Hua's sake, he did not mention Wang Hua's name. Li Feng hesitated for a long time. Just when Lin Xiaotian was about to lose control, the other party finally spoke. He has participated in so many drug trafficking incidents. No matter what the circumstances are, he will be sentenced. The only thing to adjust now is the severity of the sentence. If he can be our insider, then our police can plead with the court. There should be some hope. But the other party is a drug dealer, cruel and ruthless, and he is still a child. Thinking of Wang Hua's cowardly appearance, Lin Xiaotian was really worried that he would go to extremes out of fear. This is the only way. Li Feng sighed, we are also responsible for the failure of education. After this incident, we must give these children some legal education classes. Well, I'll try. Lin Xiaotian hung up the phone and flipped through the fruit machine in his hand out of boredom. There were many photos taken by Fatigo, and various accounts were still listed on it. When he flipped to the end, Lin Xiaotian couldn't help laughing. Fatigo threatened Wang Hua to take his phone away, but he didn't expect that there were more evidences in his own phone. Chapter 23, Campus Storm Again. If I don't teach you a lesson this time, you'd still think that your master Lin grew up eating vegetarian food. Lin Xiaotian collected all those disgusting photos of Fatigo and saved them in his mailbox as scheduled. He wanted to let Fatigo see with his own eyes the moment when he was ruined. When he stepped into the university again, the two security guards saw him, looked at each other, and immediately turned their heads, pretending not to see him, allowing Lin Xiaotian to walk in with a swagger. It was probably lunchtime and there were not many students on campus. Lin Xiaotian found Wang Huo in the cafeteria. Seeing that there was only a vegetarian dish and 2 steamed buns in his lunchbox, he suddenly felt sad. No wonder he was so thin. It really wasn't easy for him. Brother Chen. Wang Huo's face flushed with shame when he saw Lin Xiaotian. He lowered his head and tears started to flow again, dripping onto the cabbage in the bowl. Lin Xiaotian prepared 2 more servings of meat and vegetables and half a pound of rice for him, and pulled him to a corner with few people. Eat first, I have something to ask you later. The meat and vegetables smelled delicious, but Wang Huo had no appetite. He only took 2 bites and pushed the bowl and chopsticks away. Brother Chen, I can't eat anymore. I'm scared. Tell me, if the police catch me, will they sentence me to death? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Xiaotian quickly shouted at him, then thought for a moment and said, although I don't know what punishment awaits you, it will not be light. Now there is a way to go. Are you willing? Brother Chen, I don't want to die. If I die, what will happen to my mother and my sister? Wang Huo started crying again. Brother Chen, please save me. I know I was wrong. Lin Xiaotian patted his shoulders a few times, asking him to calm down first and relayed Li Feng's words to him. Wang Huo's face turned pale and he looked at Lin Xiaotian in horror. What if they kill me? Do you believe in Brother Chen? Wang Huo hesitated. In this situation, it seemed that he had no choice but to trust. Brother Chen will protect you. Lin Xiaotian stared into Wang Huo's eyes, and said word by word with a serious face, Brother Chen swears on his honor that he will never let you get hurt. Wang Huo finally nodded heavily. Lin Xiaotian then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Huo's matter was temporarily settled. He still had a more important thing to do next. He just hoped that it would not cause too much of a commotion on the campus of this university. HMPH. Lin Xiaotian sneered twice. Fatigo, wait for your attack. The cafeteria of Tunghai University is divided into 2 parts. The first floor is the student dining area, and the second floor is the faculty and staff area. Lin Xiaotian walked up to the second floor. Several teachers who had just finished their meal saw him and immediately shouted, Which department are you from? Students are not allowed to come up here. What Lin Xiaotian hated the most was this kind of unfair treatment. He groaned and continued walking up. These teachers were used to being arrogant in school. When they saw that Lin Xiaotian didn't buy their account, they felt embarrassed. 2 male teachers immediately came over to pull Lin Xiaotian downstairs. Lin Xiaotian didn't want to make any more noise. When he beat up Fatigo this morning, he had already caused quite a commotion. Seeing the 2 teachers coming to pull him away, Lin Xiaotian took 2 quick steps and went upstairs. Stop him, stop him. The teachers suddenly became anxious and started shouting. Everyone's eyes immediately turned over. When Go Rong saw Lin Xiaotian, he was so scared that he almost choked to death on his food. He picked up the lunchbox and was about to run away, but Lin Xiaotian stretched out his arm to stop him. Go Rong couldn't help shivering all over when he saw Lin Xiaotian, but then he thought that this was the teacher's cafeteria and he wouldn't dare to do anything, so he still said with a stiff upper lip, You dare to come and make trouble? Who is this? How can he be so young and look like a scoundrel? Security, where is the security? The teachers on the second floor began to shout at the same time. The 2 male teachers who wanted to pull Lin Xiaotian downstairs just now came to pull him again. Lin Xiaotian was really annoyed and swung his arms suddenly. The 2 teachers did not expect Lin Xiaotian to be so strong. They staggered a few steps and almost sat on the ground. A fight has broken out, help come. There was a sudden scream from the teachers. There were still many students downstairs who had not finished their meals. Being young and frivolous, how could these students miss the opportunity to watch the fun? They suddenly rushed up and saw the embarrassed looks of the 2 teachers. Some of them immediately started to make a fuss. The 2 teachers were embarrassed and ashamed, and rushed towards Lin Xiaotian again as soon as they stood firm. Go Rong was struggling to stand aside, and when he saw that a fight was about to start, he took advantage of the chaos to try to escape. However, Lin Xiaotian did not give him the chance. He grabbed him, struggled with his arms, and with a sudden shout, he lifted Go Rong up, and then threw him towards the two teachers. The floor on the second floor immediately began to shake. The three men fell to the ground screaming in pain, and the students at the stairs were laughing secretly. Security, security. Another teacher started calling for security. Lin Xiaotian looked around the second floor arrogantly. When something happens, the teacher would call for security. What positive energy can such a teacher teach? The security guard had been humiliated in person by Go Rong in the morning, so he didn't come out at all. Lin Xiaotian wanted to show off his power again, but he heard a stern female voice from the corner. "Shut up, don't you think you haven't made enough noise?" The teachers seemed to have heard a gag order and immediately fell silent. Even the students at the stairs, after hearing this, most of them ran away, leaving only 2 or 3 who were still trying to look around but did not dare to step forward. A tall, middle-aged woman in a dark business suit walked up to Lin Xiaotian with a cold face and said, "Where are you from? Why are you causing trouble in our school?" Her voice was deep, her facial features were almost as stiff as if they were painted, her hair was neatly gathered back and covered with a hairnet, her business suit was a little big, only half of her calves in black stockings were visible under her skirt, and she was wearing a pair of thick-heeled high heels. "Who is this lady?" Lin Xiaotian glanced at her slightly flat chest. On a small sign was written Gao Xiaomai, and below it were 2 small words, Principal. No wonder the place became quiet as soon as she spoke. It turned out she was the top leader of the school. But seeing how conservatively she was dressed, she must have very old-fashioned ideas. He had nothing in common with such a big sister, so he should finish his business quickly and go back to sleep. "Hello, Principal Gao, my name is Lin Xiaotian. I found Counselor Go's phone and came here to return it to him. I didn't expect that the teachers here thought I was here to steal their food." Gao Xiaomai's expression became even uglier. She turned around and glared at the teachers. Go Rong got up from the ground with a grin and pointed at Lin Xiaotian. "It's my phone, not yours." Lin Xiaotian's eyes immediately turned cold. Go Rong swallowed the rest of his words and tried to force a smile. "Thank you. You're welcome." Lin Xiaotian smiled again and handed the phone to Go Rong. Seeing that Go Rong was flipping through something quickly, he deliberately leaned over and said, "I'm so sorry, your password is the same as mine. I accidentally opened your mailbox and found an unsent email. Is it important? Don't forget to send it." Fatty Go stared at Lin Xiaotian nervously and opened his mailbox. Sure enough, there was an unsent email, and it was sent on a scheduled basis. When did he set this email? Go Rong was hesitating whether to open it or not. He knew how many secrets were hidden in the phone. If he opened it in front of so many people and the principal saw it, he would be embarrassed. 3, 2, 1. Lin Xiaotian counted down with a wicked smile. Go Rong was shocked and quickly reached out to click the delete button, but the email faithfully displayed the words, "Your email has been sent." What did you send from my phone?" Go Rong could no longer speak coherently. His heart was in his throat. He had a bad feeling that he was going to be doomed this time. "You'll know if you take a look for yourself." Lin Xiaotian laughed and turned to go downstairs. Before he even left the Donghai campus, the entire campus was in an uproar. The words kept circulating around the campus. "Have you read the school website? Check it out now, or it will be deleted. It's really too exciting. Fatty Go, just enjoy the happiness of being famous slowly." After returning to the hotel and seeing that it was still early, Lin Xiaotian lay down comfortably on the small bed, let out a breath, and took a short nap so that he would have enough energy to make money at night. Night arrived as expected, and business was booming as usual. Lin Xiaotian was busy for a while and was just about to pour a glass of water to take a breath and rest when he saw a thin figure wandering around the door. "Xiaohua, why don't you come in?" Lin Xiaotian called him. Wang Hua looked around and walked in. He was holding a school bag in his arms. His face was pale and his eyes were panicked. He didn't dare to look into Lin Xiaotian's eyes. Lin Xiaotian didn't say anything and poured him a glass of water. Wang Hua took it and drank it all. But when he put the cup on the table, he was so flustered that he couldn't put it down steadily. The cup fell to the ground with a bang and broke into pieces. Lin Xiaotian remained calm. He had made his words very clear today, and seeing Wang Hua's current condition, it was very likely that the group of people had gone to look for him again. Although Wang Hua is timid and fearful of things, he has a very stubborn temper. Otherwise, he would not help drug dealers to sell drugs. So one can only be patient and wait for him to speak first. Lin Xiaotian's calmness infected Wang Hua, who also slowly calmed down. He licked his lips vigorously several times, and finally looked up at Lin Xiaotian. Brother Qian, they came to see me again. As expected by Lin Xiaotian, he nodded and stretched out his hand to Wang Hua. Leave the things here for me first. It's not on me. Wang Hua's words stunned Lin Xiaotian. Have they been exposed? They asked me to sell that thing in school. Wang Hua's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. They gave me this first, and tomorrow, they will call me to pick it up tomorrow. As he spoke, Wang Hua unzipped his school bag and took out 2 thick stacks of banknotes. Chapter 24. Someone is going to burn down the hotel. Here, this is the reward they gave me. Wang Hua looked at the brand new pink bills eagerly. He had never seen so much money since he was a child. 20,000 yuan was tempting not only to Wang Hua but also to Lin Xiaotian. In the past year, he had never had more than 200 yuan on him. Of course, he couldn't let the boss's wife find out about that extra money. Ahem. Lin Xiaotian coughed twice and looked at Wang Hua. What are you going to do? Take this money, or? I don't want to die. Lin Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he was afraid. He was just afraid that he would be blinded by money and fall deeper and deeper into trouble. Then no one would be able to save him. Wang Hua said that the group will call him tomorrow to ask him to pick up the goods. It seems that there will be a lot of drugs this time. This news should be notified to Li Feng immediately so that they can be prepared. The most important thing is to protect Wang Hua's safety. Go back to school and wait for a call. Don't be afraid, Brother Qian will protect you in secret. Lin Xiaotian sent Wang Hua to the door. Seeing that he walked a long way, Lin Xiaotian pulled the rolling door and followed quietly behind him. He wanted to see if anyone was following Wang Hua. After watching Wang Hua enter the school gate, Lin Xiaotian walked back and forth on the street twice and made sure that there were no suspicious people. Only then did he feel relieved and returned to the hotel. He subconsciously went to get his cell phone, but suddenly remembered that the phone had been destroyed by Fatigo. It's so troublesome without a mobile phone. Lin Xiaotian muttered a few words, took $2 in change and went to the convenience store next door to make a phone call. Although the hotel also had a phone installed, it could only make internal calls. Suyueru really tried to save money everywhere. Of course it's not a good idea to talk about drug dealing on a public phone. Lin Xiaotian was chatting with Li Feng on the phone, saying something like Officer Liu Yu didn't come and he said he had offended her last time and wanted to invite her for a cup of tea today to apologize and so on. Li Feng was a criminal investigation major. When Lin Xiaotian called him but didn't say anything serious, he immediately realized that he had a clue. After hanging up the phone, he took Liu Yu and drove his pickup truck to Ryu's hotel. The phone call only cost 50 cents. Lin Xiaotian took a pack of chewing gum, tore open the wrapper and threw a piece into his mouth. He looked at the boss and said, "Boss, did you spill gasoline? Why is there such a strong smell?" "No." The boss was busy looking around. Lin Xiaotian came out with a smile on his face and was almost suffocated by the smell of gasoline. He saw a group of people gathered at the door of his hotel, holding plastic buckets in their hands, and pouring gasoline into their room. Fuck. Lin Xiaotian's hair stood up. There were a whole room of people living in the hotel. If something went wrong, he would probably have to spend the rest of his life in jail. Damn it, no matter what grudge you have, come at me if you have the guts. I will never forgive you if you burn down our hotel. Lin Xiaotian didn't say anything. He took 2 steps forward, grabbed the 2 guys standing outside, and threw them out with a muffled roar. The scream startled the 3 guys who were concentrating on pouring gasoline. When they saw Lin Xiaotian suddenly appear, they immediately threw away the gasoline barrels in their hands and reached into their pockets. Trying to start a fire. Lin Xiaotian shouted loudly, and smashed his fist into the face of one of the guys with a whirring force. Ever since he accidentally ate the wolf's fang, Lin Xiaotian's fighting power has greatly improved. Now the situation was critical, and he almost used all his strength. The unlucky guy flew straight out, smashed the bar counter, and fell heavily to the ground, fainting without a sound. The remaining two looked at their companion's bloody face, and it was estimated that even his own mother could not recognize him. Then they looked at Lin Xiaotian, who was now as gloomy as water, staring at them with sinister eyes. "If you don't want to die, clean up this place immediately." Har, har. The two guys pretended to be calm and huddled together to prevent themselves from falling. One of them took out a lighter and lit it. "Boy, it's not too late to beg for mercy now." 1. Lin Xiaotian's eyes became increasingly gloomy, and he took a step forward. "No, don't come over." The two guys didn't expect Lin Xiaotian to be unmoved, and they immediately panicked. There were no less than 2 barrels of gasoline poured in the room. If it caught fire, they would have no chance of escaping. 2. The hands holding the lighter began to tremble violently, and the flame swayed left and right with their trembling. 3. Lin Xiaotian shouted suddenly, like an arrow shot from a bow. Before the guy could react, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He looked at his hand again, which was hanging down at an incredible angle. R. The guy realized that his wrist was broken and screamed in pain. Lin Xiaotian groaned as he held up the lighter, blew out the flame with a puff, and glanced at the only guy who was not injured. "Who asked you to come?" The guy made a gurgling sound from his mouth and fell to the ground with his legs trembling. Lin Xiaotian's face turned cold and he immediately raised his fist. The guy was so scared that he fell to his knees. Go wrong, old bastard." Lin Xiaotian cursed angrily and shook his fist at the guy again. "Clean this place up, or don't blame me for going crazy with my fist." 2 of them were lying on the ground groaning outside, and 2 were unconscious in the house. The remaining guy dared not disobey, and he dragged his 2 soft legs like noodles to run around to fetch water to flush the ground. Li Feng and Liu Yu just stepped into the house and quickly jumped up again, sniffing, such a strong smell of gasoline. Lin Xiaotian pointed at the guys who were beaten badly with his chin. "They wanted to set fire to our hotel. Fortunately, I found out in time." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Yu suddenly rushed to the guy who was rushing to the ground, kicked him away with one leg, and took out his mobile phone and dialed. "Someone attempted arson at the RU Family Hotel on Qingnian Street. He has been subdued. Send someone to take him back quickly." Lin Xiaotian was speechless. "If you take them back, who will clean up for me? Who will pay for the broken bar? My salary has been deducted for 5 or 6 years. If it continues to be deducted, I guess I can only marry the boss's wife to pay off the debt." He thought so but didn't dare to say it out loud, for he had experienced Liu Yu's temper. Although he was not afraid of her, a good man did not fight with a woman, especially since Liu Yu was wearing casual clothes at this moment, a long and stylish dress that outlined her curvy figure. With such a ladylike outfit, it was hard to imagine how she could have kicked like that. Of course, girls can't work, but boys can. Lin Xiaotian has already made a plan. If Li Feng doesn't work, he will use the news about the drug dealer to whet his appetite. When the police came and took the arsonists away, Lin Xiaotian put the bucket in front of Li Feng and looked at him with a smile. "You're awesome." Li Feng rolled up his sleeves and poured a bucket of water onto the ground. "Hurry up and tell me." Lin Xiaotian laughed, picked up the broom and started working with Li Feng, while whispering the news that Wang Huar had mentioned to him. Too vicious. Li Feng was so angry that he threw the bucket away. Many college students are curious. If they really sell it on campus, Donghai University will be doomed. Lin Xiaotian rolled his eyes at him. Everyone can explain the truth, but the key is what to do. You are worried about those college students, but I am worried about Wang Huar's safety. Li Feng frowned slightly, picked up the bucket and went to refill it with water. When he came back, he saw water leaking from the bottom of the bucket, but he didn't know anything about it. Lin Xiaotian was so angry that he grabbed the bucket and said, prodigal son, you broke the bucket I bought for 50 yuan. I worked for nothing all day. Xiaotian, I have to make some arrangements now. Please inform me immediately if there is any news." It is not known whether Li Feng did not hear what he said, or pretended not to hear it. He pulled Liu Yu out of the door, got into the car, and left. Now Lin Xiaotian really wanted to curse. Looking at the water all over the floor and smelling the gasoline in the house, he felt like he was going to be exhausted to death. After working hard for half the night, the smell in the room finally became much lighter. Although the wolf's fangs could help him recover his strength quickly, he was still very tired. All these things were caused by Fatty Go. If he didn't beat him to a pulp tomorrow morning, he would take Fatty Go's surname. He had a dreamless night and started to be busy again early the next morning. It was not until Su Yueru brought him food that Lin Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief. What's that smell in the room? Women have a keen sense of smell. Lin Xiaotian chuckled. Did you change your perfume today? Is that your perfume? Your perfume smells like gasoline. Su Yueru glared at him fiercely. Tell me, what happened again? While stuffing the dumplings into his mouth quickly, Lin Xiaotian briefly recounted what happened last night, and at the end he did not forget to praise himself. Su Yueru listened quietly to what Lin Xiaotian said with a faint smile on her face, then took out her cell phone and quickly clicked on something. The police were here yesterday. Lin Xiaotian thought she was going to call the police, so he took 2 gulps of the Donghai spicy soup, swallowed the buns hard and said, "Those guys have been arrested. So no one will compensate us for our losses." Lin Xiaotian's throat tightened and he started coughing violently. Something bad was about to happen, so he pretended not to hear it. He quickly lowered his head and slurped the soup. But this did not mean that Su Yueru would let him go. She immediately handed the phone to Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian quickly took it and said excitedly, "Give it to me? I knew the boss lady was the best." "You wish." Su Yueru glared at him again. "I want you to see the loss last night." Lin Xiaotian's face immediately turned bitter. He knew this would be the result. Su Yueru looked at Lin Xiaotian's bitter face and immediately smiled. "Don't worry, I won't ask you to pay compensation." "Really?" The surprise came too suddenly. Lin Xiaotian's face immediately broke into a smile. In his mind, he had already begun to brew all kinds of sweet and flattering words, ready to flatter the lady boss. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity like the sun rising from the west. Of course it's fake. Just one sentence wiped out all of Lin Xiaotian's enthusiasm, but he still couldn't escape the fate of having his salary deducted. Chapter 25. The boss lady was kidnapped. "Boss lady, why don't you marry me?" Lin Xiaotian turned his eyes and leaned in front of Su Yueru. A faint fragrance came to his face. Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. "I owe you too much." When Lin Xiaotian said this, he was already prepared to be scolded, but he didn't expect that Su Yueru didn't scold him today. Instead, her little face began to blush little by little, making her face look as radiant as a peach blossom and extremely beautiful. He had known Su Yueru for such a long time, but this was the first time he saw her shy. Her eyes were drooping, her long eyelashes were trembling rapidly, her lips were naturally red, revealing a hint of white teeth, making people want to take a small bite of her. The two of them were so close that Lin Xiaotian was a little stunned. He couldn't help but feel a desire in his heart and slowly moved towards those cherry lips. This is probably what it means to be a beauty that is a feast to the eyes. "Xiaotian." Su Yueru called out softly and stepped back a little. "Well, you don't have to pay for the loss last night. I'll take you to buy a new phone later." "Hee hee." Lin Xiaotian laughed immediately. The beauty trap is still useful. Seeing that most of the people who checked out had left, and Antu could handle some minor matters, Lin Xiaotian followed Su Yueru. After the car was damaged by Li Fanglei, Su Yueru never mentioned buying a car. When they walked to the street, Lin Xiaotian stretched out his hand to stop a taxi, but Su Yueru grabbed his arm and said, "Xiaotian, let's go for a walk." "Okay, let us just walk away." A pair of beautiful boys and girls were walking leisurely on the street. The boy was handsome and the girl was graceful. They soon attracted many eyes, but they didn't care. Lin Xiaotian thought that if Su Yueru could buy him an ordinary smartphone, he would be satisfied. However, he did not expect that Su Yueru would take him directly to the fruit machine store, pick out a new model of mobile phone and hand it to him. "Do you like it?" Lin Xiaotian didn't dare to respond. What if she was joking with him again? He would be embarrassed in front of so many people. Not saying anything means you like it. "Give me the ticket." Su Yueru smiled and took out a gold card. Lin Xiaotian's heart suddenly bled, because that was the card he extorted from Li Fanglei. Back then, Lin Xiaotian was not only extremely powerful in the army, but his computer skills were also among the best in the world. Although this new fruit machine was known to be the best in the world, Lin Xiaotian had mastered the entire program in just a few minutes. "I've bought you a cell phone. What should we do next?" Su Yueru naturally took Lin Xiaotian's arm again, and her head seemed to lean on his shoulder intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Xiaotian fiddled with his phone from time to time and soon found a positioning function. Lin Xiaotian smiled in his heart. The boss lady's phone was also a fruit machine. If he set the positioning function for her, the boss lady would probably have no chance to make a surprise attack to check on him in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaotian immediately suppressed his smile and asked for Suyueru's phone. "Boss lady, I'll help you enter my number." Suyueru didn't doubt it and handed the phone to him. Lin Xiaotian pretended to fiddle with it for a while, secretly turned on the positioning function, and then returned it to Suyueru with a smile. Lin Xiaotian entered a few more numbers into his mobile phone. When he entered Wang Hua's number, his heart suddenly shook. Damn, he had missed something important. He quickly dialed Wang Hua's cell phone. After the call was connected, he heard the sound of wheezing from the other end, but no one spoke. "Xiaohua." Lin Xiaotian called out tentatively without saying anything else. He was afraid that Wang Hua had already met with the drug dealers by now, and if he said something wrong, he might lose his life. "Brother Qian." Wang Hua's voice was filled with tears. "Where are you?" I'm going crazy looking for you. Are you okay?" Lin Xiaotian finally felt relieved. The drug dealer probably hadn't contacted him yet. They asked me to go to the automatic locker in Friendship Supermarket to get something," Wang Hua said in a low voice. I don't dare to go." Lin Xiaotian's brows suddenly tightened. These guys were too cunning. Friendship Supermarket was the largest supermarket in Donghai City, opening at 7 a.m. every day, with hundreds of thousands of people visiting. Moreover, the lockers were in the corner of the mall, which could easily be a blind spot for surveillance. Even if he notified Li Feng to bring people over, those guys would probably have run away long ago. But let's give it a try, just in case we are lucky enough to catch those bastards. Lin Xiaotian comforted Wang Hua and asked him to go to Friendship Supermarket now. After hanging up the phone, he immediately sent a message to Li Feng, and then he put his arm around Suyueru's slender waist. "Boss lady, I always feel hungry at night recently. Go to the supermarket and buy me some instant noodles." Suyueru rolled her eyes at him but didn't object, and the two of them walked towards Friendship Supermarket together. Lin Xiaotian was anxious and wanted to walk faster and faster involuntarily. He was worried that Suyueru could not keep up, so he held her waist with his hands to make it easier for him to carry her. However, he did not expect that Suyueru could not only keep up with his pace, but also seemed to do so without any effort. The boss lady also has some skills. Lin Xiaotian muttered to himself that he wanted to try Suyueru again, but was bumped by the sudden increase in the crowd. He looked up and found that he had arrived at the Friendship Supermarket. Most of the people who came to the supermarket so early were old men and women, pushing carts loaded with rice, cooking oil, vegetables, meat and other things. Lin Xiaotian and Suyueru carefully avoided these elderly people. Although they seemed full of energy when buying things, if you accidentally touched them, they would immediately lie on the ground and hold you tightly and would not let go. The lockers were even more crowded. Lin Xiaotian stood in front of those metal cabinets and looked at them for a while. This was the largest supermarket in Donghai City. Dozens of lockers were already full and there was no way to queue up. If you wanted to store things here, you had to be lucky or come very early. Young people rarely come to the supermarket early in the morning. Lin Xiaotian had an idea and immediately looked around. Some serious faces were walking around in the crowd. It seemed that Li Feng's people were already around. Wang Hua hadn't arrived yet, so Lin Xiaotian took out his cell phone and quietly sent a message to Wang Hua. Soon he got a reply saying that Wang Hua was at the gate. Lin Xiaotian didn't know whether the drug dealers had really left. If they saw him and Wang Hua interacting, they would definitely become suspicious, so Lin Xiaotian gently put his arm around Suyueru's slender waist and said, "Let's go buy something." Suyueru didn't say anything until they entered the shopping area. Lin Xiaotian absent-mindedly held 2 packs of biscuits as a cover-up, but his eyes were looking towards the lockers. Suyueru approached him and snorted, "Do you think I'm a fool? How could that be?" Lin Xiaotian chuckled and leaned close to Suyueru's ear. "Something did happen. I'll tell you in detail when it's done." The slightly warm breath blew against Suyueru's ears. From the mirror of the container, she could see their ambiguous behavior. Suyueru's ears turned red. The cell phone beeped and Wang Hua sent a message saying that he had received the goods and asked what to do next. "Go out slowly and don't look back." Lin Xiaotian didn't care about Suyueru. He quickly jumped out of the cashier counter and ran straight to the escalator. Wang Hua was standing among a group of old men and women with his head down, holding a school bag, and was particularly conspicuous. Lin Xiaotian followed him calmly, watched him walk out of the supermarket, followed him onto the bus, and watched him walk safely into the school gate. Along the way, he didn't see a single suspicious person except Li Feng's men. Lin Xiaotian stared at the school gate and went over the whole thing carefully in his mind. The drug dealer delivered the drugs to the locker early in the morning and asked Wang Hua to pick them up. The two people should not have met. How was the receipt given to Wang Hua? Could it be that Wang Hua had met the drug dealer when he came here? Lin Xiaotian shook his head again. Wang Hua should not lie to him. The drug dealer should have only contacted him by phone. But how did the receipt get into Wang Hua's hands? The cell phone rang. Lin Xiaotian took it out and looked at the number. He suddenly felt guilty. He was only concerned about Wang Hua's safety and forgot about Su Yueru in the supermarket. Hey, Madam Boss, I'm so sorry, so sorry. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Xiaotian apologized profusely. Suddenly, a sinister laugh came from the phone. If apologies were useful, would we still need to show up? Lin Xiaotian's heart suddenly exploded. Who was the other party? Boy, you are addicted to meddling in other people's business. Their voice on the other end became even more sinister. Since you want to intervene, then we will do a good deed and give you 3 days to sell all those goods. Lin Xiaotian knew what they were talking about, but in order to delay time, he deliberately asked, goods? What goods? Seafood or hairy crabs? Fuck, someone shouted angrily. Boy, stop pretending to be stupid. You don't want your girlfriend anymore, do you? Brother, why waste your words on him? Let us have a taste of such a hot chick. We have been single for several days. A more obscene voice came over. Lin Xiaotian did not dare to pester him anymore and quickly shouted, I promised you what I said, but you must promise not to touch even a hair on her. Who was the other party? A ruthless and heartless drug dealer. Asking them to promise was simply a trick to fool him. But now, he had no better way and could only pray to God. The phone immediately fell silent. Lin Xiaotian knew that they were no longer in the supermarket. Where would they go? Although Donghai was not a big city, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone who was deliberately hidden. Etc. Lin Xiaotian suddenly thought of something, and quickly turned on the positioning function of his mobile phone. He entered the boss lady's mobile phone address, and hesitated when entering the password. He first entered the boss lady's birthday number, which was wrong. Then he entered the mobile phone number, which was still wrong. He was locked out after another chance. What is the password? At this time, the man's vicious voice came from the phone. 3 days, I can protect this woman for 3 days, but if you play tricks on us, hee hee. The phone was hung up. Lin Xiaotian stared at the password column on the screen, made up his mind and entered his birthday number, and surprisingly, he got in. Chapter 26 Fight Fight Fight. Even though Lin Xiaotian had been through many battles, he was still a little touched when he used his birthday number to access Su Yueru's positioning function. But now is not the time for him to get emotional. The boss lady is still in the hands of the drug dealers and he doesn't know what's going on. This fruit machine was really amazing. It searched for a while, then beeped a few times, and displayed Su Yueru's location, which turned out to be the Shixiang Feng Hotel next to the RU Family Hotel. Could it be wrong? Lin Xiaotian was stunned. You know, RU's hotel and Shixiangfeng are only separated by a street. As long as Su Yueru calls out, he can hear it immediately. He exited and entered again, and it was still the same place. Damn, that's quite shady. Lin Xiaotian also admired the drug dealer's courage. There is a saying that the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. But since this saying spread, the danger index has greatly increased, and the other party actually dared to use it again. According to Lin Xiaotian's intention, he was about to rush into Shixiangfeng to rescue the proprietress, but as soon as he raised his leg, he controlled his impulse. Shixiangfeng was just opposite their hotel. At his speed, it would take him no more than 30 seconds to rush in. However, Shixiangfeng was much bigger than their hotel, with 4 floors and more than 100 rooms. Even if he went smoothly and was sure to find Su Yueru within 10 minutes, could he guarantee Su Yueru's safety 100% in these 10 minutes? Moreover, Lin Xiaotian pretended to look up at the sky casually, but his eyes quickly glanced at Shixiangfeng across the street. Rows of brown glass windows faced the road. He estimated that the group of people were watching him from behind the windows. His every move now concerned Su Yueru's safety. He must stay calm. Lin Xiaotian pretended to be upset and walked into Ryu's hotel, but deliberately exposed himself to Shi Xianfeng's sight from time to time. This at least prevented the other party from making blind guesses and ensured Su Yueru's safety to the greatest extent possible. The phone rang. It was Li Feng. What should I say if I answered it? Would the drug dealers get suspicious if I didn't answer it? Lin Xiaotian rolled his eyes slightly, took a few deep breaths, walked to the door, pressed the call button, and deliberately said loudly, "I've already told you that I won't owe you rent, why are you still calling to urge me? When the landlady comes back, I'll ask her to transfer the money to you." He hung up the phone without waiting for Li Feng to reply. Then Lin Xiaotian called Su Yueru, and it was still the same vicious man who called, "Boy, you are looking for death, right? Brother, listen to me. The landlord is asking for rent. Please ask our landlady to answer the phone and tell me the password of the bank card. Brother, you don't know how difficult the landlord is. He came to the hotel to make trouble just because he was one day late. If the matter gets out of hand, it may affect you. I am thinking about you." The fierce man felt that there was some truth in Lin Xiaotian's words. Nowadays, citizens have a strong sense of law and call the police at any time. If the police are really called, it will be really troublesome. Besides, Su Yueru is in their hands, and that guy can't play any tricks. Speak. The vicious man turned on the hands-free phone and handed it to Su Yueru's mouth, shaking the dagger in his hand. "Don't try any tricks. Madam, the perverted landlord called to ask for the rent. What's the password? The rent of Ryu's hotel is paid annually." Su Yueru had already paid the rent last month, and she also brought Lin Xiaotian with her as a bodyguard, so how could she come to ask for rent again? But Lin Xiaotian called her eagerly, which definitely meant something. Su Yueru was a very smart woman, and she immediately replied, "The password for the bank card is for 23123. Okay, I got it." Lin Xiaotian hung up the phone and showed a smug smile. The proprietress was indeed smart. She not only told him the room number, but also how many bad guys were in the room. But he was always under the surveillance of the other party. How could he get through without being noticed? Lin Xiaotian's eyes fell on the cleaning clothes that Antu had changed out of at the bar, and he smiled. Got it. On the 4th floor of Shi Xianfeng Hotel, a cleaner was carrying a bucket of clean water and mopping the floor meticulously. A straight line appeared on the ground wherever the mop went. When he put the mop back into the bucket to rinse it, he pressed and lifted it and slightly turned his wrist, and all the water droplets were thrown onto the inner wall of the bucket. There were no extra water droplets on the ground. Such skilled technique could not be mastered in a day or two. When they reached room 423, the cleaner pulled his hat down to cover most of his face, and knocked on the door, "Cleaning." The door was opened a crack, revealing a fleshy face, with bull eyes glaring at him. "Why are you cleaning? You're looking for death, big brother," the cleaner said in a hoarse and humble voice. "The front desk just received a call saying that room 423 needs to be cleaned and asked me to come up quickly." "Bullshit." The fat-faced man pushed the cleaner. "No one asked you to clean, get out of here." The cleaner immediately stumbled back several steps, but then rushed over and grabbed the fat-faced man's arm and begged, "Brother, please let me clean for a while, otherwise I will have to be laid off. I have parents and children to support, and they all depend on me for their salary. Brother, please be kind." The door was now completely open, and the situation inside was clearly visible. There were 3 beds, and Su Yueru was sitting on the innermost bed. A tattooed man was sitting on the bed between her and her, leaning his head out to watch the fun. "Aren't there 3 people?" There was a cough in the bathroom, followed by a gruff voice, "Old 3, what's going on? A cleaner insists on cleaning for us." The fat-faced man immediately pushed the cleaner. "Get lost." Before the word "get out" came out of his lips, the man with the chubby face let out a scream and looked at his arm in horror, finding that it had been broken by the cleaner. The sudden change made the tattooed man in the room unable to react for a while. When he was about to pounce on Su Yueru with a howl, a handsome but cold face blocked his way. You, Lin Xiaotian." Lin Xiaotian sneered twice. "Yes, it's your grandfather." The tattooed man let out a strange cry, then suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed towards Lin Xiaotian. The room was too small, and Lin Xiaotian had to protect Su Yueru's safety. Seeing that there was no place to hide, the dagger stabbed into Lin Xiaotian's waist. "Har har, kid, let's see if you dare to be so arrogant again." The tattooed man laughed triumphantly, but his open mouth was suddenly filled with a fist, and his teeth rushed out one after another. Old third, Hanarko. The toilet door was pushed open with a bang, and a black gun was pointed at Lin Xiaotian. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Lin Xiaotian covered his waist and stared at the man with a painful expression. This man should be the mastermind. In terms of fists, he didn't take this guy seriously at all, but the other party had a gun, and there was Suyueru behind him. More than two. 4 or 5 policemen rushed in from outside, all pointing their guns at the man. Viper, we've been looking for you for a long time. Director Li, you're here just in time. Lin Xiaotian's heart sank back into his stomach, but he still felt a little resentful. He didn't express himself clearly when he answered the phone, and Li Feng should have rushed over at that time. How could he be the director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau with such a slow reaction? He should receive some proper training someday. Li Feng chuckled, and before he could say anything, Suyueru behind him hugged Lin Xiaotian and said, Xiaotian, you are injured. I was careless. Lin Xiaotian quickly pulled out the dagger and threw it to the bedside. He fell on the bed with one hand, pressing the wound on his waist with a hissing breath. Boss lady, can I discuss something with you? Stop talking, Director Li, please call an ambulance. Suyueru's face was already covered with tears. No, I'm a little short of money lately. Can you give me 3 months' salary first? Lin Xiaotian's face was full of pain. Suyueru had been crying so hard that she couldn't speak. She just nodded repeatedly. Lin Xiaotian was injured and fell on the bed. Li Feng asked his men to take the 3 drug dealers back to the police station first. He stood by the bed with a smile on his face. Seeing that Lin Xiaotian successfully asked for 3 months' salary, he couldn't help but kick him. Don't pretend. You are injured and there is no blood. You can only deceive girls. Suyueru's face froze, and she immediately went to pull Lin Xiaotian's hand that was covering the wound. There was a hole in his loose cleaning clothes, revealing a white rag, clean and without any blood stains. You. Suyueru was so angry that she twisted Lin Xiaotian's waist hard, turned around and walked away. It hurts. Lin Xiaotian jumped up, glared at Li Feng, and quickly chased after him. Boss lady, I was just joking. You promised to pay me the salary. 3 days after this incident, Suyueru didn't say a word to Lin Xiaotian, let alone mention the issue of salary payment. Although Wang Hua was meritorious for reporting the incident, he was still sentenced according to the law because the amount of drugs involved was too large. However, the judge showed mercy and sentenced him to probation, which was considered as a way out for him. After Aunt Tu found out, she brought Wang Hua to thank Lin Xiaotian profusely. Li Feng arrested a drug dealer and seized at least 1,000 grams of drugs. He made a great contribution this time. He was busy attending various reports every day and didn't even show up. It was another morning, and Lin Xiaotian flipped through the calendar. It was the boss lady's birthday in 2 days. He only had the extra 10,000 yuan he got from the lightning gang in his pocket. It seemed that he had to get another birthday present. Boss, let's check out. The sleepy tenant yawned and started queuing at the front desk with his ID card. Lin Xiaotian perked up and got busy. He was a good employee. Even though the boss didn't pay him, he still worked diligently to earn money as a dowry for the boss's wife. A warm fragrance drifted in from outside the door. No need to ask, Suyueru came to deliver food again. Madam Boss, this is yesterday's turnover. Lin Xiaotian handed over the account book attentively and found Zhu Karen standing behind Suyueru with a smile on her face, making faces at him. Karen, why are you here? You don't have classes in the morning. Lin Xiaotian didn't even bother to get the bowl and chopsticks, and directly stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth. It was the crab roe bun from Tongrenju, so delicious. Chapter 27 I'm rich. While eating crab roe buns and drinking black chicken soup, Suyueru really had nothing to say to herself. Lin Xiaotian approached Suyueru shyly and said, Madam Boss, the crab roe buns at Tongrenju are really expensive. Suyueru just ignored him with a cold face. Behind her, Zhu Karen smiled and took Suyueru's arm. Brother Qian, Sister Yueru is so good to you. Of course. Lin Xiaotian stuffed another crab roe bun and asked Zhu Karen, don't you have classes in the morning? Sister Yueru asked me to go shopping yesterday. Zhu Karen made a cute face, so there is no class today. Little girl, you are bad student. Lin Xiaotian was about to give her a political lesson, but when he saw Su Yueru, he changed the subject. Of course, you should relax a little. Are you two girls the only ones shopping? No one is carrying anything. So we turn to your place. Zhu Karen smiled even sweeter. Hearing that they were going to take him shopping, Lin Xiaotian quickly finished his meal and told Aunt to some small matters. Then he walked to the door and waved his hand like a gentleman. Ladies, please come in. Su Yueru's stern expression had relaxed a lot. With Lin Xiaotian constantly telling jokes to amuse them along the way, when they arrived at the mall, a smile gradually appeared on Su Yueru's face. Once the girls entered the mall, they were so crazy that no one could stop them. Lin Xiaotian's trip was not in vain, as his hands were soon full of bags. Of course, Su Yueru didn't mean to him and bought him 3 sets of summer clothes, all of which were branded. When they were walking on the street, Zhu Karen ran to the front mischievously, looking at the two of them and laughing. Su Yueru pretended not to care at first, but finally her face turned red. Little girl, what are you laughing at? Sister Yueru, brother Qian, the more I look at you two, the more you look like a couple. What nonsense! Su Yueru was so embarrassed that she chased after Zhu Karen to hit her, but the two girls quickly ran away. Lin Xiaotian was just about to chase after him when his cell phone rang. He had things in both hands at the moment, and after fiddling around for a while he finally managed to take out his cell phone and press the call button. Xiaotian, are you free? Come to the bureau later. Li Feng, who had disappeared for several days, showed up again. Hearing his voice, Lin Xiaotian was furious. If it weren't for him, he would have received the 3-month salary and Su Yueru wouldn't have ignored him for 3 days. Now she asked him to go to the bureau as if nothing had happened. It must be something bad. He wouldn't go. I'm busy. Lin Xiaotian was about to hang up the phone, but Li Feng said hastily, good thing, don't regret it if you don't come. Lin Xiaotian pressed the end button directly. Regret it, I regret it when I go. He answered the phone here, but he couldn't find Su Yueru and Zhu Karen anymore. How could the two girls run so fast? Lin Xiaotian ran forward for a while, but didn't find the two girls. Instead, he saw a group of people gathered on the side of the road, and he could faintly hear a voice that sounded like Zhu Karen's scolding. Lin Xiaotian squeezed in immediately. 4 guys in strange costumes stood in front of the two girls. One of them seemed to want to touch Su Yueru. How could this be tolerated? Lin Xiaotian threw the bag in his hand to the ground without saying a word, and pried the guy's fingers apart with a click. The guy knelt on the ground with a strange cry, covering his hands and howling. Those guys were probably used to being bullies. They didn't expect that Lin Xiaotian would break one of them's fingers as soon as he rushed over. The other 3 looked at each other, and without waiting for Lin Xiaotian to rush over again, they left their accomplices behind and ran away. Zhu Karen then told Lin Xiaotian that the two of them were playing on the side of the road and accidentally bumped into this group of people, who started to make a move on them. Fortunately, Lin Xiaotian arrived in time, otherwise they would have suffered a great loss. As she spoke, Zhu Karen glanced at the onlookers with hatred. They are all cold-blooded animals. The onlookers immediately dispersed in embarrassment. Lin Xiaotian then walked up to the guy with the broken finger and kicked him. Will you dare to tease girls again in the future? I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore. The guy's head and face were all wet, and it was unclear whether it was sweat or tears. Brother, please forgive me. Get out. The guy ran away crawling as if he had been pardoned. Lin Xiaotian picked up his things and prepared to send them back, but Su Yueru shook her head. It's already noon, I'll treat you to dinner, what do you want to eat? Zhu Karen immediately looked at Lin Xiaotian, who smiled and said, I'm not picky about food. Thinking that Lin Xiaotian had a big appetite, Su Yueru decided to treat them to a buffet. As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, Lin Xiaotian's phone rang again. This time it was Wang Hua who called. Brother Qian, where are you? Director Li asked me to go to the Public Security Bureau. Is there anything wrong again? Can you accompany me? Lin Xiaotian curled his lips, thinking that Li Feng couldn't persuade him to deliberately scare Wang Hua. He was a probation officer, how could he not go when the police asked him to? Now he had no reason to shirk his responsibility, and he had no good intentions. He would never help him again if he had any problems. There was no choice but to agree to Wang Hua, and made an appointment with him. He also apologized to Su Yueru and Zhu Karen for a long time. When he arrived at the door of the Public Security Bureau, Wang Hua was already waiting there. When he saw Lin Xiaotian, he hugged his arm as if he saw a savior. Brother Qian, do you think you will let me go to jail? What are you thinking about? That won't happen. Although he said this, Lin Xiaotian was still unsure. What if some new case was uncovered? When Li Feng saw Lin Xiaotian, his mouth almost stretched to his ears. He patted Wang Hua with admiration and said, "Well, you did a good job. Cooperate more with the police in the future. I will ask the judge to reduce your sentence." "Thank you, Director Li." Wang Hua was too ashamed to look Lin Xiaotian in the eye. He lowered his head and ran away quickly. Lin Xiaotian's eyes were about to pop out of his sockets. Was he betrayed like this? Seeing that Lin Xiaotian looked unhappy, Li Feng quickly pulled him to sit down. While asking his assistant to make tea, he took out a gold card from the drawer. "I told you that good things were coming, but you just didn't come. I had no choice. Here is 100,000 yuan. Keep it. The password is 6 zeros. Bribe me." Lin Xiaotian rolled his eyes at the gold card. To be honest, he was really short of money right now. This 100,000 yuan could at least buy him a small car with better performance. But one should be grateful for the food he eats and be soft-hearted when receiving favors from others. It is understandable that he should be a little bit bullied by Suyueru as he eats her food every day, since she is a beauty. But Li Feng is different. Although he looks quite handsome, he has no gay tendencies. "This is your bonus." Li Feng put the card in front of Lin Xiaotian. "Do you think I gave it to you personally? I want someone to give me money." Lin Xiaotian was lucky. The drug case they solved was the one with the largest drug seizure in Donghai City in the past 5 years. Li Feng and all the people involved in solving the case were commended. However, since Lin Xiaotian was a member of the society, it was a difficult problem how to reward him. Li Feng suggested giving him material rewards. Of course, the money was also approved by the higher-ups. "The provincial party secretary mentioned you at the commendation meeting yesterday." Li Feng approached Lin Xiaotian with a smile. "How is it, are you still angry with me? This is several times more than your salary for the past 3 months. Lin Xiaotian turned his anger into happiness, but he still muttered a few words. "I was called here just for this matter. I was invited to dinner, but I turned it down. Har har, it's my treat." How could Li Feng not know what Lin Xiaotian meant? It's just a meal. Besides, he had eaten his meal, so he definitely wouldn't be able to refuse the following. Lin Xiaotian put the card in his arms and went to a small restaurant outside the Public Security Bureau with Li Feng. Li Feng introduced that although the restaurant was small, the food was good. They ordered a large table full of food. Lin Xiaotian tasted it and found it was really good, so he didn't say much. "Xiaotian, that group of drug dealers suddenly kidnapped your boss's wife, didn't you have any suspicion?" After almost finishing his meal, Li Feng picked up the teacup, took a sip of water, and looked at Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian actually had suspicions in his heart for a long time, but he later thought that the group of drug dealers had followed Wang Hua and discovered that he was involved. Perhaps in order to take revenge on him, they kidnapped Suyueru. "Someone betrayed you." Li Feng took another sip of water. "This person has a big grudge against you." "Who?" Lin Xiaotian asked immediately, and at the same time his mind began to quickly think about who it could be. The Lightning Gang, Li Fanglei, and the little gangster he had beaten up. Everyone seemed to be a possibility, but there was no chance. "Go wrong." Li Feng laughed. He once followed Wang Hua and knew that he helped drug dealers sell drugs. He might have wanted to get some benefits from Wang Hua, but he happened to find out that you taught Wang Hua how to make up for his mistakes, so he tipped off the drug dealers. The receipt for the locker that Wang Hua received was also passed on by him. "Fatty, you're so fucking cruel." Lin Xiaotian immediately jumped up and was about to rush out. If he didn't beat the old guy to death today, he would feel sorry for Suyueru. "Xiaotian, don't be so impulsive." Li Feng held him back. "You can't find him now, he has been expelled from school. Unless he is dead or has disappeared into a rat's nest, I will find him out." Thinking about how Suyueru was so frightened when she was kidnapped, Lin Xiaotian felt even more guilty. Although it's not a rat's nest, it's indeed not easy to find. Li Feng said halfway and picked up the teacup again, with a hint of pride on his face. He had successfully aroused Lin Xiaotian's anger, and the next thing would be easy. Lin Xiaotian exhaled a few times angrily, and his anger calmed down a little, and his mind became calm. He was not a greenhorn. When he was fighting in the past, the director was probably memoizing cases in class. Judging from the unconcealable joy in his eyes, he must be very proud of the success of his provocation. You're digging a hole for me to fall into? You're underestimating me, Senior Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian turned around and went back to his seat, poured a cup of tea, shook it gently in his hand, took a sip from time to time, and his expression became indifferent. Li Feng's face suddenly turned awkward. It's over. This kid is sober. Chapter 28. There is a big tree behind. Seeing Lin Xiaotian regain his composure in an instant, Li Feng felt admiration and worry at the same time. After hesitating for a long time, he finally decided to tell Lin Xiaotian the truth. That day, Lin Xiaotian posted those indecent photos of Go Rong to the official website of Tunghai University. Lin Xiaotian secretly prayed that it would not cause an uproar, but the ending did not develop according to his wishes. Although the school's official website responded immediately and deleted the post, it received over 10,000 hits in just a few minutes, and many students copied it. If only students had seen it, perhaps the situation could still be salvaged, but this is the school's official website, and some parents who often pay attention to school developments also saw the photos for the first time, especially Go Rong, the school's department counselor, with his iconic fat and meatball face. Even parents who didn't know the principal recognized him, and the parents' group immediately exploded. There were voices of condemnation and cursing, and some extreme parents even immediately put their children on leave from school. The phone in Principal Gao Xiaomei's office almost exploded with calls. In view of the harmfulness of this incident, the school board held an emergency meeting, and Principal Gao Xiaomei made the decision at that time to remove Go Rong from all his positions in the school and directly expel him. The rest of his illegal acts will be handled by the public security organs. Go Rong went crazy as soon as the notice was issued. He knew very well that this hurdle would be difficult to pass, but he was confident of his strong backing, so he was fearless and thought that it would be nothing more than a disciplinary punishment. After the storm passed, he would become an authority who could call the shots with a little effort. However, he did not expect that Gao Xiaomei would cut off his retreat. You stinky bitch, how dare you fire me? Go Rong rushed to the principal's office and reached out to grab Gao Xiaomei's clothes, but Gao Xiaomei was prepared and had called for security guards to the office. Go Rong was held back by the security guards as soon as he rushed in. Go Rong couldn't break free, and he cursed like he had eaten shit. Gao Xiaomei tried to reason with him at first, but she got so angry that she shouted, "Seal his mouth and kick him out of school. If anyone lets him in, they'll be expelled immediately." The security guards immediately sealed Go Rong's mouth with tape and threw him out of the school gate. Go Rong was not giving up and wanted to rush back in. The security guards hated him to death. This old guy not only often molested girls, but also went to the accountant to deduct the security guards' wages. So they took this opportunity to seek revenge, and as a result of the pushing and shoving, Go Rong's body was soon covered with bruises. In the end, his family came and took him away. Why didn't I see such a good show? Lin Xiaotian shook his head regretfully. Li Feng chuckled, the best is yet to come. Go Rong attributed all this to you. He followed Wang Hua several times and forced him to tell you what you two talked about. Then he asked for the drug dealer's contact information to retaliate against you. Wang Hua didn't tell you this, did he? You bastard. Lin Xiaotian was so angry that his teeth were itching. He had tried every way to help him get rid of the crime, but he actually teamed up with outsiders to deceive him. Fortunately, Su Yueru was safe and sound. If even a hair was missing, he would never forgive Wang Hua in his life. That child is really pitiful. Li Feng refilled Lin Xiaotian's water. Go Rong threatened him that if he dared to tell you, he would kill his mother and rape his sister. How dare he tell you? Old beast. Lin Xiaotian couldn't help it again. How dare this scumbag say such a thing? Xiao Minute is only 14 years old, still a child. No, I have to teach that old beast a lesson. Director Li, you just pretend you didn't hear it. This time, Li Feng did not stop Lin Xiaotian. He just said slowly, we were also trying to catch this guy, but we couldn't find him. If you can find him, please let us know after you beat him up. What do you mean? Lin Xiaotian felt that something was not right, so he turned around and stared at Li Feng. Is there anyone else that you police can't find? The police are not omnipotent. Li Feng curled his lips. According to our investigation, Go Rong is the cousin of Donghai City real estate tycoon Li Jianlin. Who is Li Jianlin? Lin Xiaotian asked back. He had been working as a handyman in a hotel in Donghai City for more than a year. Every day, he did cleaning and playing games. He had no interest in these gossips and naturally had no idea who this Li Jianlin was. Li Feng stared at Lin Xiaotian for a long time. He actually didn't know who Li Jianlin was. No wonder he dared to beat Li Fanglei. He is truly ignorant and fearless. Li Fanglei's father. This one sentence made Lin Xiaotian understand that like son, like father. It seems that Li Jianlin is not a good guy either. Don't you have an old saying that a prince who breaks the law is subject to the same punishment as a commoner? Could it be that you don't dare to arrest that old beast just because you know he's a relative of Li Jianlin? Lin Xiaotian thought of the time not long ago when he asked Li Feng about Li Fanglei's news, and Li Feng's tone of being scared to death, and his expression revealed some contempt. Li Feng stopped talking, just sighed and shook his head, drinking the already cold tea. Xiaotian, you are still too young, some things are not what you want, boss, pay the bill. There is no point in talking to someone who does not agree. Lin Xiaotian felt disgusted when he heard Li Feng's words. He did not say much, and the two parted ways after leaving the restaurant. Although he did not agree with Li Feng's philosophy, it was real that he had an extra 100,000 yuan in his pocket. He ran to the bank ATM, inserted the card and entered the password. Looking at the string of zeros after the 1, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. In order to prevent any further complications, he decided to buy a car first. This way, even if Li Feng accidentally let the secret slip in front of Suyueru, he would have no chance to confiscate the car. When the saleswoman at the 4S store saw Lin Xiaotian, she immediately smiled and led him to the front of the luxury cars. Sir, you look very impressive. This Mercedes-Benz SUV is especially suitable for you. Do you want to try it out? Lin Xiaotian glanced at the price list and smiled slightly. I am very handsome, but can this face be used as money? The sales lady's face suddenly became longer. Lin Xiaotian ignored her and looked at it by himself. He walked to a Sagitta and pointed at it. How much is this car? The sales lady's smile was no longer as bright as before. She flipped over the sign and said, 130,000. With all the insurance, it will probably be around 150,000. Lin Xiaotian touched the card. Adding the money from the Lightning Gang, he still needed 40,000. Although Suyueru's driving skills were average, Lin Xiaotian didn't want to make do with her. She couldn't afford a car worth more than 1 million, let alone one worth hundreds of thousands. It would be a waste for her to set the password as her birthday number. Sir, do you want one? The sales lady had already taken out the invoice book and was looking at him eagerly. Even though ants are small, they are still meat. Let me make a phone call. Lin Xiaotian hesitated. The old saying was true, a poor man has low aspirations. He didn't even have a friend in this city. Who could he borrow money from now? I'm so shameless that I'm willing to give it all to the boss lady. Lin Xiaotian took out his cell phone and dialed Li Feng's number. As soon as the other end answered, he immediately said, Don't interrupt me. I'll only say this once. I'm still 50,000 yuan short of buying a car. If you are willing to lend it to me, I can continue to cooperate with you. Okay. Li Feng agreed so readily that Lin Xiaotian felt like he was punching cotton. Why didn't he give him any flexibility? Li Feng quickly arrived at the 4S store. When the sales lady saw him, she immediately came up to him with a big smile on her face. Li Feng said coldly, Call your manager over. When the manager saw Li Feng, he was extremely polite and bowed his head. Li Feng bargained down the price of a car worth 130,000 yuan to 100,000 yuan, and also gave 2 years of car insurance. The manager could pick up the car without having to wait. Lin Xiaotian had nothing to say. Even though Li Feng didn't pay a penny, he still owed him 50,000 yuan. This power really works. We have found out that Go Rong is applying for a passport. Sitting in the new car and watching Lin Xiaotian's skillful movements, Li Feng secretly guessed in his heart what his background was, which was definitely not simple. Lin Xiaotian tried the car and found it was far inferior to the off-road vehicles in the jungle, but it was pretty good in the city. If he leaves the country, it will be even harder to catch him. Seeing that Lin Xiaotian was just concentrating on testing the car, Li Feng became anxious. I say, did you hear me? Since everyone knows that he is going abroad, why don't you just arrest him? Lin Xiaotian rolled his eyes at Li Feng and said, I will return the money to you, but I don't want to cooperate with you anymore. I think you have chosen the wrong career and this police uniform is a waste. You. Li Feng reached over and pulled the handbrake. Lin Xiaotian, I tell you, you can insult me, but you can't insult my profession. Lin Xiaotian opened the door on Li Feng's side and looked at him with a sneer. You are the one who has disgraced this profession. Li Feng was so angry that his face turned blue and he jumped out of the car angrily. Lin Xiaotian didn't even look at him, released the handbrake, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Have I really disgraced my profession? Li Feng looked at the traffic on the roadside, muttering to himself as he walked to the roadside. From the young and frivolous boy who had just graduated from school, to now when he has to think twice before every action, asking whether the criminal suspect has any special background. What happened to him? This is not the maintenance of social peace that I want. Li Feng took out his police officer ID and looked at the glittering golden badge on it. He really did something wrong. Squeak! A sharp brake sound rang in his ears, and then the car door opened. Lin Xiaotian said coldly, either get in the car and catch that bastard, or walk back by yourself and wait for retirement honestly. Back off. Li Feng sat down, took out his cell phone and asked Liu Yu to quickly take people to the door of Li Jinlin's house to wait for orders. When we drove to the south of the city, the overall feeling was different. The city was full of tall buildings and concrete forests, but here it was shaded by green trees and every breath of air was refreshing. A number of independent small villas are hidden in the green shade. Li Feng directed Lin Xiaotian to the innermost villa. This is a semi-detached villa, covering an area of more than 10 acres. The dark door is tightly closed, and there are 2 security guards standing guard at the door. Seeing their car parked at the door, a security guard immediately jumped off the platform and swung his baton to hit Lin Xiaotian's new car. Are you blind? Is this where you park your car? Get out of here. Chapter 29, Turning the World Upside Down. There is a saying in society that an adult man's favorite toy is his car, and it is a newly picked car, which is almost more precious than his own child. What's more, this is the birthday present he wants to give to Suyueru. Seeing the baton hitting the car, Lin Xiaotian's anger was instantly ignited. He pushed open the car door, stepped forward and grabbed the security guard's collar, snatched the baton from him, and smashed it on his head and face. Does it hurt? Does it hurt? The security guard, who was used to relying on the power of others, was stunned by these blows and took a long time to react. Someone, come quickly. Suddenly an alarm sounded in the yard, and then the black gate slowly opened. A group of security guards rushed out waving batons. The leader was at least 2 meters tall, wearing a tight black vest, and his bare arms were thicker than an adult's thighs. He was a burly man with a rough face, his facial features were almost disproportionately large, and his bull eyes glared fiercely. Who is causing trouble here? Help, help! The security guard in Lin Xiaotian's hands saw his savior and immediately screamed, it's this guy. The man with the corrugated face immediately glared at Lin Xiaotian and shook the lumps of flesh on his body. Damn it, you're looking for death without even choosing a place. As he said that, he rushed towards Lin Xiaotian and smashed Lin Xiaotian's face viciously with a fist as big as a bowl. Li Feng had experienced Lin Xiaotian's strength. He was kicked by him last time and his nose bridge still hurts a little, so he sat in the car and watched the fun at ease. The fist made a whistling sound and scraped his face painfully. Lin Xiaotian could tell at a glance that the other party had practiced hard qigong. This kind of person has thick skin and great strength. He would not feel anything when ordinary people hit him, but he would feel the pain for a long time, not to mention that if he was hit by this punch, he would probably not be able to get up for 10 days or half a month. But in terms of strength, this guy is probably slightly inferior to Li Feng. Look at the security guards at the gate, each holding a baton and staring at them fiercely. Li Feng is sitting in the car watching the fun like a big boss. If he takes this guy's punch head on, he will at least have to spend some effort. When it comes to fighting, you have to be skillful. Seeing the fist coming, Lin Xiaotian slightly misstepped his steps, and the fist just brushed past his face and slipped past. That guy was the captain of the security team, and he also wanted to show off in front of his men. He used almost all his strength in this punch, and thought he would smash Lin Xiaotian's pretty face into a big pumpkin, but he didn't expect that Lin Xiaotian would dodge it with a light move. Without any obstacle in front, the man with the corrugated face had no way to stop his momentum, and Lin Xiaotian had a helpful nature, so he used all his strength to push hard on the back of the man with the corrugated face. The man with the corrugated face felt like he was about to fly. He rushed out a long distance, waving his arms around to try to control himself. However, he was too tall and his center of gravity was unstable. There was a loud bang and a big hole was created on the ground. Lin Xiaotian easily dealt with the guy with the corrugated face. The remaining security guards looked at each other, not knowing whether to rush forward or retreat. Puff, puff, puff. The corrugated-faced man struggled to sit up, spitting out dirt several times and howling at the security guards, "You bunch of losers, what are you still standing there for? Come on and beat this kid up." Dozens of security guards then rushed over together, waving their batons and shouting to give themselves courage. Li Feng in the car couldn't sit still. It was a one-on-one fight just now, and if he came out, Lin Xiaotian would look incompetent. Now it was a group fight, and if he didn't come out, he would be disloyal. He kicked open the car door and rushed towards the fastest security guard. Before he reached the security guard, his legs were already flying and he knocked the security guard down. Then he came to Lin Xiaotian and said, "Xiaotian, don't be afraid. I'm here." Lin Xiaotian didn't appreciate it and just glared at him. Li Feng was a little unhappy. How could he offend him when he came out to help him? "You knew he liked fighting so much. It would be so nice for me to sit in the car and watch the show for free. You are really ungrateful." Lin Xiaotian slid around Li Feng and quickly came to the car door. He looked at the big footprint with heartache and couldn't help but yelled, "This is my new car." Li Feng finally reacted. He laughed dryly twice and rushed directly to the security guards. Don't be angry, I will take care of these guys, you take a rest." Lin Xiaotian ignored him and quickly used his sleeve to wipe the big footprints, feeling so distressed. Li Feng's boxing skills were among the best in the police academy, but after joining the police station, with a large group of subordinates and armed with guns for self-defense, his kung fu skills became less skilled. He was fine for beating one or two petty thieves, but when dozens of people rushed over, he was hit by several batons on his face and body, causing burning pain. While blocking the batons that were coming at him like a storm, he took a break from his busy schedule to see what Lin Xiaotian was doing. When he looked up, tears almost fell from his eyes. He was almost beaten into a pig's head, but he was still there wiping the car. "Lin Xiaotian, if you don't come, I will die in the line of duty." Li Feng knocked down a security guard with his fist and rushed towards the car. "Since you feel sorry for the car, then I will let you feel sorry for it." Li Feng couldn't win the fight, so he circled around the car to hide. The baton in the security guard's hand was not to be trifled with. He heard a series of loud noises of par, crack, snap. The hood of the car was lifted up and countless scratches were left on the body of the car. What was even more tragic was that the windshield was completely shattered, revealing the steering wheel pathetically. Lin Xiaotian, who was concentrating on wiping the car, slowly raised his head. His pale face turned dark and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. No one could stop him, because he wanted to kill people. Ow, help! Screams rang out one after another. The security guards who were chasing Li Feng looked at the mad Lin Xiaotian and quickly ran towards the villa. They ran so slowly that they were knocked away by Lin Xiaotian's fists and kicked to the ground. When they chased to the gate, the security guards pushed the big black door hard to prevent Lin Xiaotian from coming in. "Who is this guy? He is so fucking scary. Brother Feng, how come your face has become so beautiful, with colorful skin and firm skin?" Liu Yu came with a dozen of his men, and looking at Li Feng's face, he couldn't help teasing him. Li Feng's eyes were already swollen into slits, but he still tried to glare at her. "Girl, why don't you learn to be gentle? All you can do is fight and make fun of others. How are you going to get married in the future? Do you have a search warrant and an arrest warrant?" If they wanted to enter the villa to arrest someone, without these two things they would be trespassing. Liu Yu nodded. "Otherwise why am I late? The old director kept nagging me for a long time, and it almost drove me crazy. Hey, your dad wants to introduce you to a boyfriend." Li Feng understood the old director's meaning best. He was worried about his daughter's marriage. "Gun." Liu Yu glared at him fiercely. The beating was still light, you should have hit him a few more times on the mouth. As she spoke, she led a dozen policemen straight to Lin Xiaotian and went with him to push the two large iron doors. Lin Xiaotian alone had already frightened the security guards, and now seeing a large number of police arriving, they dared not resist anymore and immediately dispersed. Lin Xiaotian and the police rushed into their villa compound. The villa was so big that it took almost a minute to run from the yard to the living room. In the living room, a purple-haired man, Li Fanglei, was lying leisurely on the large sofa. As usual, there were 3 or 4 sexy women in scantily clad clothes around him. The scene was filled with lewd laughter. Seeing the police suddenly coming, he was stunned for a moment, and then shouted angrily, "Who let you in? Get out of my house now." Liu Yu is a police officer, but she is also a girl. When she saw such an erotic scene, her face turned red with embarrassment. She immediately hid behind Lin Xiaotian and dared not look again. Seeing that he was still enjoying himself even though his leg was in a plaster cast, Lin Xiaotian sneered, "Where is Go Rome? Let him out immediately." "What dog or cat? I don't know them." Li Fanglei had suffered from Lin Xiaotian before, so he didn't dare to be too rude to him. Lin Xiaotian walked forward with a sneer. Li Fanglei looked at him nervously, and beads of sweat began to fall from his pale face. "Brother, I really have never seen Go Rome. How about you go to the villa over there and take a look? Let him come out on his own." Lin Xiaotian kicked away Li Fanglei's plastered leg and sat on the sofa. "I'll give you 3 minutes. What do you want?" Li Fanglei looked at the police and swallowed several times. "Police, it is illegal for police to beat people. I'm not a policeman." Lin Xiaotian's smile suddenly became bright, and Li Fanglei's heart suddenly rose to his throat. What he feared most was Lin Xiaotian's smile. He would definitely beat himself half to death next. The police don't care if you hit someone. They are simply derelict in their duty. After all, there are many lawyers in the family, so they know quite a few terms. Lin Xiaotian looked at Liu Yu and the others with a smile. Liu Yu coughed slightly and said delicately, "Everyone, pay attention, stand at ease, and turn around." More than a dozen policemen turned their backs to Lin Xiaotian and Li Fanglei. Lin Xiaotian stared at Li Fanglei with a teasing look and slowly bent his fingers one by one. The snapping sound scared Li Fanglei so much that he almost wet his pants. He went to the airport, just left for a while. Li Fanglei was about to cry. 2 minutes. Lin Xiaotian took out his cell phone and said coldly, "Don't hit me, I'll call him." Li Fanglei slapped the sexy woman next to him. "You're a fucking dead man, call him and ask him to come back." "That's good." Lin Xiaotian smiled and moved closer to Li Fanglei. Suddenly, he said seriously, "By the way, there is something I need to discuss with you." "Brother, just say whatever you want to say." Li Fanglei stared at Lin Xiaotian's hand. Seeing that he was so close to his arm, he was so scared that he quickly hid his arm behind his back. If he made a move, his arm would either break or sever. No matter how rich he was, he could not withstand Lin Xiaotian's twisting and turning. "The car I just bought today was smashed by your men in front of your house. How do you think this can be resolved?" Lin Xiaotian looked at Li Fanglei with a soliciting look. Li Fanglei dared not discuss it with him and said directly, "Brother, I have a new Porsche in my garage. If you don't mind, just drive it away."